She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
It's time for the main event of the YaLLa Compass Qatar 2025. We've been looking forward to this for a while. You know, we've had the online circuit go on for quite some time. Streams trying to make it into an event which has featured a bigger prize pool, some bigger opportunities to get yourself into the upper echelons of play. My name is Pavlos, and I've got Ted next to me to break down the action for the first few matches of the day. I can't wait to get our hands on some epic Counter-Strike here, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're looking at another best of one, I guess couple days full of best of ones, right? The group stage is going to be full of action, and we know how tricky that gets with MR12. There's going to be a lot of action-packed Counter-Strike going your way. Obviously, here on the A stream, we're gonna be looking at 4 games to kick things off in the day. There's gonna be action going on over at the B stream, so there's a lot of Counter-Strike coming your way from the YaLLa Compass Qatar today. And
exactly. Nemiga Gun 5 going to be the first match we'll be looking at. 9 Pandas versus NAVI Junior second, and PARTIZAN Dynamo ECLOT with NAVI Junior and Gun 5 to continue playing on as we follow Group A. And you can see a lot of other matches as well being played out at the same time at 4, 5, and 6 p.m. CEST respectively. So yeah, Ted, things are looking nice. Some really strong competitors, teams that have already made it into the major, teams that have kind of thought they're not gotten there. Yeah, I think when you look at Nemiga, one of the big surprises is that they were amongst the first to also make it out of the EU MRQ, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And they were pretty convincing in the way that they did it, right? Nemiga, I feel like it's safe to say their good form started from the qualifier for this event, for the YaLLa Compass Qatar 2025, right? They were one of the best playing teams in the best of ones group stage, and then they go into the MRQ, they take down Gamer Legion, take down Betboom on both Mirage and ENCE in a really convincing way. Sure, you lose to Heroic, but it was a pretty close game, and we all remember how good Heroic did end up looking in this event in general. And then you 2-0 big. Those guys are coming in form into this event, and I really do have massive expectations off of them.
Yeah, exactly. They are running up high. They don't need an extra day in the MIQ, so they're free to compete here today. And look, it's looking brilliant from them so far. You mentioned it that, you know, looking at the start of the year, since basically they've made the initial changes back in June, right? There seems to be some cracks in the armor, some things that were exploited, some lack of motivation, some struggling there as well from time to time.
Sure.
But the vibe seems to be unchecked now. They seem to be rolling in the right direction, and that's what you want to see, especially when you're playing another CIS team. Now, for this one, look, they got close. They got really close for that major quali. I mean, you look at METIZPORT, who had a ranking, what was their Valve ranking again, that they made it? Either way, they weren't too far off of the mark.
Top 26 Europe, so they were top 26. Gun 5 was a couple places right after them, right? They were pretty much one good best of 3 away from making it into the
and METIZPORT made it into the major, man. So look, the caliber of play between, you know, these top 20, top 30 teams isn't that small.
Yeah.
Isn't that big, I guess.
No. The gap isn't big, right? You're looking at Gun 5, you're saying, sure, they missed out on the qualifier. This is still an incredibly dangerous team, right? A lot of people are looking at Tenier popping off on Heroic and saying, well, he's one to be looking forward to, I guess, following throughout his entire career. YaLLa was the star alongside him last year, right? That's why we're going to have him in the player comparison as well. Now that Tenier is gone from the side of Gun 5 and has been gone for a couple months, YaLLa is the one that needs to step up the plate, right? Fine Shine has been a really pleasant surprise on the OP, but you're looking at the star rifle, and YaLLa has been playing outstanding outstandingly. Now, on the other side, you have Zway, who was the highest rated player in the MRQ, by the way, interestingly enough.
Sure.
And the fact that he's able to do all of that while being a bit more of an anchory, lurking player is incredibly impressive. Two really different players, two really different styles of play from both those youngsters, but both of them incredibly exciting for their own reasons.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's going to be interesting to see how, you know, things progress when it comes to both of them within their respective squads, how much impact they can bring and consistently be, you know, the top dog from their roster. But yeah, we're talking about a best of one here, Ted, so there's not much room for you to drop back. Sure, it's a group stage. Sure, you can, you know, compare your scores with other teams, but you want a great start here. And I think for both of these teams, chasing their way into playoffs, trying to get themselves the lion's share of that prize pool is the goal on their mind, right? So having a look at the bans already, we've got a few rolling in. It's a quick one. I love how things are progressing so fast. We will have Dust 2 as a decider. How do you feel about that?
I think Nemiga is going to be quite happy with it, right? You're looking at the, you can remember the 13-3 that they were able to win against Big. Sure, they lost it once to Heroic, but other than that, I think you're looking at 6 wins out of their last 7 games when it comes down to Dust 2. And then on the other side for Gun 5, it has been a little bit more shaky with a couple losses to Cybershock and Parivision. The interesting thing is that they actually have been doing really well to all opposition outside of the CAS region, right? You're looking at convincing wins over sides like METIZPORT, like Ecstatic, like Alliance, like 9. It kind of feels like most of the time Gun 5 will struggle against other CAS teams when it comes down to Dust 2, which unfortunately for them is the case today. They are playing against another team coming out of this region, so you're hoping for a good performance, but bottom line, they can play good Counter-Strike on Dust. If Fineshine gets going, YaLLa loves the map, Gun 5 could really give Nemiga a run for their money.
Exactly. That's what we're kind of gunning for. And I love that both teams are going to be playing on a strong map for themselves, right? We probably will be getting their best out of their performance, you know, because easily in a situation like this, you can have one team banning the strong map of the other, even though it's one you play so well and it kind of forces you both into your weakest maps. And then things get a little bit scrappy, get a bit messy. And then also luck comes into play a little bit more, right? When you're not so refined. But for Dust 2, we get to see the best selves from both of the teams. And it's the best way to kind of gain a caliber of which team deserves that early win in this group.
Yeah, absolutely. It's setting up the tone big time, right? Especially for a team like Gun 5. I feel like if you're an Nemiga, obviously you're going into this one, you know you've got 3 best of ones today, 2 tomorrow. You would be pretty warmed up after the MRQ, and I feel like for them it's just going to be, okay, we go into this tournament, we just secured a successful season. From here on out, it's about making it better and better, right? We want to take a lion's share out of this prize pool of $300,000, and we know we're playing against teams that we could beat. So if you're an Nemiga, you're actually one of the favorites for this entire event, and if you're Gun 5, you're going in against a team that on paper should be a little bit better. It should be hot on their heels, but we all know that every single time when you see a derby from 2 teams from the same country or same region, it doesn't really matter how they're doing it against international competition. It's always a little bit different when you know each other and you've played against each other so many times, even though officially wise those teams have not faced off against each other since September of 2024.
No, it's a big event. It's a big event, so it's safe to say that they're going to give it their all to try and get their way through. And I feel like as a duo, Ted, we've seen a lot of best of ones for the past couple of weeks in many different events. I think best of ones when it comes to whittling through the field in the early stages has kind of become meta for a lot of these organizers. And it's a way to kind of gain an initial grasp. You know, things don't get too grindy from the get-go. Things don't get too boring. Things are kept on that exciting factor. Now, it's still MR12, so there is that factor of, you know, starting the map well will often result to that to the end map result. But, you know, I love the fact that it just increases the pressure from the get-go. You know, there's nowhere for you to hide. You've got to bring your A game from the start.
Yeah, and you got to be really focused when it comes down to the pistol rounds as well, right? A lackluster start could get you in a really difficult situation where you're 0-5, 0-6 down, and then, God forbid, you lose the second half pistol as well. This map is pretty much impossible to win from that point on. So, with that being said, both teams are going to be looking for a strong start into their participation in Group A. The YaLLa Compass Qatar 2025 starts here, and it's Nemiga taking on Gun 5 on Dust 2.
Oh yeah, head-to-head here. The 2 teams bouncing heads on this one, given the fact it's the first pick of these teams. That's true. Looking to be a strength for both sides, as we initially have Gun 5 heavily lined up towards the left-hand side. You've got one player sort of baiting presence into A long, and it's enough to distract a lot of... Ooh. backs that all to himself. Sure, reinforcements are arriving, but with that smoke popping, it means that Gun5 can enter the site. Lear not going to drop back, though. Wants to punish. Wants to put a little bit more pressure.
You don't want to let them plant the bomb right now. Sadime's going to be put under a whole lot of pressure in towards middle, but able to get away with a kill. Refract comes in. A lot of damage, a lot of scrappy fights, but the bomb has been planted. Nemiga has to start thinking about the retake.
Indeed they do. And that's why they also put up the player in upper tunnels. Timing for Risky Bob not going in his way as Celta exits the tunnels in lightning fast speed. And all of a sudden, even though Nemiga starting to get a few kills in their pockets, they're running out of time and no kit available on the two remaining players. And Fineshine will be going down with the ship, but so will Lear. And just like that, it will be the bomb explosion and Gun5 with first blood.
I actually like that commitment there from Nemiga, by the way. We're going to see a force coming up, right? Realizing Lear was already low enough on HP to be going down either way, you just decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to go for the kills. The lack of a defuse kit pays out a massive role in this one. And as we said, Gun5 with a pretty cool fake in towards long to start off the round. Only one player where the corner smoke was enough to get the attention away, and Khan was left all alone. Actually,
yeah,
they don't force up.
They don't.
They did get all 5 kills, though.
So that's fair. Zeus. Oh.
Okay.
That'd be a great way to start the tournament, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Zeus kill.
It's always going to be Risky Bob as well going for those plays.
Of course. Khan in big trouble as YaLLa has his number. Love the LEDs in his room, by the way. Looking really atmospheric in there. Either way, though, Nemiga, there's nothing much atmospheric about the round for them. A bit of a pad stat for Dame, as down to 2 HP as well, able to hold on to his life there by a thread, to be fair. And yeah, 2-0 for the Gun5 roster.
Yeah, there's a big discrepancy. We already pointed out, obviously, everyone knows that Nemiga's qualified for the major, and they had they looked damn good as they were doing so in the qualifier for this event as well. Nemiga were able to get a couple really nice wins, lost only 1 game to Complexity in their opening, then were able to take down METIZPORT, 9 Pandas, Passion UA, and Imperial Valkyries. For the side of Gun5, it's been a little bit longer since we've seen them live in the server. Last time was on the 30th of March, so first game of this month. That was a 0-2 loss to Fate in the PGL Astana close qualifier. So they've had a little bit of time to refresh, a little bit of time to boot camp, chill. Come into this one with a fresh mind and a lot of strength.
Bit of a reset, isn't it? Bit of a change of pace as well. This buy round important for Nemiga to get things going on the CT side. Already used up a substantial chunk of their util. And Gun5 patient to let it all be flushed out. Flood smoke backed up with a flash for Sadime, again being quite a menace when it comes to luring players in this direction, but you can see Nemiga aggressing. Xander hasn't fallen for it, he wants to go in for more, meaning that Nemiga can hold on to it, and Xander gets the timing onto Sadime, dropping back. Khan holding on for a little bit, but it's just not going to be enough. Gun5 limited with 2. Sure, a bomb partner is well within the horizon for them, but Nemiga can start dropping in.
Yeah, Molly on top, the retake is on. Lack able to get the first one, and now he's gonna have to clutch up, but unaware or incapable of dealing with so many players, unaware of the fact that all of them were swinging in from short. Nemiga make it look in a pretty, make it work in a pretty clean way. Lear with a double Xanter as well. Lovely defense.
Feels like the game was decided with that long push, right? And not only that, but the information given that it's not really going to be a play from that direction, and Nemiga could focus very much towards the center of the map.
I mean, I wonder if Sadime felt like he missed out his timing or whatever. I don't know. It felt like he was just going to wait for a timing and then go out long and try and support his teammates, right? But then action started happening in towards short. He just pulls his knife out and starts running back. Felt like the status quo just changed from I want to go in from long to I want to cut off mid rotations.
Okay. Oh, when the other kill comes through the smoke like that. All baby chances. Gun5 double it up with Liz overstepping. Sure, Nemiga gained a lot of ground control in tunnels. But sure, they realize that it's going to be an A hit. But the fact that Gun5 stabilized for a little bit makes you wonder, Will Nemiga have enough defenders here on time?
Feels like they should. Gunfire really taking their time. You don't want to test it through the smoke. Oh, spotted in towards Bit. You feel like Xantho shouldn't be re-peeking into this one. And he's got a Molotov and a nade, by the way. He can slow it down. Question here is whether Nemiga want to go for the around the world flank in towards long, or they want to be a little bit quicker to try and support Xantho on the bomb side. Gunfire taking a really long time with this one.
They are diligent. They have the smokes to allow them to cross. YaLLa also holding down the line for his team. The support is there.
There's a lot of veto on the CT side. HEs, mollies. This could get really scrappy.
And especially if it gets to the final vestiges of the round, it could get damaging, and unable to get the bomb down could be an issue for Gun 5. Risky Bob, Zwei, both lining up shots. It's becoming a bit of a shooting gallery. And now Lackey's forced to go aggressive, finding the head of Xander. Has brought Gun 5 right back into the round.
Going in towards long, those way. Going around the world, Risky Bob. It's all about staying alive right now.
And they don't know. He's able to isolate 1-2 players stuck on site. It feels like he knows. Zwei dropping in from long.
Oh,
he's realized the position of one of them. No, Fine Shine barely holding on to life. 16 points of health collectively for Gun 5, but it's enough to get them across the line.
Lucky's such a lucky man that Zwei doesn't go for the deeper angle and spots his teammates first, right? If Zwei is able to get a kill instantaneously on that flank and doesn't miss a couple shots, this round is over. And Nemiga played this one really well in the 3 versus 5. Gun 5 maybe being a little bit too hesitant under the circumstances, but still able to get away. I was gonna say in escape, not quite, but at least with a round win.
I don't know, and whenever we cast, there's always one line that you say, one phrase, and it reminds me of a song, and I can't get it out of my head now. And due to copyright, I don't really want to be singing it now.
Which one?
But it's in my head, living rent-free.
Which line?
I wanna get away. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. See, this is just you thinking that you're a good enough singer for the copyright to actually detect it.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Can be a little bit more humble, King.
That's not... Damn, bro, you don't have to humble me like that. Damn, okay. Well,
you know what?
Nemiga humbled at the start of this game? Yeah, please do.
With hard work and dedication, you could make the copyright AI detect you. You just don't give up. Years of hard work. You can get there.
And a bit of voice editing.
Maybe.
A bit of auto-tune as well.
Yeah, voice changer.
I need a little help, Ted. Let's be fair. I need some help.
You know what's the worst part about it? Nemiga do need help as well. Those were probably not the expectations going into it. Gun 5 has started things off really cleanly. Latches on 5 and 2. Selter, Sadime, 3 kills each. YaLLa on 4. Fine Shine so far hasn't really had to do too much on the big green, but you keep 4 players alive. You've looked pretty solid if you're Gun 5. You're looking good. Obviously, you're looking at a newer iteration of that Gun 5 lineup. It's not quite the same team that had Tenier on last year. You have the in-game leader of Lackey. You have Selter as the support player. He was here last year, obviously, but Lackey and Selter, that ex-Aurora duo from a couple years ago. Fine Shine as well being brought into the mix. One of the bigger issues for Fine Shine has been probably finding consistency, but in terms of being a really flashy oper, hitting some really spectacular shots, he definitely has not been disappointing. Started his professional career in March of 2023, so just around 2 years ago, and he's already playing in a pretty high level in the CAS region. I mean, Gun 5 is, as you said, a team that was knocking on the door of the MRQ as well, ranking-wise.
Very close. Because Gun 5 is one of those teams that played a lot of events the past months, right? It's one of the... Sure, it took a bit of a break for a while, but, you know, knowing that they wouldn't make the MRQ was a bit of a blow. But again, you know, you need to get bigger results, better results. It's not a matter of getting a lot of tournaments in, getting a lot of Valve points that way. It's that cash prize that you need also.
Yeah, and also, as we said, for a lot of those teams that missed out on having an opportunity to fight for a major spot, it's going to be a lot more important to actually do well in an event like the YaLLa Compass Qatar 2025.
Big time.
Could be a game changer, a season changer for a lot of those guys in the server. And Gun5 are definitely putting in the good work, showing that they realize that. Good nade on the mark here from Zwei.
Spread out
down
for
YaLLa.
Gun5. Very wide effort. Nemiga's resources spread out thin also. There, takes a big chunk of damage there. Xander about to be tested. At least he's got reinforcements from long. They know it's coming. Zwei is able to chime in, which could also allow Xander to move in as his teammate has done a good enough job to distract them. Nemiga, that is a solid round. The Dime caught as well in the middle of a cross line, with Nemiga getting themselves a second on the board.
This is Nemiga starting to get a little bit more comfortable read-wise as well, right? They had 4 people in towards that A bomb side. Gun5 do so much work to try and keep them occupied in towards middle, but Nemiga just didn't buy it. Xander's able to get away with a kill, away with a double here with another, and you were not ready for risky bob in towards that long cubby. Nemiga were just one step ahead. All times in a round like this one, Gun5 decides to slow it down, trying to work around the map, but they couldn't really outmaneuver you. So, do they want to go for something quicker now?
Yeah, you've also got to be careful. Oh, you saw that one? It goes in a bit deep. Oh, so it does allow Sadime to just walk out with no issues at all off the back of a flash of Zello and getting the early pickup onto Lekan. He's not going to fall back here. He needs to stick to this ground, knowing there's an impending onslaught of team players approaching, that he's got no one there to help him, meaning Gun5 can walk into the A side.
Might be a save, this one. You could be calling it off. You look at the money. If you hold on to both those rifles, you're going to be in with an opportunity. Oh, this is a little bit scrappy. Zwei and Risky both low on HP, but they still look like they want to go for it.
And you're flushed out, Zwei into the open. Molly dropping behind him. Lackey jumping over the ledge as he collects Risky Bob's life. And Gun5, they do get interrupted one round, but answer quickly back.
I'm not sure I love that, by the way. I feel like if you're enemy obviously you don't want to give away too many rounds, but I mean, Gun5 just outplayed you in this one. Wanted to go on a second timing in towards long, go for the pop. Risky Bob deals with that player in towards the B-bomb side. You could even see Sadime was getting ready to extinguish the molly and go on the last tick, but didn't have to because they just smoked long, so he just ran through with the flashes after the spam came through, or the initial spam that was. Gun5 are really bringing in the pace into this one, and as we said, a BO1 and MR12 could run away quite quickly. This is what Gun5 is doing right now. They are running away with this, and look at how much space the Diamonds are taking.
There's some pace to this attack, and I think Lee got a bit surprised to see Sadime so close. Somehow able to run away with his life for a little bit. Gap through the smoke, but Sadime uses it to his advantage to lure out the attention of the Nemiga players. Khan flashed away as well, so Gun5 find access to the site. Can't find the cross in time. Instead, Sadime is brilliant on the pick. At least YaLLa is there in the back lines of mid to keep things pressuring. So Nemiga called back to try and deal with him first. Will be there on time, but the bullet finds Risky Bob's head before he's got a chance to say hello. And Nemiga now struggling, sort of relying on Xander to do the heavy lifting here. But Lackey gets the better end of the timing. Xander was looking elsewhere, therefore the bullet spray onto him quicker. And Gun5 have got pace with them on this T side.
Tell you what, this is looking incredibly impressive for Gun5 right now. The work that YaLLa's been doing to get off rotations as well. That second kill was crazy. He was already low on HP. Those pauses, you make your way in towards the ramp, you just freeze, you wait for Nemiga to get uncomfortable and try and make a move, and then you punish. It's been a beautiful push and pull game from Gun5 on that T side, hitting them with the pace at the start and slowing down, then going a little bit forward again, then pausing again. It's been really difficult for Nemiga to get used to the tempo that's being brought into the server, and now you've reset the money, so you're probably looking at 7 rounds bare minimum on that T side.
Yeah. Gun5, you're enjoying life right now. And even though Nemiga's stuck up here, Delta sort of realized heavy presence. You've got to be careful. You've got to be in a situation in which always wondering what's the next step of your opponents and to stack up a very clear opportunity. And YaLLa always being a menace in the back lines. Lackey will also chime in that help. So you're right, Ted. You're right. The minimum amount of rounds Gun 5 can expect so far is 7.
Yeah, this is looking really dangerous for Nemiga. They look a little bit checked out. I feel like this is, again, a good example of the early motivation that you're expecting to see being brought in from Gun 5 into an event like this one. As we said, it does mean a lot to them. Especially against the team that's just qualified for the major, right? If you're Gun 5 and you're able to get that win to kick things off, you're going to be feeling damn good about it. That's going to boost up the confidence, boost up the atmosphere on the team. Make everyone feel like you're, I mean, pretty much competitive to teams that will be playing in Austin. Shows you how close the level is as well. We already brought out the argument about the two teams being from the same region. Always removes a little bit of that amplitude between them.
Amplitude.
Yeah.
Cool word.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It does exist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was, it was a 50-50 in my head. That was a direct translation.
Like it does. Amplitude meaning the maximum extent of a vibration or oscillation measured from the position of equilibrium. That's in physics.
Yes. Yeah. Is the difference between the lowest and the highest point, pretty much. That is the simple way to describe it.
It's also
Or it could be a negative
an
amplitude.
astronomy concept. Either way, let's jump into the game because this 30 seconds could prove crucial for Nemiga if they've got on the right read. Feinstein will lure 3 players over to this left-hand side. The fine ways in which Gun 5 have been able to select site after site with optimal numbers has been superb, but the fact that Xander holds his own here has completely switched the script. Nemiga, they've stopped the attack. Gun 5 will have to rest the second. No, this round is not dropping in their way. Allow their opponents to gain a bit of a grasp of this game. And Feinstein, the only survivor for Gun 5 by the end. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's good that you have a lot of money in the bank, so the fact that you go down after a time is not that big of a deal. It could be if you lose this round as well and you lose everyone and you purchase an AWP again. But that was a really decent hold. Khan doesn't really get tested into wars long. No flashes to make life a little bit more difficult, and Xander was just waiting for the AWP to strike first in order to go for that ramp peak. Standard stuff coming out of Nemiga to get a third. You're looking at least 4, maybe 5 would be the ideal number for you if you want to stay competitive into this one. Trying to cook up a bit of a comeback in the second half. It all has to start here, though. Dangerous. Khan is alone.
And it could be a bit exposed. Instead, Lackey is the one to drop and gets away with his life. Not too shabby from Khan. And now you've got Khan posting up in a different position with Gun 5 still knocking the door of Catwalk. Can he get away with another one? Making a triple, come on. Okay, great round for Khan.
Yeah, you're just feeding him kills at this point. And he's starting to play with a little bit more confidence. It's nice to see the AWP taking the initiative the moment he recognizes the entire team is just struggling to pick up rounds. Sticks around in towards short, takes a bit of a chance, able to get away with a kill, and after that, he was just punishing people, running at him, trying to get that refrag. Not really missing great movement from one angle to the other. Now, you're stuck with that mid-to-B desperation play, but Zway will shut you down. Fantastic flash to set him up for the second one as well. A clean round on the board for Nemiga, so a major team can actually punch after all. They just need a little bit of time to get warmed up.
Yeah, a bit of a wake-up call. A slap to the face, maybe. Here or there. But I think this was also one of the more difficult rounds for Gun 5 when it comes to execution. They haven't really made their life easy, especially with Khan's early aggression, that early pickup. Gun 5 had the sense they needed to punish and got too ahead of themselves.
I mean, the thing is, sometimes when you qualify for such an important event, and when you're chaining up important events for you, and you're playing good Counter-Strike, and you get a significant result, and then you go into another one, you could be a little bit complacent at times. So maybe that was it. Maybe Nemiga was just a bit checked out at the start, but now they've started to pick up the pace, and I say they've started to. Kana started to, but he finally does miss a shot, not a second.
He's got to be a star of the show here. Already 2 kills to his name. And now Gun5 are really making their way onto the site. And there's not much Khan can do about that. He knew he had to step up, knew he had to get a kill. But now it's left to Risky Bobbin's way to try and bring things back. So Dime is capable of dealing with one of them at least. And Selton Fineshine well aware of their opponent's position. And Selta has found himself a big green to play with. Nice little gun. Fun little thing. How does Risky Bob get away with so much damage? He got so close to actually getting 2 kills there, but Gun5 able to collect himself. Sees the opportunity to get the pick and the round. But goddamn Can has stepped up in the past few.
Yeah. He really has. I mean, he's trying to put the team on his back right now. I don't even feel like it's Nemiga starting to get warmed up. I feel like it's just Khan starting to take the initiative a little bit more to keep them in this one for as long as possible. But Gun5 is definitely showing why they were so close to making their way into that major qualifier. And I actually fact-checked that, Pavlos, because I wasn't necessarily sure, and I didn't want to speak out of memory, but they were 1 VRS point away.
Oh my word!
1 point.
1 point away, really?
Yep.
I knew their score looked so close to what METIZPORT had, and I knew METIZPORT were the last seed, but I never really made the deep comparison.
1 point.
1 point! Brother! And METIZPORT make it to the major. Like, Gun5 are probably thinking right now, oh, maybe we actually had a chance.
I mean, they definitely feel like they did, but I guess it's all about focusing on what's ahead of you, right? Because you're going to take some losses sometimes, but what they have been doing so far in the server is the right response. You stay focused, you stay locked in, and you show people that you can actually play some good old Counter-Strike. That's exactly what YaLLa's doing right now. He's a predator, let loose in towards the tunnels. And Nemiga might be getting stomped, not only beaten, not only upset, but absolutely annihilated at the start of the group stage.
Damn. Best possible start. They win both pistols. They now look to be favorites coming into the second half as well. We talked about this being a best of 1. You've got no drawback here. We know this is also the first pick of both of the teams, but Gun5 look comfortable. Nemiga haven't had a solid start. I guess you could say the best thing about Nemiga situations is that they're on the T side and they can get money quickly. But other than that, they're starting to trail away. 5 rounds of difference. Gun5 possibly to win the next 2, depending on Nemiga's buy.
Yeah, could be running away with it. Gun5. That would be a big result. You're going to be looking at a 10-4 lead here, of course. Greetings to everyone that's just joining in. Welcome to the YaLLa Compass Spring 2025. We have a $300,000 prize pool. Yeah, and this is map 1. This is game 1 of Group A. Of course, we have Group B going in simultaneously, and I think the opening matchup there is going to see Betboom take on NEXUS. We have 9 Pandas taking on NAVI Junior right after this one's over here over at the A stream, and then we're gonna keep it going with PARTIZAN and ECLOT. So a lot of exciting Counter-Strike to be played out. We have a couple teams that have made it to the major, a couple others such as Gun5 that are looking to prove that they deserve the spot in that qualifier, that missed out on it quite closely.
Thank you, Ted.
For the recap?
Yeah, for the recap.
Yeah,
I'm speaking on behalf of the viewers. The viewers can also say in chat, thank you, Ted. I advise you. Weatherman. Have you ever thought about being the weatherman?
Yeah, actually. You know what? That is funny.
Really?
The other day.
Okay.
I saw. No, I wasn't thinking about becoming a weatherman, but the other.
For a moment, I thought I'd hit the jackpot with a question there.
I actually realized that there's many different ways that you can describe how rainy it is outside, pretty much. There's like 5, 6, 7 different levels.
You know what my favorite way of saying it is? It's liquid outside.
It's what?
Anyway, liquid.
Right.
It's raining liquid. Anyway, Nemiga found themselves some guns here, equally traded. Slowly but surely making their way to the A. So they're being very meticulous about this. You've got Fineshine also wanting to see when he could help out. The 3 players in CT, they're blocked off.
This is a great one.
Backline?
Yeah. Oh, good for only one though.
And Gun5 trying to make it into the site, be completely steamrolling through Nemiga. I had to sneeze throughout the process there. I had to mute my mic. That's why there was an interruption in flow.
Yeah.
Thank you. But that was a great retake by Gun5. It looked chaotic. Nemiga thought that, you know, had their number, but never mind.
You know what's the thing? I guess Zwei is able to get that 1 kill when Khan gets another double kill. He's been putting his foot forward to try and keep Nemiga in this game, but he really has been the only one to step it up in comparison to the MRQ. Xanter, Zwei, they haven't really been online. Zwei needed 2 kills in that situation. Everyone else was so low on HP. This was always going to be a difficult one to hold on to for Nemiga because of all the damage that Gun5 were able to do previously. I guess at least you get a bomb plant, so you're going to be able to reinvest into this one fully with the AKs. At least that should be on offer. Maybe. Yes, they have bought in. Trust me, I saw it.
Trust me, bro. Well, we see Zwei on an AK, so I trust you.
Yeah, they did. They don't have a lot of util, though. This is my wild guess. And they don't, yeah. 1 smoke on Khan, a smoke in Molly and Risky Bob. So you're hoping for the individual fights, and they're actually going to come your way.
Khan, he's ready for that one. And he's found himself some cover.
Oh.
No reinforcements around, though. No one to help. Lucky's able to find the trade. Gun5 trailing in numbers, though.
Didn't see the second player in towards the tunnels. If you're Risky Bob right now, you might think you've got a bit of a timing. He might try and just walk out.
Nemiga players very split apart. 2 in long, 1 mid. Can't see the minimap, so I don't know where the 4th one is.
I am gambling. No, Risky Bob is in tunnels. I'm gambling that he's already walked out B, because he did hear Lucky.
He has.
Yep. But Lucky could catch the bomb here.
He could. Oh, he really could.
What a weird round. Lear's holding for it.
What a traversal. What a run around. Lear's ready for it. Are you kidding me? That is one way to get yourself back into the game, and they've got no clue. Risky Bob has went for a wild walk, now finding himself in scaffolding. A clear spray down opportunity. Jump in on Fine Shine. Never mind. Bit of a lurk above. You know where Fine Shine is, though, so Nemiga going to try and avoid him altogether. But they're going to cross the bomb through mid. Woo! Yeah. You overwhelmed them there in numbers, in positions, and Nemiga have found themselves around on the T side.
You know what? I actually like the fact that we didn't have the minimap. We could test our educated guesses.
Yeah, we weren't too far off there, were we?
No, yeah. Risky Bob did exactly what was the suggested option, I guess. And Nemiga might be coming in the time to go for a bit of a tactical timeout. Well, not Nemiga, Gun5, sorry. As you started giving a little bit of space for the T's to work with. And the dangerous part is what happens if other people start waking up around side count. He's been having a great showing so far on Dust 2, but needs a little bit of support from some of the others. So quick.
Khan's been pretty damn good today.
Yep.
Nothing much has been able to stop him.
And usually Nemiga's a team that relies a lot more on the rifles than on the Oper, by the way. So it's nice to see him having a bit of a nice time on Dust 2, obviously known as the Oper's Paradise. Yeah, you know what? We're not counting shots that are missing against the Pistols.
No.
And he still got a double.
Yeah, 3rd time's a charm when it comes to the 2nd pick. Yeah, Zello. Looks like Risky Bob knows where you are. Risky Bob. Love that name.
Yeah, interesting enough, by the way. One of the first people that was playing on the team alongside Flamus, who's on Virtus Pro right now. A great connection between the two of them. Have been really good friends, really close teammates for the majority of their careers. Of course, for a lot of people that remember, Flamus did start his career in a way on Nemiga. This is where he broke through. Obviously, he used to play on other teams before that, but Zwei was the one to replace him on that lineup. It was Flamus, Lear, Xanter, Khan, and Risky Bob, and then Zwei comes in and feels like he's another player almost ready to get a shot at the next level.
Yeah, Zwei's impressed many with his lurks.
Nice
Timing smart about the game, as well as he's great mechanically. Celta could do a lot of damage here. Lucky will not need his teammates' assistance.
You gotta
this
cancel.
was clean from Gun 5.
Yeah, you have to cancel. There's nothing you can do. You could, I mean, if you didn't have as much money, you could have saved, and they can still, by the way, call this one off. You can still save. Sure, it's 6-11. You don't want to give Gun 5 12, but at this point, they've got it. It was just perfect utility from YaLLa in towards the B bomb side. Spots out the first one, tags him down. HE right on top. Smoke as well to block. You have a quick rotation, and they were ready for the B play to begin with. Started with 2 guys in towards the B bomb side itself, and 1 more in towards middle in the form of Sadime. So Gun 5 finally do get 12 on the board, and it feels like this is gonna make you take a bit of a breath, right? It's gonna help you breathe a little bit easier in comparison to the last couple of rounds. You still don't want to let too many of those guns go down, but yeah, Sadime's position is good enough for another one. And Khan, this is the final boss of rounds, man. You've been playing some great Counter-Strike, but a 1v4 with 28 seconds should be impossible.
That would be something, wouldn't it? That would be quite something. He's done it with AWPs all day. With the AK, the Kalashnikov, it shall not be at Gun 5 on match point. Just one away to take home the first best of 1 of Group A between the SkyS matchup.
And what a way to kick things off. Of course, a friendly reminder, this is just the first best of 1 of the day. We're going to have 2 days packed of Counter-Strike for the group stage, and then the playoffs coming up right after that, where we go out of the BO1 hell, or heaven, for some people. And we go into the good old best of 3s, but for now, it's just the 13 rounds that you're after, and on a singular map as well. And Gun 5 seemed to be a little bit more checked in than Nemiga, at least on that Dust 2. Khan did give it a really good try to try and keep Nemiga in this, but Gun 5 are going to have 6 consecutive opportunities to close.
Yeah, that's quite a lot, isn't it? Wow, it's a lot of rounds where Nemiga can't really make mistakes. In a game which we've seen a couple so far, at least, you know, there've been cracks that Gun have been exploiting, and the fact that you can see that exploitation now towards the left-hand side again, early explore opportunity from Celta. Information given that there's 1 player on the lurk, so it allows the rest of the team to focus elsewhere.
It really does. It's all about the fight in towards the B tunnels. Those way spots out Celta. Thing is, you've made contact in towards short and in towards middle as well on the CT side. Lucky's going to be ready. They're going to try and split B right now, but Lucky's just playing behind the door.
So what he's doing is done is to try and bait them in that there's something more going around the space side. Lackey isn't falling for it, holding down his ground. YaLLa smoked off though, thinking he wants to go in aggressively. Nemiga, that's a big turnaround. Now you've got only 1 player towards the B bomb site. That's Celta. He's got a lot to do. 2 directions. Not many opportunities, not much cover either. You know you're around.
They can go for it.
There's someone here. Shine has gotten a pickup from a far distance. The bomb is being touched.
Oh my God.
Close as a dime. If he had his rifle out there, that would have been great, but he wanted to throw a molly in.
Now
it's a 2v3.
Yeah, you're saving. Most difficult side to retake in the entirety of Counter-Strike probably is the B-bomb side, especially when you're a man down. Maybe if you get that early pickup there, Sadime, you could have had an opportunity, but especially with YaLLa, you can still play for a couple eggs. It's important here for Gun 5 not to let themselves go down, though. Shine and Sadime need to hold on to the big green and the rifle. Sure, you could try and do a little bit of economical damage to Nemiga, but a high priority should be you staying alive. Money on the CT side is dwindling away, too, and the last thing that you want right now is to get reset.
Well, that's 1 round for the tally for Nemiga. Gets them just a bit more close. Can they keep this up? Whew. The fact that Lucky nearly got away with it could have completely changed the status quo of the round. Instead, Nemiga were able to connect with the headshots quickly. And therefore, no trades occurred. And they continued with number superiority. Now into the next round, Nemiga test the long position.
Oh, Snipe's gonna go back. Picks up a double, but Xanter's there. Not good for a third. Lucky going for the reface, and that's the bomb dropped. Lear, that might have been the end of it. Khan once again left to clutch up a 1 versus 3, and he smoked up with bomb right in front of him. Surely this is going to be curtains.
It's brilliant how Lucky was able to smoke there. And sure, you've got an opportunity to try and close in the distance, but all that was required was an insane coordination play and long to seal the deal against Nemiga. Gun 5 start their journey in the Qatar Compass with a bang.
Yeah, this is a perfect start for Gun 5. About how big of an impact a domestic derby like this would have for their mentality, right? Missing out on the spot in the MRQ at such an unfortunate way. 1 point was all that they needed and they couldn't get it. So definitely was a little bit frustrating. You're going into the YaLLa Compass Qatar 2025 with high expectations. You're trying to save your season pretty much right now, and this is a fantastic start. You take down an Nemiga that just a couple days ago was dominating some of the best teams in Europe. It must feel good.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. I mean, we can see that, you know, the domination from Gun 5 came from the very beginning, and we were talking about the importance of the pistol rounds as well in a match like this. Gun 5 won both. They won both follow-ups, and they even won the bonus on the second half as well. So everything seemed to line up. Sure, Nemiga were quite equally competitive when it came to the buy rounds on both sides, but you know, they already had a substantial deficit and therefore fell very far behind. So great start for Gun 5, and yeah, that must be a bit of a boost of confidence playing up against a major attendee.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess if you're a Gun 5, this is the most important thing, right? As we said, there is a lot of BO1s to be played out, and I still believe that Nemiga should have the level to go through, right? Especially if Khan is playing like that with a good form that we've seen recently from Zwei and Xanter. Nemiga should still be one of the contenders, but if you're a Gun 5, as we said, this tournament matters a lot. And for you to start things off with a win, you've got a couple more BO1s later on today. It is really important to have a good showing.
I believe we do have an interview. Didn't quite catch with who though. Let's see.
Selter.
Oh, Selter. Let's bring him on. Hello, Selter. Welcome to the broadcast. Good luck. Well, good job on the win. Congrats.
Thank you, boys. Thank you. How are you doing?
How did that go for you? Obviously, you play up against Nemiga, a team that just made it to the major. You guys barely didn't quite make it to the MRQ. I think it was just 1 point required for you. So how does that feel now you've gotten that validation to get a win against a team like Nemiga now?
It feels good only because we got some VRS points, but we still didn't qualify even to the MRQ, so it's a bit tilting. But yeah, of course, the win is a win. Like, cannot be said.
Other than that, I mean, obviously it's frustrating that you guys couldn't make it into the MRQ, but you have been having a pretty successful season, right? It felt like at the start of the year, things were a little bit lackluster, and you have been showing some minor improvements. Can you talk to me a little bit about how the team dynamic changed now that you've spent a little bit more time with Lucky as the in-game leader? Obviously, you know him from your time on Aurora.
I'm the in-game leader.
You're what? Sorry?
I'm the IGL.
You are the... What? Sorry? That's new information. You are the IGL. Okay, since when has that been?
For almost a year already.
Okay, so Lucky didn't pick up on the IGL role when he arrived. That's what everyone thought had happened. That's what I thought happened.
No.
Okay. So I assume he's gonna be your second voice in the team then?
Yes, he is. That was the main reason we took him in the team.
Okay, and how did that change things? How do you feel like he's done with gluing in and gelling in with everyone else?
Of course, when you lose a player like me, when like he's a monster, he's scoring, he's killing, like he's like a team one player, obviously. So it's really hard to change him, like to find a new player like him. It's almost unreal. So we have two choices. We either take one guy that is shooting good, but he's not smart, or we just take a smart guy, but his aim is like, you know, 50-50. But when we played some test procs with young guys that they have really good aim, but they don't really understand anything, so it was really hard. So we just we decided to take an experienced player. So yeah.
Sure, that's fair enough. Fair enough. What are the next steps now for Gun 5? Obviously, this tournament is a bit of a focus for now. You know, this project seems more promising than the results, you know, that I feel like you've had so far. I feel like you could reach, you know, bigger heights. So what's on the horizon for you guys? You know, what are your aspirations for this tournament as a whole?
I hope in few hours it will not be that hot outside because it's unreal to play almost.
Okay, so
And,
your aspirations for the event are for the weather to fix.
Yeah.
Where you at right now? Where
Hot.
you at right now, Celta?
I'm in Belgrade, Serbia.
Nice. Okay. It's getting warm in Europe. It's getting warm in the Balkans.
24 degrees. It's not normal. I think.
Blimey.
Yeah,
Well,
for
I
the
hope
team,
things
our
cool
main
down
goal
for you,
is, I
mate.
don't know. I think we just have to get in the officials because we had like 2 or 3 weeks just only pracs, no officials. We just have to a little bit slide down into this, and maybe we can do something. We have great chances,
thanks for
but
the interview,
you know,
mate.
we will see.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed. Wishing you the best, man. Wishing you the best. Good luck for your next games, and yeah, hopefully catch you on the interviews
Thank you,
again
boys.
later on. Best of luck.
See ya.
You know what? I actually feel terrible about this because he is listed
Okay.
as the in-game leader on Liquipedia, but I was looking at it and I was like, there's no bloody way. There's no way they pick a Plaki and he's not in-game leading. So
Okay.
yeah, Liquipedia, I am officially sorry for doubting your credibility. Yeah, Selter is IGLing for this team, and I love the fact that he's just focused. You know what? This is how you can recognize a true gamer. He doesn't care that the weather is nice outside. All that he cares about is
too hot.
him being comfortable to play, because apparently there's no air conditioning wherever he is.
Damn. Yeah, you know, sweating can can not really make you play your optimal game if your hand is slipping from the mouse. But yeah, hopefully things cool down for him there. Yeah, a great result for Gun5 to get things going, and you could tell from him that he was a bit hurt with the fact that, you know, not making it to the MIQ, and that was a big goal for the team, and they got so close, but, you know, not making it again. It's definitely got to reset their focus towards the next qualifier and the next major. So yeah, I'm glad we got him on. A great sense of humor on the lad as well. Good to have him on the broadcast. But we're going to throw this to a break. When we're back, we're going to have 9 Pandas versus NAVI Junior. So don't you miss it, folks. We'll be back in a jiffy.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1x bet.
On to the next one.
The YaLLa Compass Grand Finals are well underway, and we thought it would be a good time to catch up with one of the favorites coming into this 9 Pandas result. And Dilladez are both here with us to chat about the competition. Gents, you have a lot on your plate this week. Result, you've got the MRQs and you've got YaLLa Compass. When are you finding time to sleep?
At the night. obvious answer.
That's a good question.
No?
Dilladez, are you feeling the pressure about working to qualify for the major and having this big tournament with decent prize money? Are you feeling pressured or anything like that, or are you also just super chilled?
I think little pressure, but it's okay. All Gucci.
Okay.
Do you think that it's difficult when the MRQs are now clashing with tournaments like YaLLa Compass? Obviously, it was meant to be a LAN. It had to move online for the MRQs. Is it difficult as a team when you have to balance all these tournaments at the same time?
I think all organizations just do the shadow. Like, I think they cooperate together, and MRQ have the more priorities than other tournaments.
Any teams you think will be tough, Dilladez? Any tough competition?
I think only Gun 5 and Nemiga maybe, but all it's okay.
ECLOT Smash, NAVI Junior 50-50, PARTIZAN Smash, Nemiga and Gun 5. Gun 5 Smash, Nemiga, good competition with us.
Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9.
And Spirit Academy, everyone's talking about Kyosuke. You're not worried about that guy?
No. He's a good player, of course. He has a good movement, good crosshair placement, and the rest of shit. But that team couldn't win because of one guy. 5 guys should play.
Makes sense. Okay, final question for both of you in our serious interview. Dilladez, who is the best player in the world right now?
Donk, I think. He have good movement, good crosshair placement, and little man. And he have good future, you know? Oh.
Result for you, is Donk also would you say, the best player in the world right now?
Yeah, of course Donk, because he is our Russian representative, like top 1 player of the world.
Okay, cool. Okay, now we're going to do some YaLLa Compass pick'ems. So Nuno's going to pull up like a cool screen for you, and you are going to try and do your pick'ems to figure out who's going to be top 3 in each group.
I think I want to put Spirit Academy also against in semi-final 2, yeah. We put Nemiga in quarterfinal. And let's put...
I think we could put ECLOT or 9 Pandas in Group A sort.
Yeah, let's put 9 Pandas.
So for Group B probably is gonna be METIZPORT as a Group B second.
For quarterfinal second, let's put ENCE. In quarterfinal first, in my opinion, METIZPORT will win. In second one, I think it's Nemiga. What do you think, Dima?
Yeah, it should be Nemiga for sure. They're kinda hyped right now. So in the final should be NAVI Junior against Spirit Academy.
And you know the winner already, so.
But you gotta say it, who wins?
NAVI Junior.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of...
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Compass Qatar 2025, where we've already seen the first match between the 2 CIS teams of Nemiga and of course the victor of the match in Gun 5. Now we've got another match coming our way, and I'm looking forward to this one as well because it again features more CIS teams. There seem to be a lot of them in this event, and look, it's kind of a nice head-to-head here, a bit of a stack up of competition to see where you stack up against the rest of the field of your own region. It's going to be 9 Pandas versus NAVI Junior in this match. Ted, how do we feel about it?
Okay, yeah, I feel really excited about it. Sorry, that was a bit of a technical misunderstanding, but I feel like in comparison to the previous match, or like in the first game, it's really difficult to actually say who's coming into this one as the favorite, right? On paper, for many people, it should be the side of 9 Pandas, coming right after their participation in the MRQ. Obviously, unfortunately for them, they couldn't make it out to the major, but they did get a couple wins on there. Krat looked alright. Result and Delightus were playing some good Counter-Strike. Moon, of course, being brought in as the least experienced but up-and-coming Oper coming out of Ruby. Of course, for those of you that don't know, the Kazakhstani scene has been producing a lot of good Opers lately.
Oh, yeah.
I think 9 Pandas is definitely looking like the favorite on paper, but then again, you're placing them up against probably the most cohesive and most functional academy team so far in 2025, so I honestly don't know which way this one is going to go.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about NAVI Junior for a little bit, right? I think it's been a main topic for people looking at this tier of play when it comes to, look, you've got an academy team, but at the same time, wait, they're pulling up some really good wins here and there. They're beating some really good teams, stacking up some really good numbers in some great tournaments. So you're probably wondering, hey, this is not much of an academy team anymore. This is kind of like a full-fledged roster in and of itself. And you're right. There's some cohesion about them. There is some really good promise all across the board. And playing up against 9 Pandas today, I think is going to be a great test, right? Where do you stack up against the field that get to qualify to the major? Good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we heard, the little man is the best player in the world. There's a lot of little men in this server today, right? There's a lot of youngsters. There's a lot of firepower. And NAVI Junior, by the way, this is an interesting conversation to be had as well. It's not only the fact that they can shoot, it's not only the fact that they're an academy team, but this is probably one of the teams that I've talked to the most pro players about, and almost no one likes playing against them because they just have such an impudent play style, right? They're always going to be running at you, always going to be playing hyping up the speed, always going to be playing up in your face Counter-Strike, and the fact that they have the firepower to back all of that makes it incredibly difficult. Krebeni and Makaze, the Kosovian duo coming in as the in-game leader, and of course the Star Rifle taking in the majority of the opening fights and putting a lot of pressure on the other team. I mean, they are playing with little to no respect, no matter who they're facing up against. And I feel like when you're going up against a team like the 9 Pandas, sure, you could say experiences on the side of the 9 Pandas. I don't think NAVI Junior really give a damn about all of that.
Right, it's about not showing respect, due respect to another person. Impertinent, another word for it. So, cool. Thank you for increasing my dictionary here, Ted. Really appreciate that. But let's have a look at this head-to-head as well. We got Moon on the one head, Makaze on the other. What are your thoughts about these two players? They've had some strong performances recently.
Obviously, you're comparing an Oper to a rifle, so it's never going to be the same, right? Makaze is going to be the guy running in first, getting the majority of the good positions on CT's side. The one thing that has been incredibly impressive with him is the fact that mechanically he's just a monster, right? If you let him, his first, second bullet accuracy is insane. So if you let him get going, he can single-handedly win games for the side of NAVI Junior. And then on the other side, you have an Oper who I could actually have a bit of a chat with Krat about in Moon. And as Krat put it, Moon is one of the best young Opers he's ever played with. One of the best Opers that doesn't have a lot of proper experience before, but is still looking like an incredibly exciting prospect. Now, we don't really know if Moon is going to be staying as a permanent 5th on the side of the 9 Pandas, but from what we know, they are all pretty excited to have him on the team, and he's been around. He's been around for around 8 days, let's say. Played only in the MRQ, so I guess it's really easy to say that he probably still needs a little bit of time to get adapted to the team. But out of what we've seen, I mean, individually, he's incredibly good. And if he gets on the right note, let's say, and if they start speaking the same language with Shelfie, and they clarify the way that he wants to be opening and they want him to be opening on the team, I feel like we can be expecting a lot of good stuff from him. He's mechanically a really good player.
Sure. And I think it's brilliant that you get to compare him against a full academy team, a bunch of young players that on average, barely make 18 years of age. When you're up against a team with Moon in them, who's also quite the young fella and experience in the pro scene, is a good comparison all across the board. We'll look at the veto quickly. We've got Mirage, it's the best of one. What are your thoughts here? I feel like it's as basic as it could be.
Yeah, I mean, it's as expected as it could be as well, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the percentage has gone a little bit lower for both those teams recently. I guess for the side of 9 Pandas, that loss against Bait is one of the reasons, and a couple losses against teams like Betboom and Fnatic beforehand. But 9 Pandas, regardless of the fact that they were going through a bit of a roller coaster, right? They were changing players constantly, playing this tournament with Anarchist, playing the other tournament with Chiron, Xiaofi opening, Chiron opening, Crowd picking up the AVP sometimes as well. It's been a really weird couple weeks, but Mirage has been the only sure thing for 9 Pandas amongst all that chaos, right? No matter what has been going on, there might have been a storm outside, they would have been able to play good Counter-Strike on Mirage. So I feel like now that you have a stable open moon and everyone else is going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable, Mirage should be still one of your main strengths, and it was during the MRQ. Then you're looking at the other side for NAVI Junior. There's a couple losses in the last couple games, 3 out of the last 4 to be precise, but they're all overtime losses to teams that are pretty decent on Mirage. So I don't think it's valuable to actually, I don't think it's relevant to actually doubt the Mirage of NAVI Junior. Maybe their capability to sometimes close it, sure, you could dispute that, but still should be a pretty close game.
Indeed. I think this is lined up to, again, just like the previous matchup that we saw against with Gun 5 against Nemiga playing on Dust 2. This is 2 teams playing on a fairly equally strong map for them in their map pool, right? I think that we'll get to see a high level of Counter-Strike being here. I'm looking at the odds real quick, saying there's a slight favoring towards NAVI Junior, but I think this is going to be really, really close. I think this could go either way. It just depends on those early pistol rounds. Again, we're talking about best of ones. If you can get things rolling correctly for you, get that economy started and flourishing, then look, things look easier from then on out.
You know what's the interesting thing, by the way? NAVI Junior have played only one BO1 game so far this year, and that could be a little bit of a factor to it. Yeah, and that was a game against attention please, that was a game against Hesta that they played. That was in the IM Dallas 2025 Europe Open qualifier, and Hesta destroyed NAVI Junior 13-5 on the Newest.
Yikes.
So yeah, NAVI Junior don't have a lot of experience when it comes down to BO1 so far this year. On the side of 9 Pandas, things are going to be looking a little bit more logical, especially after the MRQ. I feel like you should be up to pace with how important the pistol rounds are, how important it is to get that early momentum on your side. And I honestly feel like if you're the 9 Pandas, you're going into this one thinking, okay, we know there's going to be a lot of assertiveness being implemented by the other guys. We know there are a bunch of young up-and-coming players that are going to bring in a lot of firepower and are going to run at us as if they don't care. The way for us to win this game is, first of all, show them that we can shoot bad. First of all, show them that we can actually go toe-to-toe with them individually. And second of all, show that we are a good team, show that we have fundamentals, show that we can play simplified yet incredibly efficient Counter-Strike, and show that we're not going to let them get away with every other aggressive play that Krabeni or Mikaze wants to go for, because if you do let them get away with it, they're just gonna stomp you. There's no two ways about it.
Indeed. Well, we know the field of competition at this level of play can get very, very close. We also had that conversation with Gun 5 nearly making it into the MRQ as well. And they get an early win against Nemiga, and yeah, this is going to be a competitive game, I feel, all across the board. I'm just waiting for things to get started. Or you know, when looking at the teams though, Ted, competing in this tournament, you've got teams like Partizan, ECLOT. Let's look at Group A in specifically, right? That are also and at that similar level of play. I feel like for NAVI Junior, generally, not this matchup alone, all of it is going to be quite a big test for them to see if they can, you know, get some good results against some teams of the same region.
I don't know if you noticed that, by the way, but in the content that Sam was doing with some of the players on the side of 9 Pandas, they were saying we're gonna smash Partizan, we're gonna smash this team, we're gonna smash that team. Maybe Nemiga's gonna be good competition. People are not really talking about NAVI Junior though, and I feel like people don't dare to say that they're gonna smash NAVI Junior because they simply realize that it's not a guarantee. You could smash NAVI Junior, sure, but you could get smashed by NAVI Junior. And it's not only the individual power, it's the fact that a lot of work has been brought in from Coolio and Krabeni to actually... And first of all, this is an interesting discussion. Krabeni was not an in-game leader initially when he joined this team. He was, I guess, not enforced, but shaped as an in-game leader because he's a really vocal guy, and he is a strong leader as a person. So you're looking at it tactically even. what Krabeni is doing with the team is a lot of the identity that Coolio as the coach is going to be bringing forward. And the fact that NAVI Juniors look like a really solid team, and we're going to be talking about the two aggressive Kosovians. Sure, they're the exciting ones to talk about, but Cemetery has been really solid on the AVP. Demon has been probably the most underrated player on this team so far this year, right? On the lurks, on some of the clutches. Sometimes on the CT side, he's just going to decide that he's going to be killing 2 or 3 people every single time they try to go to his bomb side. NAVI Junior has got layers. They've got a lot of players. They don't have a single... I don't think they have a single weak spot. I'm not gonna lie to you. Maybe the only weak spot is at times the fact that when you try and enforce aggressiveness too much, it could backfire and go against you, right? And sometimes individual players, considering they're not the most experienced, are going to be making some macro mistakes that could cause the team. But in general, this is a team with a pretty good structure, really well built together, and a team that could play incredibly aggressive Counter-Strike, but they can try and play tactical and a little bit more, a little bit slower type of Counter-Strike, and just switch up the tempo every now and then. So the dynamic is there. And yeah, honestly, I feel like NAVI Junior is just that type of a wildcard team that you know you should be on paper the favorite against, but you don't really want to play because you know they can stomp you, and you're going to be feeling damn bad about it after it happens.
I've got a cool topic here. As we're still waiting for the game to get started,
Yeah.
I want to go through, you know, the process of having academy teams and all of that. We got the game that's live as well. But you know, Gambit youngsters, throw your mind back to 3-4 years, right? Before Gambit had that main roster, they were playing a lot of online games. Slowly started to get better. Started to win events, and then they were, you know, brought into the main team as a whole. You know, Navi have already got a celebrated and really strong main roster all across the board anyway, right? It's not like you can instantly take NAVI Junior and bring him to the main roster just like that by replacing the legends there currently. But they could easily be an asset as a 5-man being collected and going somewhere else, like the Gambit boys eventually did, going to Cloud9.
I mean, they could. Big difference is obviously you had Hobit back then on the side of Gambit youngsters, but we are going to, without further ado, jump into this one, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9 Pandas coming in right after the MRQ, unable to qualify to the major, but hyped up, incredibly motivated on the back of adding Moon, facing off against the youngsters on the side of NAVI Junior. We have the young flamboyant in-game leader of Krabeni. We have Demon coming in as that supportive element alongside the Ope of Cemetery. Makaze as that spear of the attack in Dux for a little bit of stability. Facing off against each other. The map is Mirage, and the first that goes up to 13, yeah, that's right, that's the best of 1, wins it all.
Unless it's overtime, Ted. Unless they are overtime.
Yeah. That graphic caught me off guard, by the way, but that was cool.
It did as well, mate. It looked cool, though. It looked cool. Let's see how this one goes. Mirage being the ground in which 9 Pandas and NAVI Junior will meet. Players are readied up, ready to go. As the youngsters of NAVI Junior are on the CT side, and 9 Pandas the aggressors for the start.
Yeah, T-side start here. 1 flash, only armors all over the place, and they're going to try and pick up the pace in towards middle. Makaze Dux able to shut down the first 2. Shelfie finally getting 1 in return, but this is not going to be an easy one to secure for the T's.
And Tiags is able to just drop back, allow his opponents from mid to jump in the moment you want to move it to site. Dildez does some great job in holding on, but instead NAVI Junior were really quick to pounce on what 9 Pandas were crafting there and get themselves around number 1.
Yeah, this is a good start. I mean, this is the smile on the face of Cemetery that you want to be looking at. A quick little triple coming out of the Oper. We're going to take a look at the replay. 9 Pandas just bringing in a lot of pace in towards middle, trying to make this one scrappy early on. And this is the one thing I'm not sure if that 9 Pandas might want to be doing, right? I'm not sure if you want to make this game scrappy. I'm not sure if you want to make it high tempo and let NAVI Junior go into it and let the individuals just go toe-to-toe with you. Obviously, if you're 9 Pandas, you do have a lot of heavy hitters as well. This is why we're putting a little bit of a vote of trust into their chances. Result, Shelfie. Delayed as usually. Not in this round, but all of them incredibly heavy aimers. Incredibly experienced as well in comparison to the NAVI Junior players. So you're expecting to see good stuff come out of those 3. And then obviously, crowd-wise, a little bit of more of a supportive element, but he can still pack a punch.
Krabeni has gone all the way around here. Increase the chances of a pickup. You can see he's got a demeanor in which he knows he's being cheeky. He's able to execute it, knowing exactly what 9 Pandas are up to. This should be a very clean one here, Ted. And I feel like the issues just increase for 9 Pandas, realizing they've just walked into a mirage in which NAVI Junior are a pure set of aimers, and now they're going to have to go toe-to-toe with them.
I mean, again, 9 Pandas should not be afraid of the prospect, right? They should not be afraid of anything like that.
No.
The latest had a good showing at the MRQ result. The same crowd actually played a really good couple games as well. I guess the fact that Moon will need a little bit of time to get used to everything that's going on is completely normal, but there is a lot of firepower on this 9 Pandas team, and there should be a little bit more cohesion as well. A lot of those guys have been playing together for a long time on different teams as well. And also, there's that dynamic. Krebeni being the aggressive fragging IGL for NAVI Junior. Xiaofi, we know a couple of years ago, used to be regarded as one of the biggest talents in the Russian scene. And he is the in-game leader for the side of 9 Pandas. A pretty unique one, by the way, and those are the words of Crowd. He said that Xiaofi's one of the best in-game leaders he's ever played with, and he's got a really interesting view for the game.
I mean, it's not like 9 Pandas are old either. They've got experience, but still within the young ages and early in their careers. If they cast their minds just a couple years back, they were very much in the similar situation in which NAVI Junior are. A case across the board that could give 9 Pandas the best chance here, but NAVI Junior extend a helping hand with a second player into B, which is where seemingly 9 Pandas hounds.
You slow it down a bit, though. You're trying to dry the CT side utility out. Looking like a bit of a B-split. NAVI Junior do have a good setup, though. One player on top of the balcony, another one in towards the card, and Krebeni in towards ladder. NAVI Junior have the right pieces in the right places.
Krebeni's looking in the right direction. Oh, and the Pandas have just walked past him. Makaza has just shown himself as well, and now Krebeni can walk up behind him for a second round consecutive. This was 9 Pandas buy round, but it's instantly interrupted. 2 players drop out of apartments, and Krebeni makes quick work of them.
There's the in-game leader, and that was such a smart one. All that he needed was to let Makaze know he's letting them cross, right? Just let him go. Let Makaze take first point of contact. The moment that Makaze gets the first kill, Krebeni was in position for the play. Mowing the first 2 down, picking up the rifle, gets 2 more 1v1s, so he's able to win both of them. And that was the full investment coming out of the 9 Pandas. That was no half-buy, that was no eco. They had AKs.
Best start possible here for NAVI Junior. And again, building the economy on the CT side, super vital.
Yeah, humbled.
Talk about aimers, though, Ted. Karat just decides to pop off.
Humbled. That's a friendly reminder there. Make sure you're wary of all the dangerous possibilities, even when they have just the pistols. Thankfully, Zux is there with the rescue.
Yeah, pretty nicely done here from Jugs. Moon. Youngest for 9 Pandas, but amongst the deadliest. Ooh, can't quite find the headshot in the last exchange. 2 casualties for NAVI Junior. 9 Pandas, let them know that they need to be feared a little bit, need to be respected. But back to another buy round. If NAVI Junior win this one, safe to say, it's not a great start for the Pandas.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a safe assumption to make. I mean, obviously there's gonna be a lot of eyes surrounding Moon, one of the more hyped up players coming out of the tier 2, tier 3 European scene, CAS scene. Spent a little bit of time on Ruby, started his professional career around a year ago on that Kazakhstani team. And as we said, there's a lot of people coming out of Kazakhstan right now, especially on the big green. Molodoi is a good one. Ask me how he ended up on Fury, I have no clue, but again, a teenager coming out of Kazakhstan, a damn good oper as well. Moon will have to step it up, and we're going to see him on the big green in this buy round.
Jug is the first one to be tested, though. Riso does jump in and help out, dealing with a first responder. Riso somehow spring down Cemetery before he gets a chance to reply, and 9 Pandas have got the access to the A site cleanly.
I think you're just walking away right now if you're NAVI Junior. You're hoping they forgot the bomb. In case they haven't, you're probably calling this one off and holding on to the guns that Demon and Makaze have. It's a clean execution. for the 9 Pandas. Xiaofi realizing B is empty as well. So it's just a saving game from here on out. As we said, really important that 9 Pandas get on the board nice and early. And it's good to see Result picking up a double kill. Let's not forget, there's a lot of players on the side of 9 Pandas that were in the shoes of NAVI Junior a couple years ago. That were those young up-and-coming aimers coming out of the, especially the CAS region. I mean, you're looking at Result. He was probably one of the most discussed names a couple years ago when he debuted with Forza, right? 2023, 2024. We all remember that season in the ESO Pro League, the Blast Paris Major as well.
Oh, yeah.
Result was... It was really impressive how he could be an anchor and still put out star numbers on the CT side. Of course, he's getting a little bit more freedom here. But still, a player that you can put in aggressive spots, a player that you can put in passive ones. He's pretty much an all-around rifle. Really sharp.
Well, 100%. 9 Pandas definitely back in the game now. And a big head-to-head here with 2 AWPs enabled, 1 per side. 9 Pandas initially testing the waters towards A.
It's all about the timing here. It will be an A-pop eventually. Bombs dropped in towards the ramp as well. You're just hoping that Moon and his teammate in towards middle are going to be able to walk in towards connector. And that's a lovely cover coming out of Shofi. Moon was dead if Shofi didn't find that kill.
Yeah, Makazi, if you're him in that situation, you think he's gotten away with a pick, with a freebie. Instead, he gets shut down. The ladies. Oh, not quite capable of getting the early collection. Instead, he gets traded. 9 Pandas have got the numbers. Result is able to jump in from behind. And it means that 9 Pandas can now settle into the ace site. Never mind. You still got to deal with another 2. It was a 2v4 a second ago.
Yeah, low HP on Xiaofi as well. All posted in towards jungle. You have no flashes. You need to peek into him. Hope that Result is going to get the kill. Symmetry. He's ready for it. A little bit of traffic jam.
Peek comes out from jungle eventually. Resort realizes that Symmetry is no longer there. Bomb will be going down all the way around into short. That is so smart from Cemetery. Nearly gets both indeed. Does stick the landing. That is beautiful.
Yeah, and you can see the smile on the face right now. He knows what he's done. There was maybe a moment of miscommunication there in towards the murder hole for a second. That could have gotten really scrappy. But that's a 2v4 that NAVI Junior is able to pick up. Xiaofi, a great way to punish Makazi. Then the refrags coming in towards the ramp. Pratt with a big pickup Result. Closing out the distance from Zux, but it's that repositioning from Symmetry. Able to catch both the T's off guard, and that second shot was nasty on the wall bank.
Thought for a moment one of the players got away from him. But no one can hide from Symmetry. No one. I think 9 Pandas have got a bit of an idea of who they're dealing with now.
Yep.
Early aggression shown from NAVI Junior, wanting to see if they can get something done in mid. There's a bit of chaos outside of the smoke. Crowd just walks past them. Ooh. Can't quite get the second though, because it can't keep up to his life. Things are starting to get chaotic, Ted. Things are getting a bit crazy. 9 Pandas putting up the taste, but the flash does work against them. They do still get the kills, but what is going on? NAVI Junior collected 1 by 1.
Yeah, 9 Pandas are still trying to keep up the pace, right? You can clearly tell that they're comfortable, that they should be able to go toe-to-toe with NAVI Junior. You lose the previous one in a 4v2, you realize you just maybe overlooked a couple of the fights that you should have been a little bit more focused in. And now you come back into it, guns blazing, recognizing the damage that you were able to do previously. And that's a blinder of a shot from Xiaofi. Oh, out of the equation. They have enough money to put Symmetry on another one if they want to, and they will, but this is the 9 Pandas picking up 2 out of the last 3 rounds right now. 1 more, and you've reset that CT side economy, and suddenly you're going to find yourself back into this one.
Oh, yeah. This is a clear window for them they can just leap into. Use it as a chance to be competitive once again. 9 Pandas start to shuffle their way onward. catwalk. Cemetery to receive, even though, oh, that is not something you'd expect from him. He's been clean today so far, but has to miss up a crucial shot. Drops back to see if he can help with apps, but 9 Pandas hold.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate miss, but it's enough to scare them away, right? You spot the Opera in towards ladder, you're thinking, well, there's going to be at least one more player in towards that B bomb side. We don't really want to tempt fate too much, because he's out of the equation, but he's usually the connector player, so Opera there. We don't know where the short and the B players are going to be. Might be a little bit wiser to slow things down. The last thing that you want is walking into the line of sight of the AVP, though. There isn't too much utility on the T side. Should be enough to isolate the Opera, or at least make him give away his position. As you group up, looking like another B play in Cemetery. We'll win an opportunity. Problem is, he's all alone. Everyone else just...
Yeah. That is a downside. But can he keep them busy? I think he can. Just toying around with them, weaving in and out of battle. Oh, it looks seamless. And he looks calm. Xiaofi looks to join and now wins the AWP trade. NAVI Junior on the back foot as 9 Pandas touching the digits. You've kind of hoped that Kubeni's nade can get the collection. It does. Back to a 2v2. Kubeni's spotted out Crowd as he goes back into bench. Tries to chase after him. Crowd doesn't quite expect the delay. He is there to help. Jugs, can he get it done? He knows where the 2 players are. Goes for the wide swing and gets away with it. Nathan, he could have flushed him towards the left. He's not towards bench no more. Crad, a real wild journey towards around the other side of the site. And the win for 9 Pandas.
Woo! This one gets so scrappy there for a second, by the way. Cemetery's able to pull off a clinic in towards the back of the bomb site. Great reaction from Xiaofi. This shot is so quick. And Cemetery was in the zone, by the way. If Xiaofi's not able to just peek into him and be a little bit quicker, that round was going away. Crowd with a massive reposition there in the end in the 1v1. Picking up the AK as well, making himself really difficult to track towards the back of the bomb site. 9 Pandas get a third and the reset comes in. We've got a game on our hands.
We do indeed. NAVI Junior forced to bunch up together here. Now this is a bit of a risk situation. 9 Pandas find the coast clear. Free real estate. This round should put them quickly onto 4. But blimey, Ted, this has been an extremely interesting start to the game. Completely different pace is shown from 9 Pandas. NAVI Junior hitting their shots. 9 Pandas the same. An explosive matchup. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh, absolutely not. This is what you're hoping for. You want to see a shooting gallery between 2 teams like that. A lot of firepower in the server, as we pointed out multiple times. And still, as much as it is nice to have a couple youngsters putting up the fight, you want to see some of the older guard. And I feel old saying that Xiaofi and Krad are old guard, but in comparison to a lot of the others, they actually are. Even though Xiaofi is still pretty young.
Got a couple more experience years in them.
Yeah.
Some big tournament appearances as well. Yeah. Okay, well, a timeout required here from NAVI. First one of the game. Wanted to chill down a little bit. No warp available for them this time around. So, Cemetery won't be able to roam freely with it.
Yeah, we're going to have Moon on it on the T side, though. As I said, Kazakhstan has been producing a lot of those players. Another one, bar Molodoy, obviously, that everyone knows about now, and in Moon, is Pumpkin 66. And I know this is an excellent nickname. Playing on a team called Novak. That's actually Neelan's team, by the way. There's a lot of them. That team that I just mentioned, coached by Adren. You mentioned Gambit previously.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, something's up with Kazakhstan and producing Opers recently.
Yeah, they've not been too shabby, have they? Something's up. Will we ever know the secret source? Xiaofi is well aware of magic. 9 Pandas off the rip. I've got the supremacy. But not yet major ground control gained.
The ups.
which Demon is watching. And Result will win the exchange suddenly. 9 Pandas firing on all 5 cylinders.
They're making it so uncomfortable right now. They put that early foot forward in towards middle, and then they just pause. They wait for NAVI Junior to get uncomfortable and start making moves around the map, unnecessary moves. I mean, you can't even call them unnecessary. They need them in order to find something in the round. You know that NAVI Junior is a really proactive CT side team as well. And you just punish Makazi, gonna be the next one in line, and Delighted just deletes him. I wonder if you still want to go A with this one. You haven't spotted Cemetery anywhere, but you know Zux is one of the A players. You're still going there.
What if a couple of these players get 2 players on the cross?
Oh my God.
Cemetery already doubles down, and now you don't know Jugs is here.
Oh.
Cemetery gets another. Come on, single-handedly. Just shoves him into the ground.
No
a bit
way.
rough around the edges here for Jugs, but he gets it done. It was a 2v4. 9 Pandas choose to walk into the wrong site. NAVI Junior say that this A site is out of boundaries.
Say it again, it was a 2v5. That was a 5 versus 2 round, and the 9 Pandas just misread it. They just sent everyone up connector, 1v1 after 1v1. Cemetery gets away with a 4K, and he didn't even have an AVP. He doesn't need an AWP to shine. Look at that, it's all perfect. Xiaofi gets the opening, Result punishes the B aggression. You get another kill onto Makazi, and then Cemetery's just offered 1v1 after 1v1. The Molly doesn't even go there. He was low on HP the entire time. Look at it. They went the round with 25 HP left combined. But they get away with a 2v5. What a blunder.
Big blunder. If you're 9 Pandas, you're hitting yourself now. Because you've just
there's
missed
no
out on
need
the
to hit
opportunity on Be on
yourself.
even ground.
Yeah, there's no need to hit yourself. They've been hitting you quite enough. Cemetery's 14 and 4.
Yeah, NAVI Junior is like the big brother, or the small brother, the annoying one, where just grabs your hand and just hits you, and is like, why are you hitting yourself? Why
You
are
know what
hitting
that
yourself?
is? That's when you
Why do
have
you hit yourself?
a brother that's a teenager. You're around 25, you're mid-20s, and then you realize he's 16. He's your young brother. He's already stronger than you. That's what they're going through right now, 9
Man's a
Pandas.
chin buff.
Yeah.
He's been eating his cereal.
And probably, no, we're not gonna make the Royce joke. Don't take Royd, kids. Just work out, eat clean, play Counter-Strike.
Eat breakfast, stay hydrated.
Yeah.
Touch some grass. Have a shower from time to time, and you'll be golden.
It's about playing Counter-Strike. That's the difference. That's the secret.
Just play Counter-Strike.
Yeah. That's all you need.
Trouble.
Showers are overrated.
He's challenged from 2 different angles. Molly floods him out to Crad. Crad should have gotten that pickup instead. But Kazi wins it. NAVI Junior win nearly all of their exchanges. Result is all to himself. And honestly, count him out. Because Cemetery's got his number.
I'm not gonna lie to you, this is looking terrifyingly comfortable. NAVI Junior have won too many rounds that they shouldn't have, right? This is a 2 versus 5 and a 2v4 they've picked up in the matter of 1/2 of Counter-Strike. If you're 9 Pandas, you probably feel like you should have been winning this T side, but now you could lose it with only 4 rounds on the board, and yeah, there's no smile on the face of Crad anymore. You've let go of 1 too many rounds like those. And now you lose 1 by round convincingly, you don't even get close to a bomb site. It's for the majority of the Ts. It's going to be down to pistols for this one. A bit of a B-pop coming up. Result, the only rifle in the round needs a big opener.
All right. Let's see what you've got here. 9 Pandas. Can you close things out with a bang? Demon notifies his presence. The Tech 9s are rolling. And they're stomping. Suddenly NAVI Junior on the back foot. Krabeni next to be interacted with. But he's the one that does the mowing down.
Could isolate a 1v1.
9 Pandas got a lot of attention towards him. The Deegs do damage. That's insane. The ones that have done the work for 9 Pandas, not the AKs. Finally, Moon shows that the Kalashnikov can do still a thing. But yeah, a solid half from NAVI Junior. At least 9 Pandas are able to keep it close.
You know what? The fact that 9 Pandas lose a 5v2 and a 4v2 and they still get 5 rounds on the T side is honestly impressive. They did lose the pistol round as well, so you're looking at a half that I mean, if many teams are put under those circumstances, they probably get away with 3 rounds out of a half like this. And 9 Pandas is still able to get away with 5. Moon, who's going to have that AVP available for himself on the CT side and towards window, is able to get a triple towards the end. Get fired up in the last round of the first half. So potentially now coming in with a new strength into that CT side. Pistol round. Incredibly important for the side of the 9 Pandas. For NAVI Junior, would definitely make closing this map potentially a lot easier.
All right. Let's see how NAVI Junior approach this T side. Result good on the hold, yet to be pressured. And now he's got Moon to keep a hold of his back shoulder. Still, Symmetry, great job to clean up eventually, keeping things even as he attempts to put the bomb down. Krebeni goes aggressive.
Both CTs coming in from Kitchen. Krebeni's going to get a 1v1 against the latest, and it's an instant headshot on the first one, but it's Krat in the 1v1. Symmetry is repositioned though and towards the bench. Not sure if Krat is going to be ready for it.
Will he? Takes his time. You've got to be wary. These NAVI Junior players.
No kid.
Get one pick and just take it a mile. Symmetry has already done quite a lot this half, but Krad, damn, finds the headshot. Between the eyes, the bullet goes. And 9 Pandas start things off with a bang on the second half.
It's such a nervy way to play this one as well from Krad, by the way. I mean, nervy for Symmetry. You're just stuck jumping around, wanting to bait him out, and that's exactly what Krad was doing. Spent around 10 seconds maybe just trying to make Symmetry give away his position, and in the end, Symmetry was too afraid that Krad was just going to go in and pre-fire him. A lovely hold coming out of herself with the USP. Impactful 2 kills towards the back of the bomb side. Again, it felt like Symmetry was going to be able to bring it back. He's had too many special rounds like this one so far. But Krad with a 1v2 clutch to keep his team on Mirage. And that could be a tempo setter for the second half. Still, a force buy will come through. 4 kills and a bomb plant for NAVI Junior in the first.
Yoinks. Zoinks. This is actually becoming a very close game. I am loving it. The thing is, Moon might be no man's land. Instead, Shelfie and Delades is able to keep him alive. NAVI Junior thought you had a chance to break into mid. Now, dropping into the B site quickly. Finally, something goes right. A 2v4 is not out of question.
Not again.
He's been able to convert worse situations.
At least the latest is able to survive that HE. That was quite dangerous. Should be impossible though.
The them are stuck in the same place, and yeah, there's not much cover. Openings all across the site. The cleanup is simple. 9 Pandas, 3 survivors. NAVI Junior can't make the force work.
I mean, as we said, 9 Pandas has not been playing bad Counter-Strike so far. They've actually probably looked like the more organized team out of the two. It's just the fact that you've let so many unfortunate rounds slip away, and we say unfortunate, you've just had one too many blunders, but you're still able to keep this game incredibly close. At this point, it feels like if they don't lose 4v2s, 5v2s until the end of this one, they should be able to run away with the win. And I feel like NAVI Junior is starting to feel a little bit of the pressure now. T-side NAVI Junior is a whole different beast, so the fact that 9 Pandas started off well does not necessarily mean we're not going to see NAVI Junior put a foot right into that T-side. It just means that we're going to get a much more competitive game, and the previous one was a force, so 9 Pandas now should have an even easier time dealing with the pistols.
Indeed.
Maybe.
Maybe. Possibly. There's a chance. Most likely. Delades, little does he know, there's 4 players looking at your direction. Eyes peeled.
Never mind.
Rip the head off the shoulders. 2 picks to nothing. NAVI Junior pressuring Moon at the moment, thinking if you want to pincer him in, but decide to focus towards the site is more important.
The bomb's gonna get planted, no rifles. Oh, actually, Symmetry has picked up an M4, so this is becoming a lot more dangerous right now. Only 1 kid on the CT side, and all 3 of them are coming in from kitchen. Look at the flank.
And Krebeni
round's over.
Does it again. Such a big menace on the back line, always appearing out of nowhere. Complete disrespect of your opponent's control of space. He'll make sure there are no boundaries. There are no limitations. NAVI Junior make a pistol round work.
keeping them still in charge. Of course, you've got to land it down with a demon headshot.
Okay, so we keep the count going, by the way. They pick up the first half pistol round, then they win a 2v4, then they win a 2v5. Now they win a half buy. And they didn't even have as much utility. It was just the pistols. You just fade the connector smoke, you catch the first player on the timing. Side player goes 1 for 1 and Demon with a nasty 1D because there for the refrag. That's why we were mentioning Demon before the start of this one. He's not going to be the one to drop 25, 30 bomb, but he's going to be the one to get those spectacular kills in really important rounds. That is why people don't want to play NAVI Junior, by the way.
Yeah, that's why.
They're always winning those rounds.
Somehow able to completely annihilate a CT's built-up economy with pistols.
Are they splitting B? I think it's
Possibly.
a blind B split. They're doing no exploration work. That smoke has definitely failed.
Yeah, has not landed where you initially
They are going
intended.
in the stack. Hold my hand. Krad has got an M4. And they have
You've
pistols as
realized there's 157 up close. You still have 1 minute to second guess it.
well. They're not.
No,
They're
NAVI
going
Junior
in.
doing such a thing. Smoke. Dugs will be jumping in through mollies. They don't care. They spot out every single one of these players. Walk into a stack, but it's a stack of bodies by the end of it when NAVI Junior are done with that site. Take over 2 consecutive.
You know what? I'm not worried anymore. They can walk into stack bomb side. They can... Makazi just runs through his own molly. He just runs through... They molly on their window and Makazi just jumping in and he's like, you know what? You're never expecting me to molly that position and just run through it, right? They just explode onto the bomb side and Rizal is able to get 1 same for Moon, but NAVI Junior just make it look clean. And sure, that was an eco, but you still walked into 5 people with a hero M4 as well.
Okay, they just keep it up. Not stopping. Well, if nothing stops them, they won't stop. I feel that's just the theme of NAVI Junior. In the rounds they've accumulated, but also the pace they take in the game. They get a pick, they just keep pressing the W key, mouse 1, nothing. Just stand in their path.
You're just getting completely annihilated right now if you're the 9 Pandas, by the way. And this is the danger of playing against NAVI Junior on the T side when they're feeling it. They're just going to be going for those quick plays. And if you're a proactive CT side team and you want to go for early fights, NAVI Junior are ready for it. They're more than alright with you giving them an opportunity to shoot you at the start. Symmetry is just so snappy. 22-8.
Damn. He's had an amazing game.
Yeah. Really has. On both the open the rifle, by the way. That's the impressive part of it all. It doesn't feel like it's just limited to one gun. He's all around having a great performance. Showing some great crosshair placement, good flicks. Good awareness as well. Making a lot of those fights, he makes them look easy. He makes them look favorable for him. That's the impressive part of it all.
Seamless. With 9 Pandas' backs up against the wall, sure, they've got 3 rounds of difference, but also 3 rounds separate NAVI Junior with the map win. And it's a BO1, so it can set you back. NAVI Junior without much BO1 experience this year, but this might just put them in the right direction. That is great stuff in the early exchange. Makazi gets 1 before he drops. At least there's that, as NAVI Junior find the B-side Baron.
This is actually important, right? In a 3v4, you have a much larger chance of holding onto the bomb side, especially without any util or a kid on the CT side.
And especially when you're mollying out where the entrances are. Deleta is waiting for the molly to fade so he can have reinforcement on the swing. A lot of noise made. We've got to check this right-hand side. Demon gets away with both. Come on! And Jug's on the far end. The far cross. It is ridiculous how dominating NAVI Junior can be when they feel great.
I'm telling you, the multi-kill potential on this team is just immaculate. There isn't a single player that's unable or incapable of getting a sick multi-kill when they need it the most. 9 Pandas go for a tactical timeout. I'm actually surprised they let it that late for their first one. The first time you want to get a little bit of time to discuss things, a little bit of time to talk about things. Get Fierce involved. You've got a really experienced coach in the coaching slot as well in Fierce. For anyone that remembers. Vega Squadron. That is the team. Forza after that as well.
Started?
Yeah, I mean, he was coaching Vega in 2018. That was that Vega Squadron of Chopper as well. That made it to the legend stage of the E-League Boston Major, the Face It Major. Fierce was there. He was the coach.
He was there. And now he's here. And he's obviously not having fun seeing his
And he's losing to Cemetery. Cemetery is destroying him.
I've got a feeling we're going to be talking about these NAVI Junior players for years to come, man.
You know how old Cemetery was when the Boston Major was happening? He was probably like 10. Maybe less. Yeah.
How about that? Jugs, what can you do here? How many more can you bring towards you? At least Pandas get an entry. Krebeni, the first time that he can't quite get the first pick on the lurk, on the secondary entry.
Still winnable. I mean, low HP on Cemetery, but we've seen him win crazier rounds, and that nade is going to soften him up a little bit.
It doesn't collect Xiaofi. He was the lowest of the two, but further back. Jugs yet to be spotted, and I think it comes down mostly to him. You know Cemetery is nearby. You kind of look for that spray down, but instead Moon chimes in. 9 Pandas will have another say.
You know what it is? It's just that sense of shakiness, right? Even if the 9 Pandas end up winning the round in a pretty standard way, they get the 1-for-1 refrags. Moon goes huge with a double kill. Result does a great job in towards the B-bomb side. It's just the fact that at all times it feels like NAVI Junior are in a position where they could win the round. Even in 2v4, you're still giving them credit, but that was really well played. Everyone was in a great spot for the refrags. Moon is who I mean by everyone. 15-13. Top frag alongside Result on the side of the 9 Pandas. Had a couple big rounds towards the end of the T side. Now needs to get fired up here if the 9 Pandas intend to make that comeback work. And an instant switch from Navi. They're changing it completely, going for a quick A play.
They are. Demon just walks over his opponents. Delades knows that you need to battle disrespect with disrespect. It pays off for a little bit, but gets burnt to a crisp. Great flash, allowing Result and Shelfie to enter the fray. Krebeni takes out his own teammate. That's going to hurt NAVI Junior here. Both players hindered in health. Demon needs a clean pickup. You don't expect him in sandwich. Spray down from both, and they do not lose their individual fights.
They just don't give you any time to think about anything, by the way. You finally win a round on the CT side. You finally are saying, hey, you know what? We can probably deal with their presence in towards middle. The B plays they've been trying to go for. Result has been really solid with holding on to. And then they just walk out the A-bomb side. Look at the timing on it as well. Minute 35, 37, they were already making their way out of rampant without any Yuta either. You just get the upper posted. You're just walking out looking for the fights. Hoping that 9 Pandas are going to be aggro in towards middle once again, and they were heavy in towards that part of the map, so A was pretty weakened. Navi, they get 4 map points.
At least 9 Pandas start things off nicely, but NAVI Junior don't let you have too much fun for long. They're the ones that take this game. I think it's been clear how they've been playing this all game long. Not giving you a chance to breathe. Rip your lungs out of your body. And Moon, one player only, had his moments this game. How much more can you do against a young CIS roster that has fire in their veins? Beautiful start for NAVI Junior as they get this map done and dusted with. Get themselves an early great start to this match.
Yeah, and this is the proof that the level is that close. This is the proof that this NAVI Junior team has been doing something special so far in 2025. You go into this game and sure, maybe it wasn't the cleanest one ever, but you still win at 13-8. You get 2v4s, 2v5s, you get rounds with pistols. This is a proof that the skill ceiling on this team is incredibly high. Even when the 9 Pandas buy round wise might have been a little bit more solid in some of the openings, NAVI Junior just dominated, right? There was a point at time where you could say 9 Pandas are probably on the right track, and then NAVI Junior just take it by storm. Cemetery just goes absolutely nuclear, and this is the opportunity for NAVI Junior. This is why this entire tournament is so exciting for those guys. It's the first time we get to see them play in a $300,000 tournament. The first time we get to see them play against other teams that need this win, other teams that want to show that they deserve a lion's share of that prize pool. And NAVI Junior comes into this one guns blazing, making 9 Pandas look a little bit silly at times.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are moments that you think 9 Pandas have a grasp of the game when it came to the buy rounds, especially that first half on the T side, but the damage was done early from NAVI. But when you switch things around, when the aggressors are NAVI Junior, again, that's when they pop off again. Look, and you look at the individuals, right? The fact that you've got Krebeni constantly in your back line, pressuring different positions, always in an unexpected angle, right? That always was an issue. Symmetry, always good for 2. Always, at a minimum. And then you've got the others that can also hold their own. It's just a ridiculous prospect to be up against and daunting to play up against, to be fair, if you're 9 Pandas.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really unfortunate for them. I feel like if I would tell you that it's on them that they didn't end up with this Mirage, and it's on wasn't a little bit close. You probably feel like you should have converted a lot of the rounds that you did let slip. On the other side, NAVI Junior are going to be jubilant about their success, and we do have the main man, the captain of the ship in Krebeni, ready for an interview.
Oh, I'm excited about this. Hello, Krebeni. Welcome to the podcast.
Hello.
Good job on the win. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
I just want to gain thoughts on the form this team has had the past while, right? How it's looking, how's it improving? How close to your peak performance do you think you've reached?
I think lately we, even in Prague, we had a very good performance, and we expect these results lately. Like, we have been playing good. We understand each other. I think, yeah.
I had a bit of a conversation with Coolio some time ago, by the way, and he did tell me that you obviously have a really specific style of calling, right? You're a really aggressive guy. You like going in first. You like going in for the fights, and you like playing that hyper-aggressive style of Counter-Strike. It's kind of like the forte of the entire team. Is it difficult to find the line that you shouldn't be crossing sometimes, though? How do you regulate yourself in a way? How do you find the balance between saying, hey, you know what, let's stop for a little bit?
I don't know, for me maybe this thing it's a bit hard because I am very aggressive, like in terms of calling also, like I like to push through smokes or something like this, like yeah, I like to call like this, to be a bit unexpected maybe, with some stupid things.
Love that. Now, this is one of the biggest tournaments you're playing. Obviously, a big prize pool available, some great teams competing as well in this group and the other. Is there one team you're looking forward to playing up against the most? Is there one you kind of want to get revenge on or make sure you get the better of?
I think it was 9 Pandas that we beat them, because last 2 times they beat us, and we always were saying in our team that this team like always gonna beat us because their playstyle was not good against us, and we wanted to beat them so bad because they was beating us, so yeah, we didn't. I think against every team maybe we are the favorite because yeah, I think we are just in good shape, everyone.
You said you were able to beat the 9 Pandas. A lot of it had to do with Symmetry hitting some impressive form throughout this Mirage. Talk to me a little bit about him, by the way, because he's been one of the more discussed names in the last couple months on the team, and it kind of feels like he's finding a level of consistency now. Do you feel like what we saw today from him on Mirage is something that could repeat and we could see a lot more of until the end of this tournament?
I think yes, he was having, I think, a bad period before, but I think lately he was playing very good in Prague, in official. We had some also no HLTV matches we have, and he was playing very good, and I think he's like playing very good lately. He's improving.
Well, I hope you guys continue improving this way. Thanks for joining us on the broadcast for the interview. I won't take too much of your time. Best of luck with your next games.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I love the fact that he recognizes that he is sometimes playing the game like the person that you want to be swearing out on the face at lobby. But you know what? As soon as as long as it works and you're aware of it, why not just give it a go? Keep going at it. I mean, it worked against the 9 Pandas, didn't it?
It did indeed. PARTIZAN ECLOT up next, though. We'll be throwing this to a break. When we're back, we'll be diving right into that action.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial are still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Right, gents, we have to do predictions now. What Nuno's going to do is he's going to share his screen with you, and you need to tell us who you think will come first, second, and third in Group A, first, second, and third in Group B, so we can work out the semi-finals. And you're doing it as a team, so you may have to discuss this together.
So Group A, we can start Group A.
Sure thing. Who wins Group A?
I think NAVI Junior.
Why NAVI Junior? I think Nemiga.
No, they play major qualification now. They will, not be in shape for this tournament, I think.
Boys, do you not think that maybe you will top your group? Can I just interject here, or we...
we will second. It's alright. We will get through, but, we need to stay on second is alright for us.
Okay, so
but
who comes first?
We can do NAVI Junior, we see.
Okay, so NAVI Junior first, and we're putting
9
you
Pandas
second.
and Nemiga, bro. Third? Yes, 9 Pandas.
Yeah, I think...
Group B?
I think Spirit Academy will be second.
Betboom first. Yes, Spirit Academy second.
And I think ENCE will be third.
I'm alright with ENCE. And what is...
What now?
I think METIZPORT will get. I see. Yeah, I see. So we will beat ENCE. Yeah.
I think Spirit Academy will beat 9 Pandas. To be
And
honest.
2 academies finals, easy.
I think we will beat Betboom.
I like the confidence.
Gonna be. And I want to play actually. Spirit Academy, Kiyosuke.
Yeah, I want to play them as well.
Yeah, me also.
And then who wins?
We will lose.
No, don't do that.
Too much pressure finals, you know.
Yeah, we will lose, you know. It's fine.
Okay.
Second place is fine.
Second place is fine. I don't know how I feel about that, but boys, well done. You did your pick'ems. Okay, now we're gonna do, I'm gonna give each one of you one of these. So it's basically, I'm gonna give you 2 options and you're gonna choose and we're gonna go through the list. So this one is specifically best player of all time. Which one of you want to do that?
Pick Collins.
First one is best in CS and the other one is best map in CS. Collins, we're gonna start with you. Cold Zero or Olaf Meister?
Cold Zero.
Cold Zero or Zaiwu?
Zaiwu.
Zaiwu or Tapson?
Zaiwu.
Zaiwu or MBK?
Zaiwu.
Zaiwu or Donk?
Zaiwu.
Zaiwu or Fallen?
Zaiwu.
Zaiwu or Exist?
Zaiwu.
Zaiwu wins. There we go.
Yeah.
I was expecting Nico there, to be honest. That you should ask him, but no Nico.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would have been really difficult, right? How can we do that? Alright, best map in CS. Here we go. Inferno or Cache?
Inferno.
Inferno or Overpass?
Inferno.
Mirage or Nuke?
Mirage.
Mirage or Anubis?
Mirage.
Mirage or Ancients?
Let's say it's Mirage.
Mirage or Vertigo?
Mirage. That's it.
Yeah. Mirage or Train?
Mirage.
Mirage or Cobblestone?
Mirage.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Compass Qatar 2025. Now, we've already whittled through the first 2 matches of the day, but myself, Pavlos, also joined with Ted for this one. We'll be breaking down the next match as well. It's going to be Partizan versus ECLOT here, Ted. Now, I think it's the last 2 teams as well in this group A that we'll be looking at as well, as all the teams will try and go through that round robin, get the best scores, see what they can achieve out of this. Now, look, we've had CIS teams all across the board here. Now we're going towards Central Europe mostly, right? Central Europe, a bit of Balkan in there as well. How do we feel?
I mean, we're going to the Slavic region. I guess this is how we could put it, right? Yeah, we have a Czechoslovakian team, and then we have one team coming out of Serbia. This is going to be a really exciting one, man. Partizan coming in, looking incredibly impressive. Again, a team that is probably regretting the fact that they couldn't make it into the RMR, but the close qualifier for the YaLLa Compass Qatar 2025 was incredible for the side of Partizan. Quite frankly, it was one of their best events so far this year, taking down Betboom, taking down ECLOT, by the way, in an overtime affair on ENCE, losing only to ENCE and then destroying both NEXUS and GTZ. I feel like those guys are starting to finally show some of the potential that they have, and I'm not gonna lie to you, with the firepower of this team, with guys like Vladen, like Kendo, Collins, and Dragon on the same team, and then with the experience and expertise being brought in from guys like Emi and Choif in the coaching spot, I really do feel like this Partizan team has been heavily I don't want to say they've been underachieving, because I do think they needed a little bit of time to get things going, but I think it's been overlooked by many people into as in terms of the potential that they can actually have and the ceiling that they can actually have.
I completely agree. It's a big, strength of form coming in from them, a series of matches that have shown a lot of promise. And you're right, when it comes to this Compass, these Compass events, they've done pretty damn good and have shown some really good results, racked up the numbers. And I think, even though, they haven't made it to this MRQ, they're definitely in the conversation of, if they continue with this trend, continue with the streak of success, make it there into the next one. But obviously they will be put against the Czechoslovakian roster. I'm a big fan of the E-Live when it comes to this team as well. Great character, but I think this entire team as a whole has got some really strong aspects to it as well. You look at the potential that Forzi has. You've got that lurking opportunity that Mikey brings to the table as well. It feels like it's quite well-rounded, and when it's working well, when it looks at its best, it's really good.
I mean, yeah, Dynamo ECLOT is, it should be a really firepower-oriented team, right? They should be good on the fly. They should be good with pacey Counter-Strike, and consistency has been the big issue for those guys, right? On one day, you feel like, as you said, Forzy is going to be popping off with the AVP. He's one of the more experienced guys on the server. Obviously, MBQ and Dieter have been part of the organizations for a couple years now, so they're kind of like the veterans of ECLOT at this point. Mikey being brought in, made a bit of a name for himself last year on the side of Unity, then went through that trial on OG that didn't go his way, but he seems to still be in the position where he could be the next, I don't want to say the next Neofrag, because obviously he's his own player, but the way that he's going in first, the aggressiveness, assertiveness that he's implementing on both the T and the CT side is really familiar to what Neofrag was doing on the Sinners a couple years ago, and I feel like Mikey's just been all around a really impressive player to be looking at. Obviously, you have the E-Life coming in, finally surrounding himself with not a team that he needs to kind of make something from nothing, but a team where he's got some complete players and some pretty big prospects, and it's all up to him to actually catch up to everyone else and show that he can be a trustworthy in-game leader for all of those guys and make a good team out of it. Now, ECLOT have been struggling to find form, as we said, but it is definitely exciting to see them in this event, and I feel like this is going to be the proving ground for them.
I completely agree, and you know, when it comes to the Compass tournaments as well, when it comes to these events, the close quali as well that we saw last month wasn't that big of a success story, you know, contrary to their opponents today. So we'll have to see how that goes for them. Again, this is a best of one for anybody that's tuning in. This is Group A as well on the mainstream. Whittle through the field. It's going to be a round robin where the teams will be playing up against each other. Ancient to be the map of contention. How do we feel about this?
I think it's pretty expected, right? This is the map that they played against each other in the YaLLa Compass Spring 2025 close qualifier. A map that Partizan was able to win in double overtime, by the way. So it was a shooting gallery. Dragon, Vladen, quite close to dropping 30 bomb. Kindo going up to 25. And then on the other side, it was a team effort where basically anyone bar the E-Life ended up the map on 23 kills. So I feel like it's been an equally comfortable map for both teams. You had one showdown on it a couple weeks ago. It went all the way. If you're Partizan, you probably feel like you could play a cleaner type of game and close it out easily. Or if you're ECLOT on the other side, you're telling yourself, well, it was a double overtime. We were close. We win 1-2 more rounds and we've got the win. So both teams are probably feeling quite comfortable going into this one.
Yeah, especially Partizan, I think I'd say as well, because they've got a 3-match winning streak as well on it. It's not like they haven't had that streak of form that can help them across the board. So look, it feels from what we've said so far, Partizan are slightly on that favoring side of things in regards to form, in regards to how they've been performing. But on a best of one, anything can happen, especially in a map like Ancient. I think we, you know, as a duo, Ted, we've had the chance to see some major upsets, major comebacks on that map as well. So I'm curious to see if, you know, ECLOT can get things going from the get-go, from the start, get onto the server quickly, and show that they are at their best form. Show that, you know, that inconsistency is starting to leave. Like you said, this is a big test for them, this tournament, and their contenders against them, you know, whether that's Partizan now or any of the other teams coming up, you know, in this group. It's going to be a big one for them. So yeah, a hard series of games for them overall in this tournament, I'd say.
I think if you're ECLOT, teams like Partizan are just not favorable matches for you either, right? You have a lot of firepower. You could end up winning, right? Last time they were quite close, but a team like Partizan that's playing a little bit more of a loose type of Counter-Strike, that does have a lot of firepower, that does have guys like Dragon who's been popping off. Vladen is obviously a much more passive element, but guys like Collins as well have always shown aggressive tendencies. Kindo used to be a rifle. Now he's an Oper. Before that, he was an Oper again. Before that, a rifle. So he's changed roles a lot. Dragon used to be an Oper as well before, and now he's a rifle. So there's a lot of versatility on that Partizan team. There's a lot of people that can do different stuff. And even Collins, back in the day, I mean, that is when Collins was the most exciting for me. He was an aggressive rifle. He was an entry. He was the guy to go on all the star positions on the CT side. Now we're seeing that T side wise, he's a little bit more lean back. He's given a little bit more freedom to actually work around the map. So the one thing that Partizan are really good at is being really versatile in the way that they use their players, right? And it's sometimes difficult to read. Sometimes it could be quite tricky to deal with the firepower.
Well, Partizan here with their 5 players looking to see if they can take on Dynamo ECLOT today in this best of one at the Qatar. Finally the Compass Qatar 2025 games, as we want to see who will be running away with a $300,000 at the end of the tournament, the lion's share of it at least.
Dynamo ECLOT led by the Eli, but of course a lot of strong potential from them if they are on the right side of the bed. Can they make it work? All eyes on them as we enter this game.
I mentioned to kick things off a BO1 opening matchup, a rematch of what we saw in the YaLLa Compass. Close qualifier for this event between those two teams, a 19-15 in favor of PARTIZAN back then. A really close one going round for round, toe-to-toe. Let's see if PARTIZAN is going to be able to come into this one guns blazing. As we said, by the way, ECLOT were doing their predictions with Sam before the start of this one. Well, not technically, it's pre-recorded. Sorry for ruining the magic. But they did count themselves as the second team to get out of their group after NAVI Junior. Again, quite fun, but not really giving too much credit to PARTIZAN. I feel like the Serbs could be in to surprise a lot of people in this event.
Yeah, they also said they wouldn't go. They'd get second place as well overall.
Yeah,
which was cool to see. But at the same time, you know, saying
yeah, you're trying
being
to
a bit
play
humble in the process. Yeah, being realistic. PARTIZAN looking to break through into this B site. Dynamo ECLOT still have the best idea about what's about to happen. Look at that back line. Two players bolstering up and trying to see if they can get a lurk in the making. Daito pops in, but little do PARTIZAN know they'll be tested again. Bomb hasn't had the safety go down just yet. Dynamo ECLOT exerting a lot of pressure, and Mikey hasn't shown himself just yet.
Yeah, they're just leaving the bomb site right now. You don't even need that fight right now, PARTIZAN. You've realized you've traded places with the CTs, and Emmy, he's just gonna leave as well. A bomb site completely empty for the taken. Dragon shuts down Forzi, and that was the only high HP player of ECLOT as well.
Oh man, this has got to hurt for Dynamo ECLOT. You thought you had the right read, you thought you had the right players connecting, and you did, right? The idea was perfect. You've got two players on the crunch. It's just that PARTIZAN are able to win those individual engagements. Mainly the CTs here on the back foot already. The Serbians taking over. Both remaining players very low. Little does Dragon know that he could have approached Sport and potentially gotten away with two, but instead it's just going to be a quick one. Vladon doesn't go for the full lookout either. Oh, now he will. Realizes where they are. Calls it out to the team as he's on to put a couple more kills to his belt. Daito left with a dualies by the end of this round, but a great start for PARTIZAN.
Yeah, it is a great start for PARTIZAN. A great start for Dragon as well. It was a good on-the-fly call. There's no way by design they wanted to go out being them per CT, but they just realized how many CTs were on the other side of this. Traded places with the dual Berettas in the ramp smoke, and then suddenly you realize, well, you know what? We don't have presence into Worst Cave. They're coming in from ramp. They're so close. There's no one approaching from CT. We can just leave those guys here. And without a kit, the CTs were always going to be in a tough spot to try and win the round for us by being brought in. Two MP9s, a couple of Deagles as well in the mix. PARTIZAN should be anticipating something of the likes, but they do have a decent amount of MAC-10s being brought in. Only the two rifles.
Smoke out in Donut, concealing PARTIZAN's cross into mid. And even though Dynamo ECLOT spend Forzi to look in that direction, it's not like he's got the optimal weapon to deal with a cross, and he's now left Mikey to do it as well. So PARTIZAN make it clear they've split the map in two as they'll be traversing towards this A site, the space where there has been least resistance, and it's a wise decision to do so, as going the other way would be putting them into a stack, and that would be a bit on the riskier side, but slowly but surely they'll realize this A site is clear and they can proceed with taking it over.
Yeah, it's a great gap that they were able to find, by the way. Pushing in towards red, in towards that A bomb site after the fact. As you said, if you're talking PARTIZAN, you're talking about a team that should be considered tactically sound as well, right? Balkan Counter-Strike has never been famous about being the strictest ever, right? It's a little bit more free-bally, to say. A bit more aggressive, a little bit more loose, but someone like Emmy has been around the scene for pretty much forever, by the way, and the longevity on his career is honestly impressive. The different teams that he's been part of, I mean, if you want to look as far back as to when he kick-started things in CSGO for himself, obviously he's played a little bit of 1.6 as well, but he used to play on a team with Nico, and yeah, this is the Nico we're talking about, the one that you thought about. We're talking about the esports.rs team in 2013. consisting of Emmy, Kingor, Nico, Yanko, and Kassad. That was an interesting one. Yeah, Emmy's been around for a while.
Throwback.
You're looking at all the teams that he's been going through. Obviously, he was part of iNation back in 2013, 2017, spent the majority of his career there, but then went through some international projects, Valiance, Crazy, Contact, Fun Plus Phoenix, even had that really weird period on Tai Lu in 2023, which I'm not sure how I felt about it.
No.
Yeah.
Even though Dieter here has fallen under the radar, he will get shot down early. Nubik doing his best to keep things under control, but obviously PARTIZAN have taken over with sheer numbers. ECLOT needs something to try and keep him competitive, but these mollies and the spray of Collins' Mach 10 will be enough to do the rest of the cleaning up. Sure, a couple of PARTIZAN players are low, but Mikey's chances in here are close to 0.
Yeah, and you can tell that PARTIZAN, by the way, is up to scratch with how a lot of teams are approaching B-bomb side executes nowadays. You would see that happen quite a lot for people to just prioritize the Molotovs, go for some of the fights, and then deploy the smoke. You want to do the damage, force people back, make sure that they can't really just stand behind the smoke, break it, or spam it. And then you isolate them when you can smoke off deep CT a little bit more. Still good damage being inflicted by Mikey's Deagle.
Yeah,
that was just ECLOT playing with the same weaponry that they invested into last round, so it's good damage.
Sure. And gets his first 2 kills of the game in the process. All right, first 3 rounds out of the way. Now we can think about business. Forzy getting his hands on the big green. Head-to-head with Kindo here.
By the way, Kindo's been a surprisingly good opener, and I just got a bit of a heads up, by the way, from someone from the Serbian scene. Collins apparently was an oper as well at the start of his career. So you've got 3 people that were opers. I'm just waiting for someone to tell me that Vladen was an oper or Emmy was an oper at any point, and then I'm officially losing it. Probably with Emmy is quite possible.
Well, early collection for ECLOT this round. But you've always got to have the question, Ted. You know, what if a team of AWPers is the way to go? Bunch of gamers. No, it's not. Absolutely.
Yeah. No. You can have a team of used to be opers that are not opers anymore. I mean, a lot of people have been opers and are not anymore. Nico's been an oper, for God's sake.
True.
Dark times for FaZe Clan.
Dragon spots out a hand. Just the very fingertips. Doesn't quite connect with them, though. As PARTIZAN choose to traverse into Jag.
Yeah, you've been able to push one player away in towards donut, make him smoke himself. This is good. That means that you're going to be keeping at least one more player occupied in towards red and in towards that A-bomb side. Means that the B-bomb side is going to be a little bit more weakened up, but the Opa Force, he still has not moved away.
Damage inflicted onto Daito, somehow holding onto his life. Forzy there for reinforcements. If you're Dynamo ECLOT, you're hoping you can go down with a ship by taking a few down with you. But PARTIZAN have let things close. 20 seconds, they've got to make a call.
Are they gonna sprint and go in towards that? Yeah, they're doubling back B. 15 seconds on the clock, though. You gotta find the kills really cleanly.
It makes it so easy for Dynamo ECLOT to just hold their ground here, pay patiently, knowing they don't really need to interrupt all that much. The pick is enough to deny the entry for ECLOT. That is a bit of a disaster.
I mean, you still call it off. You're still going to hold on to the rifles. It's a really good hold for the side of Dynamo ECLOT. But if you're PARTIZAN, it's actually good that you realize that you didn't have an opportunity. Maybe at first he misses that first shot and he's not able to shut down Collins trying to make his way into the bomb side. You could have given it a go. You just didn't get anything from ECLOT, right? They get the first kill and then they just freeze and you're a little bit stuck. A couple close fights that could have gone your way, but still PARTIZAN not throwing themselves for any desperate plays early on, recognizing the fact that they were still able to do a little bit of damage. ECLOT do go for a tactical timeout. This is a really interesting one. You just won your first buy round, and you go for attack straight away.
Wonder what this is for. I mean, sure, it's of vital importance of that you're able to streak a few rounds together. It's really cool that you were able to keep some rifles alive as well. But reinvesting into the big green is going to hinder your economy. You know that a streak is required. Otherwise, PARTIZAN could run away with things. Again, best of one here.
I guess this is what it's all about as well, right? You recognize how important those early rounds are on the CT side. You don't want to be left in a monetary disarray. Emmy just walking his way up B. The moment you spot that player in towards the pillar, and now you know where the long guy is as well. They know the positions, the whereabouts of both B players.
Ooh, but Daito and MBQ are able to get some early damage in. Still 3v4 as Partizan take over the side. You've got one player still hanging out in Jag, spray down towards the player that is planting. And the kill gets executed, though Kindo brings Emmy into a brilliant position with a flash, and Partizan are right back on track.
Still winnable for the CT side, though. You've got the kid on the E-Life. You can switch weaponry if you really want to. The E-Life is able to get another one. Forzy found a kill in towards middle earlier on. That's going to leave Emmy in the clutch.
He's gone all the way around for now. Holding silent. If you're the E-Live, you're probably realizing something like that is possible. Forzy looking in his direction, but it's the captain of ECLOT to get it done by the end. Wonderful retake by them.
It's all about Forzy finding that kill in towards middle, by the way. We didn't get to see it in real time, but a lot of things going in the way of Dynamo ECLOT there. The fact that on the spam you were able to take that player off of the bomb made Partizan lose a little bit more time, and then if Forzy goes down in towards middle, the round is pretty much over. The Eli probably wouldn't have had a realistic shot at clutching up in a 1 versus 3. But a tactical timeout leads to you picking up a second on the board. And now Partizan are the ones that are going to have to start thinking about the money. They take a couple sacrifices in terms of the weaponry, though, and that is in order to have the utility.
Dragon. Smoke placed to his feet so he can traverse through the molly. Rubik, aggressive stance. Nearly gets away with 2. Collins stands with 14 points of health. But it's an early trade that will just spread out the defenses of ECLOT.
Yeah, good news is that the E-Live has been tagged down as well, right? So if you're Partizan, you feel like you've gotten a pretty even trade right now, and this rifle in the hands of Collins could be any moment now dropped over to Vladen or Kindo. Someone who's not on 14 HP, pretty much.
Dangerous to peek through red like that.
Really?
Partizan, I think, have made a decision here.
Yeah, you've seen them starting to make their way in towards Donut right now. You're just putting 2 and 2 together. It's the more obvious of the two, and you've got the upper and the rifle posted.
I don't think Mikey expected to see 3 players in that corner. Wait, that's a collapse damage. You get the kill onto 1 and Dragon down to 6 points of health. He will get the bomb down, though, crucially. But against 3, with no health on you, with a player exiting Temple as well, yeah, that's not going to be possible. Again, back-to-back retakes from Dynamo ECLOT, putting them on even ground with their opposition.
Yeah, and they're looking pretty comfortable as well in terms of the amount of players that you're able to hold on to. I mean, sure, last time around you lost 3 people, but now you lose only 2, and Mikey does get caught off guard, but that's a lovely shot from Forzy, able to get a kill and more. A bomb plant is good enough for Partizan to at least have something left in the bank for this one. Gonna have a bit of a hard bite. You can even put Kindo on a hero rifle if you really want to, but obviously might want to leave him a little bit of bonus cash so he's gonna be able to get himself on an AVP. So Dragon will go for a glue instead. And by the way, that's an insight. It's not supposed to even be pronounced Dragon. It's supposed to be Dragon, which is the name. Yeah.
Well, Serbian way of saying it, right? I imagine.
Yeah. It's the Balkan way of saying it, because
Balkan way.
And it's interesting because his name is Nikola, like Nikola Tesla, you know. So it's not even Dragon or Dragon. His name is just. That's what I've been told, and I've been told that by a Serb, so I believe it.
But at the same time, you're like, but it spells dragon, mate. Like,
we are reading it out, Dragon.
Yeah. There are a lot of names that just don't make it easy for classes.
It's like VODN. At least his name is Vladen, so you can say Vladen.
Yeah, you can get that one across. It'd be cool to have a name Dragon, though, to be named Dragon. On your birth certificate, let's see, though, this looks pretty damn simple. And it's Dragon that is left by himself. He does get one by the end. Not too shabby, but ECLOT lost the first 3 rounds, and now we've got a 4-round consecutive streak.
Yeah, this is starting to look pretty decent now on the CT side. 4 in a row. Mikey's starting to get fired up as well with a multi-kill. We talked about how important he's going to be in towards middle. And so far, we haven't really seen, by the way, too big of a fight early on and towards that mid part of the map. It's either Dynamo ECLOT. Well, most of the time Dynamo ECLOT are not really contesting as much, right? They've gone for a couple mid-round, late-round peaks, more often for information, but Partizan so far have just been dealing with some early utility and getting it pretty much for free. Another example of it, ECLOT don't really seem too invested in going for those Rio Estate aggressive plays.
It looks like this B side could be a little bit exposed.
You have to play it quickly here if you're Partizan. You weren't contested in towards middle at the start. There's no way you believe that the CTs will be alright with playing without any information. You should know they could be making an aggressive move somewhere around the map. They're not doing anything in towards B right now. If you want to trigger a play, you could do it now, or you slow down even more and wait to see if any type of flank is going to come through.
No one's looking towards Mikey's direction though. And the push isn't quite fast enough. Sure, Dragon has made waves forwards, but Mikey's just appeared. Got an early pick. Partizan are scrambling. At least they're confident to get the bomb down. But the fact that Mikey keeps knocking on the door, he'll budge it right open. Valen does get caught, and suddenly Dynamo ECLOT are poised to get the win here. Two players stuck in cave. ECLOT know of it, at least where one of them is. But by process of elimination, you probably realize where the other one lies as well. The Russian comes through from Daitor. Double kill for him this round, and ECLOT keep that streak going.
It's a really proactive CT side that we're looking at from Dynamo ECLOT, right? And honestly, if you're Partizan, you probably started realizing it, but it was just a little bit too late. You're walking out the B bomb side, you can't see anything. You start thinking maybe there's a flank in place. You can see him even turning around into a shelf, but you just lose a couple key fights. ECLOT were already shrinking the circle around you, leaving middle, going for the re-aggression on around minute 20 with the Oper opening up the distance, and then the rifles just walking in. ECLOT have been given a little bit of space to the side of Partizan to work with, but just not announcing themselves. And now we see the first tactical timeout coming out of the Serbian camp as well. Coach of Choiv gonna join in the conversation. We already did see, I guess, a good moment for replay on the other side. Did go for attack. Team started winning consecutive rounds right after that tactical timeout. And now we have a tech.
We do. Slight pause. Haven't had one so far all day. It's okay for online Counter-Strike to happen at least once, you know. It's bound to happen at some point. Partizan have struggled a little bit, haven't they, Ted, for the past few? Haven't really been able to pressure ECLOT enough. They've been a little bit slow on the decision-making as well. And, yeah, it hasn't really been enough to break through. They've got another buy in them here, though. That's a positive. Keep things going for them. What's a number, do you reckon, on by the end of the half that they'd be happy with?
Ooh, that's a good question, by the way. I think T side-wise, it really does depend. Last time around, it was 7-5, 7-5, by the way, respectively for both teams. I think if you're Partizan, you get 5-6 rounds, you're all right with it. You can cook, you can work with it.
Well, there's certainly 3 more rounds. No, 6 more rounds remaining in the half.
It's just because it's a bit scary as well. Seeing ECLOT get that momentum up, so even if you get a leveled up score, you're still going to be... I mean, being 3-5 down, you get 6 rounds is great. You let ECLOT get up to 7, 8, hopefully not 9. You would be in a whole lot of trouble.
True.
Issue is, you're running on fumes financially, and this time around, they do decide to go for the rifles instead of the util.
Dragon gets the early collection, but Forzy is stuck in position. You probably wondered, do you back off or you go for more? Brings out the Tech 9 and grabs a double. The Eli thinking he can cause some pressure here, but instead it's Partizan that get the pick, and now they've got the numbers with bomb plant down. ECLOT on the back foot.
Still, could be doable. No smokes, no mollies. After this one anticipates into her sample, into her CT spawn, and Kindle's been able to walk away. That was a really important one, but they line up for Nubik. No one looking. And he's gonna collect both of them. They know exactly where Emmy was. Smoking towards A main. Tap on the bomb. Nubik is just gonna be posted. Ready for the jump. Running out of ammo. Emmy's just not even making his way out the smoke though. And the defuser will come through simultaneously. ECLOT pick up another one.
That spray's ridiculous. You're aiming for one, but you land with two. I'm glad we get to see the replay as well. Sure, 40 did a good job to get two before he dropped. The Eli, you could say
That's
a
so
bit
weird. That's so weird. This is miscommunication.
But that spray down for Nubik saves the day for ECLOT. That should have been a Partizan round, but somehow the stars align.
I guess they probably just didn't expect for anyone to be that quick into towards tempo right after the Molotov, but yeah, both players having their backs turned. I was gonna say it's such a massive move that Kindo's actually able to walk away from it, right? Because he was stuck in there all alone. The fact that he's able to towards Donut, I guess they were just lining up to go for a double peek and re-clear mid side of Donut, and the timing just didn't go their way, but definitely not how you want to be letting this one slip.
Absolutely not. And slip
ECLOT
is the
coming
right
into
word
this
to
one
use as well.
Guns blazing. Yeah, they have been slipping, right? There's been a couple closer moments.
Okay. Pressure's on. Look, best of ones, round robin, not the end of the day for Partizan. This is quite low stakes, right? It's not like your life's on the line, your tournament life's on the line.
I mean, it's early to even be speaking about it.
Completely,
as well, right?
it's chill. Yeah. This is chill. Yeah. This is like one of the. It doesn't get more chill than this when it comes to Counter-Strike competitions.
Yeah,
I guess the biggest pressure point, exactly, and the biggest pressure point is that it's a massive event with a lot of money on the line.
Yeah.
You'd love to be getting a lot of that.
And for a lot of those guys, by the way, the fight for collecting VRS points for the second MRQ of the year has already begun, right? You didn't make the first one. You didn't make the first major. You're already trying to accumulate as much as possible for the second half of the year. So it is really important if you get an opportunity like this. I mean, if we're counting this as a big event, right? The last time Emmy played a big event was DreamHack Masters Marseille in 2018, and this is the only one that he's played at an elite level. Now, sure, obviously you don't have, back then you had Astralis, NAVI, Fnatic, and it was Elan, but this is still an event for a pretty decent amount of cash. It's important.
Dragon, that's a great entry, interrupted by Forzy, and you've also got Mikey. Oh my word, how does he get away with this? How does he get away with being in your back line, a constant threat, which Partizan cannot escape? Finally dealing with one. And now you've got equal numbers. Partizan, you still have bomb control. There are positives here. What's the decision?
Is Mikey going to push through? He's going through the smoke. This is such a massive information play, by the way. He's not going to see anything in towards the B-bomb side. The moment they clear bin, they realize they're going to know Partizan have left. They can just both rotate. Partizan are not going to be ready. They're taking their time. They're thinking they're being smart with this one. If Partizan sprint and go in towards that A-bomb site right now, I mean, at least the Opera is going to be there waiting for them, right?
They're going through mid, which is probably the smartest of the two decisions, because now they can go back to B if they need to, but so much time has passed. And ECLOT decide that they want one defender for each of the positions.
They're going to walk right. Is Forzy thinking about this? He should. Oh, man. They should start considering this.
He was looking. And he's looking again. He's not looking anymore. And he's looking again.
Missed him.
Which Forzy gets slapped on from behind, and now this A site's open, Partizan in pole.
And now you know, Forzy's not looking. That definitely means that Mikey was in towards the B-bomb side, giving it a bit of a jiggle. You realize you've called a bit of a timing. And Mikey's gonna just try and go through the smoke, actually.
Oh, man.
Waits it out for a bit.
The confidence in Partizan to just stick around knowing that you're shutting down Mikey here is insane. No one checking sight. The bomb's not touched. It's planted for you anyway, so you know that there's only one player. There's no risk in doing what you're doing right now. Very smart choices made from Partizan from the mid-round onwards. Save themselves from a really tough spot and get themselves right back in the fight.
Yeah, and this is a really big one. Those are the rounds that you want to have Vladan alive in, right? I mean, Kindo does a really good job as well, but Vladan's the one to pick up the majority of the kills. It's a 4-piece from him. Definitely one of the Serbian players in the last couple of years that was looking like the hottest prospect, and I'm honestly glad to see him back on a functional team. That was one of the big issues with Vladan. Never felt like on international projects he was given the right amount of time and resources to actually showcase his potential. On 0-0 Nation, the CS Asia Championship where he stood in for ENCE, that was in 2023, and then obviously last year with Bleed and Unpaid. Never felt like the conditions were right for him to thrive and show how smart and how clutch of a player he could be.
Collins early, but Partizan's push into red again may cause some issues. Thing is, Forzy's turns his attention towards it.
I'm not sure if Vladan's ready for the off angle from D-Life. If he checks it, it should be a free kill. If he overlooks it, the other way around.
Yeah, well, Kindo had the longer distance, spotted out his opponent first. Vladan holds on in his own engagement as well. That's more like it for Partizan.
Yeah, that's a save. You're just calling this one off. Partizan just went around on the back of 2 fights, right? And it's, again, ECLOT just given a lot of freedom to Partizan in towards middle. This is probably the first time Partizan decided, hey, you know what, we're actually going to take all that space that you've decided to let go of, and you've been letting go of repetitively since the start of this one. Vladan, diligent enough to realize that he wasn't around in towards A main from the very first second, so there could have been a timing for the E-Life to cross. Indeed, there was. Gets a free one. Forzy gets a little bit overzealous. And shut down by the T side open. If you're Partizan right now, you're pretty happy. You get 5 rounds. If you reach 6, this is going to be job well done. But the last couple have been a lot more comfortable.
Indeed. Indeed. It's been a bit of a different story, right? We saw a bit of a tech pause. Things completely changed after that. A game of 2 speeds. ECLOT, look at the streak. It was going so well. 6 consecutive. But Partizan have realized that they weren't really making early decisions. They weren't really being the proactive ones. They've allowed their opponents to get into the back lines. They've been aware of that kind of maneuvering from Mikey for a while now. They've been shutting it down. 1 round left on the half. This one's a big one.
I mean, we're seeing a pretty steady approach from Partizan, to be fair. There hasn't been too much running forward. It's more been, let's work with the map, react to what they're doing, and so far it's been working out. The E-Life somehow able to stay alive on 20 HP, but Kindo opens things up and towards the B-bomb side, and I think he spotted the second player as well towards the back of square.
Oh no. Again, ECLOT falling behind, and Partizan regrouping, knowing there's no real reason to play this too explosively.
This is a good idea as well for the opening of the round from Partizan, right? You're expecting ECLOT to finally switch things up and send something in towards middle. You boost up a player. That's only to guarantee that Kindo's going to be able to look for that early fight in towards B.
Oh, Forzy might have just brought Dynamo ECLOT right back in the round. Ooh, Kindo was thinking about it. You're flush, you don't have a smoke, you're dead. 2 versus 2. And Daito gets the better timing onto Collins, and all of a sudden it's down to Kindo with less than optimal health available to him. You might even think to call this off. You've got to drop back, get the bomb, and Dynamo ECLOT again separate their players.
Yeah, last round of the half as well. Kindo gonna give this one a bit of a go, 21 HP, but Detour should have this kill any day of the week. No issues whatsoever. Detour claims this one to solidify Dynamo ECLOT's lead. 7-5 at halftime on the CT side. Still a good response coming out of Partizan, considering ECLOT were able to chain up 6 in a row in the midst of this, but it has been, again, a really close game. Same as last time.
No, very, very close. These teams are going toe-to-toe for sure. It started with Partizan having a good streak, but ECLOT being able to one-up them there, and sure, there was a bit of a comeback story, but again, the half ends on ECLOT's terms. Switch of halves now. Serbian side dropping to the CT side as the Czechoslovakians will try and see what they can do as the aggressors. Look at that early pre-planned play from Partizan. The players on the beat and getting what's about to happen in Jag. Dooley's not good enough early.
an aggression from allows Partizan to still be in flush out, having the right line of fire. ECLOT are flushed out completely. Don't want anything to do with B.
Yeah, you gotta run in towards that A bomb side. You realize there was one too many people, and Mikey's gonna try and cut off rotations.
Capable of doing it on the first angle. Vladimir, though, trying to be a menace. He knows a lot of players are approaching. If they all just try and swing at him, they've got a better chance. Emmy, a bit disjointed from the rest, though, allows ECLOT to level up. Collins, all that remains in a 1v3 is very necessary. These shots coming through skulls right now, and Dynamo ECLOT are in charge.
This is looking so sharp from Dynamo ECLOT right now. That was some great anti from Partizan as well for the pistol round. 4 people in towards the B bomb side. You lose. Kindo actually invites the T's in. Then you counter with the ramp aggression. Dragon with a couple great finds. Look at that shot from Mikey though. That was so quick onto Dragon. And then they didn't... I don't think they realized that the bomb was not being planted, right? It was just a bit of a tap. They were trying to spade out the reaction, and Partizan just decided to give them the fights. ECLOT win all of them.
If you're Partizan right now, you're not really feeling too great. You're already at a disadvantage, and allowing your opponents to run away with a pistol gives you the heebie-jeebies. But if you're ECLOT, you may also feel off-center. You don't check Dragon. You have no clue where second player was hiding around that box. Now you do, only good for the one. Oh my word! Emmy just leaped out of the smoke there.
Yep, shadow spotted as well. Forcey doesn't get easier than that, and Collins needs to call this one off. At least he's picked up an AK. That's a bit of a silver lining, but this was a force buy for Partizan. Doesn't work. Dynamo ECLOT have a clear route in towards 10 rounds potentially. Bomb yet to even go down. They don't want to risk it right now. They do realize that they've lost an AK towards the other side of the map, so you don't want to let Collins do anything. You can see how cautious ECLOT are being with this one.
Yeah, they're being pretty calm. I think this is a pretty chilled, laid back ECLOT. I mean, we've seen a couple of other iterations, or I mean, in this current roster, we've seen them in a different mood before, where they get a bit angsty, make a few rough decisions.
That is the weird part about this team as well.
Please do, yeah.
On paper, they have so much firepower. You've got Forzy, who's been playing on this level since 2020 when he was on Enterprise with Eli for the first time. Sinners as well, Entropic. You get the AK out of the hand simultaneously, but back to the point. I mean, Forzy's been playing on this level for such a long time. You've got Detour and MBQ, who have been probably one of the more solid duos on this tier 2, tier 3 level for some time. The Eli's been a pretty creative in-game leader across his career with Sampi, Enterprise, Isuba. Many projects, by the way, starting from 2017 with the Universe team. And then you've got one of the bigger prospects coming out of the Slovakian scene in Mikey. On paper, this team should slap. On paper, this team should rock. In reality, they've had some great results, and then they've had some pretty disappointing ones. On one day, you went against Passion UA and OG. The other day, you're losing to Iberian Soul.
That's the thing. You've got to be able to find what makes you good and keep at it. Find and replicate those successes. Partizan definitely a good matchup to get things going in the YaLLa Campus Qatar 2025. A lot to fight for. Mikey, early shots, ring true. Gets another one down before he falls. Bit of an AK upgrade in the hands of Emmy. Passed on to the healthiest of the players. Collins, wait a minute. Has he just changed the entire status quo of the round? I think he has. He's just playing around. Can't quite get the pickup, but the Eli's been dinked. He needs help. Things are pressuring. Kinder's got himself a Kalashnikov.
No armor, though. He needs to be snappy on the headshot.
It's getting a bit crazy in here, but the Eli and Forzy put their shots together, aligning themselves up to get the showdown onto Partizan.
Whew. Okay, that was quite close. Collins with 2 1-deeks out of nowhere and towards the B-bomb side, just turning around. The moment you see Mikey pick up the first 2 kills, he was even blind for the first one. That is some snappy shooting coming out of Collins. A pretty dangerous round. If you're Partizan, you would have been happy with it under any different circumstances. The issue here is that ECLOT has already picked up 10 rounds. You want to put your foot into the door, and you want to do it right now if you're Partizan.
You want to put your foot through the door. You want to put your foot through more rounds. Look, if you're Partizan, you just need to get the pace rolling. And for Dynamo ECLOT, it's been a couple of pace changes here. Partizan off center, 4 actually, if you look at the previous half as well.
Yeah.
Time required.
In the meantime, by the way,
needed.
A quick B group update. Betboom have won their opening game against Nexus in there, 13-10 on Nuke. And as of right now, the game between METIZPORT and GTZ has started, and GTZ's got a 3-0 lead on Anubis. Doubt it stays that way for long.
Betboom and Nexus.
Yeah. The Romanians able to give Boom, Zhao and Co a bit of a fight.
Yeah. Run for their money.
I am no tech specialist, but I can tell that NBQ is not there, and I think that's not a good thing. So we are getting a quick update, folks. We will have to send this one into a bit of a technical timeout. Hopefully, things are going to be resolved rather quickly. And yeah, stay around. We'll keep you in touch. The moment that the players are back and we're ready to go, we're going to be right back on your screens.
We're back. Server had some issues, but they're all resolved, and we're right back into the action. Double digits for Dynamo ECLOT. 4 consecutive rounds, and Partizan yet to have a say on their CT side. They've got a buy round now. Kindo's kitted out. Is this enough to get them going?
For whatever reason, I just wanted to put out a wild yeehaw out there. I don't know. I've got it out of the system now. Yeah. We can keep it going, folks. We're gonna kick things off with a pretty pacey one. Already getting yourself in an aggressive position in towards shelf there, Dragon. See if he's going to be able to find anything. He's got the support of Vladan in towards middle. Mikey shut down already. Out in towards the A-bomb side. The bomb is trying to pounce, but Partizan are just winning all fights right now.
Indeed. Partizan completely popping off here. Kindo with a double. Dragon dropping in, and they're going to have it. Partizan able to get themselves a very clean round off the rip.
Well, I guess this is how you want to be going back into the server after a technical timeout, right before it. For those of you that are just joining in, we were talking about the fact that ECLOT were starting to actually run away with this one. Slowly but surely. So for Partizan, it was about time to see something a little bit more decisive. It's nice to see the aggression coming in from Dragon as well. Kindo able to lock down that A-bomb side to facilitate Vladan and Dragon's adventures in towards middle, and that's put ECLOT in a bit of a reset. Hero rifle for Forzy. Gonna have to try and do your best donk impression. Or Mike and MBQ can do their best Lecro impressions. And that's a blast from the past, I know.
Dynamo ECLOT, though, have found a bit of an answer with Forzy and Temple. You can't expect too much with just pistols. Forzy keeps it going, nearly gets another. But you've got the bomb plant now. Collins is low. This is doable, especially when Mike gets an AK. Dragon outside of Temple, Daitel now in the 1v2. This could be doable. Spray down, but Emmy gets it done quicker. And there you go. That's going to be another round dropping into Partizan, starting to streak on the CT side.
Ooh, you know what? Honestly, fair enough to Forzy. That was a really nice attempt from him. Gets boosted, able to open things up, gets a second kill, nearly a third in towards middle. Maybe that third kill would have been it. And you can see the reaction from Dieter as well. He knows how close he was to clutching up that 1 versus 3. One of those players was really low. You get an instant headshot onto the second guy. You're basically in with a 70-30% chance to win the final fight as well. Partizan, though, survived this jump scare. Another buy coming up for ECLOT. Last time around, Partizan were able to catch them off guard with that middle aggression. Let's see how ECLOT respond to it this time around. Yeah, extinguished smoke. Oh, MBQ? Okay. Was Dragon trying to get up shelf? Not sure about that. Opening kill. Coming in favor of ECLOT. Gonna see a bit of a boost up. Gendo, that's lightning quick. Onto Forzy. No chance whatsoever for the Oper on the other side to react. You get an early 1-for-1. Still a lot of space to work with around the map if you're ECLOT. You have a little bit of presence in Mike in towards A main. Vladan is all alone as of right now, meaning those Partizan players on B probably have to get a little bit more proactive.
Probably. Would be nice to see. And that's exactly what Partizan do. In here, gets a nice spray transfer onto Collins. And actually, ECLOT are still in the fight.
Look at Mikey. He's walked all the way around A-bomb side. And Vladan's in towards Donut. They should be ready for this. They know where the Oper is. You know Emmy, who's the B player, is still alive. The Eli's just going to leave with a bomb on his back. Double push. Not going to come in time. They will realize it's going to be an A play. But Dieter's still in towards Cave. This is interesting. There's 30 seconds on the clock. You'd feel like the Oper needs to start running. Question here is, the moment Vladan starts hearing the steps, does he realize there's one player that's already out?
Indeed. 20 seconds on the clock, and they have made the right decision to go towards the A site, but Vladan is nearby. You've got to check it. 2 players crossing, both of them damaged up, as well as the pickup onto Mikey. You don't have the space anymore. You can get the bomb plant on the corner. The chase is on for knows he has to close the distance, but it's Dieter to get the pickup.
down to Kindo now. A 1v2, which honestly
seen him,
is impossible at this point.
Yeah, he's been spotted as well. No smoke, no kit. Time is going to be of the essence, but Dieter realizes D-Live is so low on HP. You can just leave him in towards A main, hide, not give any chances to Kindo, and he's going to have to call this one off. There's simply not enough time. Sure, you've got a kit dropped right in front of you, but you definitely don't feel like they're going to let you get away with a defuse. You have to say.
Yep. You've got to run and hide. At least he gets a consolidation kill by the end of that one. At least he gets something out of this. Actually, yeah. But it's Dynamo ECLOT to get themselves back into this T side, back into the game. It felt like Partizan, as soon as they got guns on the board, they started to become a little bit more dominant. But this is a solid mid-round core here from the E-Live all across the board.
Yeah, you slow it down and you recognize the fact that you've got Mikey with a big play in towards it, and it was really important for Mikey not to overextend, right? You get into a good position where you could hold on to the bomb side. You don't want to walk into the line of sight of anyone and just give your life away for free, because if you do, then you're strangled for options. You have to go back into the B bomb side, in towards that AVP, and Emmy with the gun. Another tactical timeout coming in. Partizan starting to feel the brunt of the pressure here. ECLOT just 2 rounds away from getting this one over with. And it's been ECLOT slowing things down in the middle of the rounds that has been making life a little bit more difficult for the side of Partizan. And let's not forget, Partizan did lose this one, the penultimate. When ECLOT had the pistols, they were still able to get 3 kills. So the money of Partizan is not in a great shape. You lose this round, you pretty much lost the map. And the push will get denied. You go for the double peek. A little bit of damage going both ways, but it's just the chip damage, nothing too substantial. Thing is, you did spot a couple of heads in towards A main if you're Partizan, so you do know that ECLOT were lining up for an A play. Question here is, if ECLOT slowed things down and re-aggressing towards the A bomb side, would you rotate people away? They have rotated one person, but Vladen still a good position in towards the boost to potentially get one, fall back, and ask for help.
All right. Can Vladen make it work?
Oh.
Not initially. Somehow the
No.
E-Live is able to survive with 1 point of health.
Yeah, they molly him off. They get the kill. Emmy gonna be alone. You need a little bit of support, and there it goes from the back of the bomb side. But Emmy's the one to get both of the kills. He's made this one doable.
Nubik as well, though, has kept his team well within the conversation. They're going to back out. Really smart decision-making from the E-Live, especially given how Partizan have grouped around the A site.
I'm not sure if you could sprint through T-spawn, you're gonna be there on time. Redirecting in towards Donut, though, make them feel like you're doubling back in towards the B bomb side and going A again. That could be really smart.
Could be indeed.
They'll catch a timing. They won't spot them from red. If they
have
make their way in
found
towards Donut.
the gap.
Oh my goodness. And there's nothing that could make Partizan feel like this is going to be an A play. They don't see anything in towards red. They have the flank. They feel like they've got the play. When do they realize? Should be soon enough.
Wait a minute. It's insane how Dynamo ECLOT were able to get away with this.
And look
now
at
you've
Nubik.
got
He's going
Partizan.
around the world.
He is indeed. It's going to take quite some time for him to arrive. Oh my god, the timing.
No.
Oh, if you're Dragon right now, you're not loving life. Spray down opportunity from Nubik. Double kill. This round has been completely tipped over. Partizan's chances at a retake nullified. And ECLOT look to get themselves on match point.
That's the headache. That's the nerve crisis. That is the source of frustration. And Nubik is as cool as a cucumber. He doesn't give a damn. Partizan, you must be feeling so wronged with this one. Robbed. Absolutely robbed by the timing. And Dragon, he was diligent enough to be looking for that play. Just didn't have the time to afford to stay on the angle for half more second. And they were both low on HP. They're able to get the kill into the CT player as well. Or the side player, sorry. That retake was entirely possible, but now ECLOT get themselves on 5 consecutive map points.
God damn. It's going to be quite a streak for rounds for Partizan to get without making too many mistakes. They do take themselves early mid priority. But ECLOT opt out of trying to deal with it. Instead, move towards the complete left extremity.
Yeah, it's good. Drying out the clock has been working out for you, right? You don't want to give them those early fights in towards middle. You let them run out of utility as well. You know that Partizan could have the money for rifles, but you also damn sure know there's not going to be an AVP, and there probably isn't a whole lot of Uto.
And even if they take an extra step out of that A site into double doors, Nubik is there to receive them. Now looking to push through mid. Dragon getting that smoked, opting to go for another. There's a reinforcements as well from a Vladan from above. 1 minute on the clock, and if you're ECLOT right now, you haven't really gained too much space.
Yeah, but there's no utility left on the CT side. Just one flash on Emmy, right? Out of smokes, out of mollies. You don't have a... Oh, you actually do have one kid on Kindo. Okay, that makes a defuse potentially possible. And they are going in towards the A-bomb side. You still need Kindo and Dragon to hold on with a couple kills, though. There's no quick rotations on the way.
Smoke to land to deter any instant rotations. Kindo and Dragon line up their shots. Nubik able to find one, but that's on the cross. The two CTs doing great work, but finally Dragon dealt with. Kindo asking for help. Full focused. As next angle approach from Nubik. Sure, he gets shut down, but 14 seconds here gives Dieter the opportunity. Knows where one is, jumps right into the hands of Collins. Partizan will keep around for a little more.
That's phenomenally played by both Dragon, who gets a double kill, but Kindo as well towards the back of the bomb side, right? He's the only reason Partizan win this round. Edging the smoke and the molly there. Just standing right on the tip of it. Not getting burned, not fully immersed in the smoke. Just had right about enough vision. Gets one kill, stays alive for such a long time. It's really important to have a player in that position that recognizes the importance of his life, his survival. It's not about getting the kills, it's about winning enough time for your teammates to rotate over. That's giving them a chance.
Nade damage as well to two players here. If you're Partizan, you want to keep up the pressure, disallow ECLOT from setting up. That's exactly what Emmy has done here. Drops back. Oh, wait. There's more players getting the collections here. Somehow kept competitive. Forzy left with a P250. Finds himself a bit of an upgrade. Just a tiny one. And with Dragon so low, this is very much doable.
Has he heard the steps? He's heard the steps of the player running in towards CT. He can just push. He knows the repositioning right now. Sure, there could be a second. That could be a bait. But the moment that he doesn't spot anyone in towards CT, he can just go and plant A.
Thing is, Partizan haven't heard the bomb being planted either. So they've got the questions in their mind.
I mean, they will realize, but that means that Forzy's going to have just about enough time to get a bomb plant and get into a comfortable post-plant position. And he's got 100 HP on armor and an AK-47.
You're right. They realize, but a bit too late. They complete the full traversal, the full loop. Forzy now seems to have control of this round's fate. Dragon barely holding on, holding hands with Vladan with their attempt to keep Partizan in the fight. In this best of one, Vladan is all that is required. Lightning fast headshot onto his opponent's head. And they do keep going here on Ancient.
That was a much needed one as well, right? Dragon's down to 5 HP. Sure, you've got a smoke, but if Vladan decides to molly something else, if he throws that Molotov towards the back of Big Box, towards Broken, towards Donut, then probably you win this round from A main, right? And Vladan survives that fight with 15 HP to spare. That was just one bullet away from being a clutch there. It's a nice attempt from Forzy. But Partizan are holding on. 3 rounds now, the difference. No money for the T side. Down to the pistols you go. A little bit of util. 2 smokes, 1 molly, 1 flash. And the molly was for heaven. So you're already down to just the 1 smoke and the 1 flash.
Okay. Okay. I think Mikey got greased with 3 nades there.
Yep.
Ouch. A great chance for Partizan here. We've definitely got a situation in which an overtime game could be on our hands.
If you're a Partizan fan right now, you're just scratching your head. You're saying, why didn't they start playing like that a little bit earlier, right? Because they just look a lot more comfortable in the last couple of rounds right now.
Sure. Hey, I mean, look, there have been even the close ones as well from ECLOT. They've had some really good shooting moments. Reference the previous round as well. They started with just a weaker buy. And
I mean,
nearly run away with it.
Constantly knocking on the door, right? They're always doing damage. They're always making us feel like they have a chance to pick up the round. But Partizan are still getting the rounds on the board. They're still holding on. And it's team effort as well. Kindo 17 kills, same for Dragon. Vladan on 14, but it's been high impact for him. No one really slacking too much right now for Partizan.
No, not quite.
Okay.
Kindo is able to double up here, and it's making things look very simple for the defenses of Partizan. Very, very simple indeed. Okay, we knew this was going to be a straightforward round with the pistols against them, but Dynamo ECLOT have the guns in now. This is the real chance to actually put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Kindo's been putting out a great showing so far. I was just gonna say, it's so nice having an Oper who used to be a rifler before, right? It's so obvious that he's comfortable in some of those positions, and he's been a star rifle. He's been a support rifle as well. That's my first memory of Kindo from a couple years ago. And as we said, incredibly versatile Partizan. Almost difficult to tell what is the identity of the players. I mean, for Emmy it's easy to describe, for Vladan as well, but you're looking at Collins, Dragon, Kindo, you feel like all three of those could just do anything in the server with a little bit of reshaping work. I still remember back in the day when Dragon was a 9 Nation player, and he was a teammate with Vladan and Choif. He was the in-game leader of that team. Choif was actually quite furious that Dragon wanted to be an Oper because he thought he was always too good with a rifle to be an Oper. He thought he was wasting his potential.
Sure. Ted, explain this to me. ECLOT could have forced into it. They decided not to. Light by.
Yeah. You still have the rifles. You're going to hit him with a little bit of pace. Might not be ready for it. And back turn is not ideal. Detour goes huge. Mikey with another. And the B-bomb side has just fallen down.
No matter the weaker buy, ECLOT do have a real chance in winning this round. Sure, Dragon keeps things very much competitive for Partizan. And the three players grouped up together will make them some favors. How do ECLOT play around with this? They've got full backside control. It's as if the CTs are defending against the Ts, but the opposite way around. Partizan left with 2. A couple of flashes still available for ECLOT if they want to pounce out. Kindo looking to see if he can get the early collection. He needed that, and the Eli was able to isolate Vladan. That's the end of that. Dynamo ECLOT are the victors of the first match against their opponents. Partizan couldn't answer back soon enough. A bit too late to the party, giving the Czechoslovakians the early win.
Yeah, a bit of a revenge coming in for the close qualifier result. Partizan were able to sneak in with a double OT1 on the same map against the same opponent just a couple weeks ago to qualify for this event. But ECLOT come into this one prepared, and ECLOT come into this one guns blazing. And sure, Partizan did really come back into the game towards the end. They were making us believe, right? They started picking up the round, started picking up the slack. Fact is, it felt like it was a little bit too late to the party, right? Kindo had a couple good moments. Vladan was bringing in a lot of impact. In reality, though, ECLOT did play like the more convincing team, I guess you could say. And you can't even say that the pistol rounds did play out that big of a role, right? Partizan won their pistol round on the T side and had a 3-0 start. Dynamo ECLOT did the same. ECLOT were just able to, I guess, get into the groove a little bit quicker on their CT side, get that momentum up. Partizan let go of the game in the first half, and then even though you did try to come back towards the latter stages of it, the moment that you started picking up the rounds, it was already too late. ECLOT just needed one, and in the end of the day, that thing that you made a comment about, the fact that they didn't go for the full-on investment, that's what might have caught Partizan off guard, right? You decide to, and this is not something completely new. A lot of teams do that. You go for a little bit of a lighter buy when your opponents would be anticipating you to go for the full investment. You have the rifles, you have the Uto, you have some Mac 10s and pistols, and you can just pick up the pace, hit them with something a little bit quicker than what they're ready for, and that's exactly what they did.
Very smart, and we'll get to hear from the brains, the Eli, on an interview here on broadcast. Let's bring him on. Hey, mate. Hi, nice to see you again. Congrats on the win. Lovely stuff from you. How did it feel? How did it go for you?
Hello. So thank you, and it was pretty good match from us, so I'm pretty happy.
You played against the same opponent last time, right, in the close qualifier, and you lost to Partizan in double overtime on ENCE. This time around, we noticed that you guys were, especially T-side-wise, you were taking your time. You were trying to dry out the clock a little bit more. You were trying to play with their nerves a bit. What was the game plan going into this game?
So we knew their first buy is gonna be something around middle, and they will leave A probably. So we decided to give them damage, give them damage on middle, and then play it more towards A round because we know some executes there, and just win towards it. And sometimes they blocked us, so we needed to change the plan, and that was the rounds we were not able to convert in first seconds, but we needed to play it more late round, so that's why.
Okay. Well, that last round that we saw, it was a bit of a light buy from you. I expected to see a bit of a force. You kind of took them by chance there and fully aggressed onto this A site. It surprised us. It surprised them as well. What was the thought plan? Was that the reason why you just wanted to hit them with some pace with less stakes involved?
This last round, you mean?
Yes.
It was for Cisco to do half buy. He decided that they will not eat for sure because we lost last round. I think it was Eco. They for sure expected us to play full buy round, and we took a pause. So it was, I think, a genial plan from Forsy. So nice from him.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Nice.
We're giving a bit of a shout out to the Opera Protocol. Now, we had a chat with you a couple weeks ago, and you told me that you're still getting used to calling on this level with those pieces around you, right? And still finding your comfort zone in the team. Do you feel like you've made any progress with that? Do you feel a lot more comfortable now with ECLOT?
Yeah, for sure. We after some, I think, two weeks, we did some progress on city sides. We know more how we want to play, and we have a pre-plan. We also set some roles who will call what, and so everyone feels, I don't know how to say, just how they want, and it's working for us, so I'm pretty happy.
Cool. All right. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast. I won't take up any more of your time. I know you've got a match in about an hour again, so I'll let you prepare for that, get ready for it, and yeah, best of luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I mean,
always great to hear from the E-Life.
Yeah, always nice to see that. You know, he's pretty open. That's what I love about him. Every single time we have him on in an interview, he's going to give us a little bit of an explanation. We ask him what's the game plan. He's going to tell us, well, we knew that they were a little bit hard in towards middle in the start of the round, so we want to block A. He's given us specifics, man. That's what we want to hear. I love it.
And you know what else we want to see? More Counter-Strike. NAVI Junior and Gun 5 up next. Ted and I are out for the day, but we're being replaced here by Grimy Rhino and Zerfa. Let's see how that one works out for them. I can't believe you call him
Grimy. I called with the
Grimmy.
Yeah,
Freddy,
okay. Put some respect on Freddy's name, yeah.
All right, sorry. Jack and Fred. Call them Fred. Jack and Freddy joining after this. Yeah, they'll keep you company. We'll see you later on. But yeah, thanks for that, everyone, and enjoy the games.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
After that short little break, we are back with our final 4 best of ones in Group A for the day. Some more scintillating Counter-Strike for you guys to see who will make it through to the playoffs. But before we get to the games on hand, my name is Renner and I am joined by Zerfa. Dude, how you doing today?
Doing great, Freddie. Doing great. I'm really looking forward to this. You know, it's not very often we get to actually, you know, cast, I want to say like a group stage, you know, where it's all kind of BO1s, which it's just nice to kind of spice it up a little bit, you know, and we've already had some action today. You know, all these teams have actually already played their opening match, and kind of we've seen how it's begun to kind of shape up. A few kind of upsets in here already, which is exciting. You know, I wasn't expecting Nemiga maybe to get beat by Gun 5, 9 Pandas maybe dropping down. You know, of course it was a tough game up against NAVI Junior. A lot of people kind of putting them as the favorites here in Group A, but it is only one game, right? You know, you need to be in that top 3 if you want to advance. So if you're down there, you're gonna have to book up your ideas, but you still have plenty more opportunities to get on up there.
Yeah, in all honesty, after the first round, when I look at who's in the top 3 and who's in the bottom 3, I would have assumed it'd be flipped completely, maybe. Maybe apart from like NAVI Junior, I think they deserve to probably go out this group at the top, and that's what you've already mentioned. So, Jack, I just want you to break it down for us. Why is NAVI Junior, an academy team for all purposes, supposed to be at the top of this group?
It doesn't make sense, does it? Like, I mean, you're looking at this NAVI Junior team, and you know it's crazy that we're talking about an academy project that are probably the favorites to kind of advance from this group. But it's because the players they have on hand. You know, you've got Krabany, who is one of the brightest up and coming IGLs, but also a guy that can actually deliver in the server as well. It's not like you're looking at his individual performance and he's dropping off. He can hold his own in the server, and as you can see there, looking at his rating, you know, he actually is one of the better players in NAVI Junior. You've got Makazi, who's the hard entry of this team. He goes for a ridiculous amount of opening duels on the T side, likes to get aggressive, likes to get in your face, and he is just such a tough player to deal with on his day. And then on top of that, you've got 3 more players behind him. You've got Symmetry on that AWP. We've already seen him popped off on Mirage. He dropped 23 kills versus 9 Pandas, was, you know, such an important piece of that opening round victory against them. And you've got Zugs and Demon behind them as well. So, you know, you've got 5 players in the server, all can pop off at any given moment. And then on the other side, you've got a Gun 5 team with an incredible roster as well. Have made a couple of changes this year going into it, and honestly, even with the changes that they made and even with the players that they have in the server, it's no discredit to them, but I just really think they're going to have a really tough opponent in NAVI Junior.
Yeah, and I'm glad you also, as we get on to Gun 5, because you've mentioned the first game that's already been played. NAVI Junior beat 9 Pandas. That's a terrific result. But I feel like when I look at Gun 5's first game against Nemiga, the fact that Gun 5 have beaten them, that is arguably the best team in this tournament because, you know, they literally just qualified for the major yesterday. Gun 5 have already beaten them. So when we look at results that have already been played out today, Gun 5 at the tippy top of that list. And when we're talking about high impact riflers, Lackey for Gun 5, who started out a little bit rough, truth be told, has now really come into his own and posted one of the best statistics he's ever had on Gun 5 against Nemiga. And it's interesting when we talk about him as well, because when you compare to NAVI Jr, he's played a major. He's not an 18-year-old. He brings into the server a different level of experience.
Yeah, man, he's got a lot of experience, you know, and I've got a lot to say about Lackey, and especially on the map that we're going to see as well, because we've got an Ancient, and it's not really too much of a shock, too much of a surprise. You know, we're looking at a map there that has been just ever present. You know, these guys have played against each other so many times, you know, twice already this year. You know, if we go back to December, they played each other 4 times, not in a BO1 format. You know, they've all been kind of best of 3s, but Ancient has been one of the maps that has been popping up absolutely everywhere. And, you know, I think this is probably one of the fairest maps that we are going to see. It's Gun 5's best map. It's NAVI Junior's most played and best map by an absolute mile as well. So, you know, everything, you know, is pointing at this best of 1 that it is going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, I'm honestly quite surprised that it has got to Ancient, and not for NAVI Junior. They're sitting here smacking their lips. They're like, oh, I can't believe we've got Ancient in the best of 1. I think when they first came onto my radar for Ancient was when they 13-1 Sangal at the end of last year in Open Qualifier on Ancient, and then since then when I saw them, I think, play a little bit more consistently in the tier 2 events, Ancient was a map where I was just completely blown away. They've played the fastest game of Counter-Strike on this map against Ecstatic, where they 13-0'd them. They've also 13-0'd Parry Vision on this map, which is no easy task, and are currently sitting on a 5-map win streak. Sure, Gun 5 are pretty decent on Ancient, but I think they are overshadowed by NAVI Junior. They are arguably the best team on Ancient in like the tier 1.5, tier 2 space. So going on to a best of 1, the fact that they've got Ancient to me is actually kind of crazy.
It's an uphill battle, you know, that's what it's looking like definitely for Gun 5, but let's not count them out. You know, this is still one of their strong points, 100%, and, you know, I'm actually just delighted that we do get to see it. You know, you want to play to your strengths in a best of 1. Obviously, you know, you get 3 bans, so, you know, you're probably going to end up on a map that you're quite comfortable on, and both teams, they absolutely love it. But let's get into the action. Both teams already with a victory. Who is going to come away from this best of 1 with 2?
I think it's very obvious that we'd put NAVI Junior at the forefront in this matchup as favorites. But as you've mentioned, if the likes of Feinstein, if the likes of Lackey can step up, that could be really scary. And already, it's going to be Celta opening up the proceedings in the pistol round, trying to work with YaLLa, trying to bait him in, but instead YaLLa just gets gooshed. And look at this, they're wrapping towards A. There's 3 players behind that CT smoke, 4 actually, but 1 has already fallen, and YaLLa is just alone on this A bomb site, somehow has bobbed and weaved around Donut, so he is able to get 1 on the 6 HP he was on before he falls. But here comes the retake, and Demon's in a perfect position to just thread this needle. He's causing so much chaos, but not enough. He falls pretty quickly, and the Kitten Smoke is still alive. A 2 versus 2. Cementary playing up close to Zoog's playing at range, and it's just going to be this block tormenting the CT side. The smoke won't even get deployed. The bomb never gets tapped, and it's NAVI Junior with a pretty cool pistol round to start off.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot more teams actually go for this kind of pistol as well. It's one that kind of catches them a little bit off guard because, you know, a lot of teams do like to go for, you know, that kind of B pop, that kind of B rush, you know, whether it's up the ramp or go through cave. But the nice thing about that pistol is if, let's say, the CT side do go for that B stack, 3 players over towards that part of the map, they're all stuck behind the smoke. You know, you can't just send it through. That's the... You know, it's a big risk if you actually want to do that. And if you do actually go for it, you need to make sure that you're absolutely perfect and take down, you know, the player that is going to be holding it to even give yourself a chance at the round. Still goes pretty close, but NAVI Junior are going to be absolutely delighted with it. Only a couple of upgraded pistols, if really anything at all, in this round for Gun 5, and they are just getting absolutely mowed down. SMGs, AKs are just going to absolutely light them up, and 4 players on Gun 5 didn't stand a chance. All eyes on the IGL, but he falls to that exact same fate. So NAVI Junior, a clean second round in their back pocket. Gun 5 though, they've been saving up for a rainy day, and they're hoping it can rain down a nice little shower.
It's been showering upon me when I went for a walk this morning, which was all of a sudden started hailing. It was very sunny.
Happy Ireland.
Yeah, very sunny 5 minutes before that, but hopefully your analogy works in favor of Gun 5 as they will finally get onto the purchases. NAVI Junior like to poke and prod middle. They're going to be going for what I like to call the heroic play, where they, yeah, you saw that Molo come in just in the front of elbow, so it means that no CT player can get close, and then they pop basically as the Molotovs are still out with the flashbangs. This time there's no contention. NAVI Junior have been given so much space around middle and around lane, and because of that, they're just going to punch their way through in towards cave. Fineshine tries to play with the HE, but ultimately this has just been now 4-1 versus 7s taken for Gun 5, and this gun round, dude, it ended in like 20 seconds.
Man, that's what it must feel like, right, as well, because you're peeking and you're like, did they spawn more teammates in? This is ridiculous, because every time you peek into an angle, there is 3 or 4 of them, and it's Mikazi, actually, you know, the guy that we were talking about in the pregame. It's this style that he loves to play. It's that in-your-face, kind of heads-up Counter-Strike. He is going to skill check you around absolutely every position on this map, and he comes away with a double kill. Quite frankly, there's absolutely no difference between this round and the last. You know, they had the rifles, couldn't really do anything with them, and it's still going to be an absolute clean sweep for NAVI Junior. That is a demoralizing first gun round. And luckily for Gun 5, you know, in all honesty, luckily for Gun 5, you know, this is the time that they're actually going to get a little bit of a breather. Fineshine disconnecting, we're going to get a little bit of a technical pause. I think that this can help them, you know, because it is still very early on, but that momentum is with NAVI Junior. They've just absolutely wiped the floor with you. Now you've got a little bit of a chance to breathe. You know that you're going to be on pistols this round, but you can just maybe set yourself to maybe get back into this first half. Yeah, I mean, there was the 2 players I also mentioned that I feel like could be a massive win potential for Gun 5, Lackey and Fineshine. Sure, it is only 3 rounds in, but they've barely even done any damage or got a kill. They've just had a very difficult performance. And YaLLa as well. I think he gained a lot of notoriety when he was predicted as a bold prediction. There's actually quite a lot of players on there that got predicted as a bold prediction coming into this year. So you've got Mikazi, who was twice from Flames and Brokey, Santeric, YaLLa, as I mentioned, and I think that's actually it for this this cohort. But you know, still a lot of people rated very highly, and I think that gave YaLLa a lot of notoriety, because I don't know if outside the CS scene, many people observe him as being anything too flashy, but we have seen him when they did make their run in a CCT, where they won it last year against Furia in the grand finals. Like, he was a massive component of that alongside Celta. So there is a lot of firepower, but so far it hasn't been showed whatsoever. And NAVI Junior just doing NAVI Junior things so far in Ancient. And as I said, they do literally have the they do literally have the record for the fastest game in CS2, and it was on this map. And that's not even, they're only 13-0 this year. Yeah, it is a really interesting fact that, you know, they do have that just absolute whitewash, really. You know, you just mow over another team, and you've got that capability. You know that you can just run away with a game, which is crazy to think about, because they are such a young team. You know, obviously they're an academy project, so it's pretty self-explanatory, but, you know, to the level that these guys have been playing at over the last year, it's been absolutely ridiculous. Gun 5, trying to get going in this round with a couple of pistols. And yeah, it's the same old story. NAVI Junior looking pretty solid. Nobody getting caught off guard by the little aggressions, the little pushes. And, you know, for Gun 5 right now, it's just about kind of getting that first kill. Just, even if it's just only one kill you're kind of getting, just, you need to know for yourself that you can kill them.
Well, I mean, they haven't got a... Oh, they got a kill. That's the first kill outside the pistol round. Okay, so they're finally on the board. I do have a worry looking at the economy, and I don't know if I'm doing maths wrong, but they're not going to have an AWP out next round, and the purchase isn't going to be, like, it isn't going to be amazing. I think they've put quite a lot into this round for a gimmicky play down lane, and NAVI Junior, you can also just see how they changed up their T side. Instead of taking the fight to Gun 5, they actually play a little bit more reserved, and it's perfect. Gun 5 just walk into the collective and the majority on lane. But yeah, look at this purchase. YaLLa's still on an MP9. Lackey's on a FAMAS. Fireshine doesn't have an AWP. Selta's gonna, if he has an A1S, he's not gonna have that much utility. And yeah, he's gonna be an MP9. Why did we invest so much in the last round? What was that about? You got one kill.
Yeah, maybe just hoping for a little bit more.
Oh, they've missed their over smoke.
Yeah, this has not really gone to plan so far, has it? Oh, Mikaze out towards mid. That's that entry power that he provides, and he's just taking a lot of space there. He's pulled the rotations away, but NAVI Junior, they're already out on the A-bomb site. Flash is perfect. Fineshine can't see a damn thing, and I'm already calling a save here for Gun 5.
Yeah.
You've been out-called in this round completely. The fast pace in NAVI Junior, and they've caught you sleeping.
I don't know, and I would like to see a replay of, like, basically when Mikaze... Unlucky. I'd love to see a replay of when Mikaze first took contact. Was the original call always to go towards A, or was that just a really nice reaction from when Mikaze took contact? I would assume it's the former, and I would assume that as soon as Mikaze saw at least just 2 players middle, instantly they accelerated, and that's a really good read into this gun round where NAVI Junior know Gun 5, expect them to go for heroic, they expect them to go for the pop through middle, and they still do it with one player. He goes 1 for 1, and boom, you've already got everyone else just running through a main, knowing that Gun 5 are going to be putting the majority of their resources in middle, and it leaves that gap open. And you were talking about the save, well, guess what, they only saved 1.
Yeah, only getting away with 1 rifle. It is an AK, and, you know, it's still okay. You know, he can drop over an M4 here, so you can still get an okay buy. But Gun 5 need to have a little bit of success here. You know, they haven't really been able to stop NAVI Junior kind of getting out over towards middle, even when it's just been Mikaze. And they are actually going to go aggressive. They're leaving A open once again. Nade's going to be good, but once again, it's another entry. This time it's Zuggs, and they're happy enough with that. A single kill to get out of harm's way. And yes, they've given up that mid control, but they can play with that man advantage now. And look, already creeping. Crabany looking to get 1 more, but that's a very important trade right now.
Yeah, that's massive from Zidane, but then Lackey goes overextending down ramp. Even though it's in the 4 versus 4, he removes himself from YaLLa. But speaking of the main man, he's holding down the B-bomb site. That 1 saved AK being put to good work as he nails 2. Still, the round is alive, and YaLLa's still fighting tooth and nail. He's clawed Gun 5 into contention and on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's honestly just the round that Gun 5 needed. Settled themselves a little bit. Yes, you weren't able to stop them going out from middle, but the reactions were nice. You think, you know, Lackey kind of overextends a little bit. He wants to kind of take that space away. He wants to try and find a kill. Knows there might be 1 more in towards the laneway, but this double kill was just very important. If YaLLa goes down, it's a completely different round, and Gun 5 just having a really good read on the situation there, in all honesty. This time around, NAVI Junior, we're maybe thinking about going in towards mid. It's going to be a little bit late. Look at this though, in the smoke. Selter, he's already been cleared. He's already been shot, taken down, and the crunch is going to happen over towards heaven. It's all falling apart right now here for Gun 5. Oh, Zidane, he needed to get that kill, but when it rains it pours, and NAVI Junior in the driver's seat of this one.
Yeah, well, Lackey's in the known, XyLo's in the known. And Lackey, he's actually making some very good work out of this. He has picked up 2 kills, but as mentioned, Xylo's completely in the known, and Kerbeni is behind him. Symmetry has decided not to plant towards A, and is actually redirecting over towards that B bomb site. Kerbeni, he's just going to catch him with his back turn, and that's a very fast and furious paced round where NAVI Jr., even though Gun 5 did, I think, the right thing with Celta pushing middle without the Molotov at the close wall being put down, NAVI Jr. still come out on top with this accelerated gameplay.
It was a desperation play, really, from Celta, right? You know, he has that SMG, he is up close, he has to try and just get in there, you know, and just hope for the best. And to be honest, he gets a little bit unlucky, you know, that he's sprayed down through the smoke. I don't know if Makazi was actually able to see him, or if it was just
in the smoke, I think.
Yeah, I think they were just, they were meeting in the middle, they were just, you know, pushing against each other. Makazi fires a bullet. Look, for Celta, that's a little bit unlucky, but if you're looking at some of the fights that were kind of being given away in Gun 5, they were just getting absolutely mowed down, and I love that call there from NAVI Jr. just to make sure that, you know, we don't actually have to commit to the bomb plant. You know, you've lurked out B, you've cleared it, you know about Xylo, you know where he's off to. Just come back. Just come back. You know, we don't have to commit to this idea. I have us rotated if he comes on back. But what I'm seeing right now, Freddie, is NAVI Jr. completely in control of this one.
Yeah, because even the round that Gun 5 won, it was because of a heroic play, and they needed that heroic play to get themselves on the board. But what was unfortunate, I found, in the round was their opening stages was they did everything perfect. They double nade mid, they had the flashbangs, but yet they still lose the opener. And the same thesis and premise in the previous round. I think what Celta did, yeah, I do agree, it feels like a bit of a desperation play, but it's the right play. He capitalizes upon the utility that's not being put down, and yet Gun 5 still get trampled. It feels like they do not they don't understand or know how to deal with this mid aggression. So instead of trying to combat fire with fire, why don't they just play on the extremities? Why don't they try push more towards A, have a gimmicky play push towards B? Like, they should have a strat book to deal. Okay, if mid's not doing well, maybe we just drop a nade into window, have the player cycle the nade in red room, well, the AWP, if they have an AWP, post on donor, or we have 2 players push A main. Like, there's no need to just fight fire with fire. And yeah, you kind of see what's happening this round, but again, they're still just sending a player down ramp by himself.
Yeah, you can see Xylo, he wanted to help there in that situation, but he just couldn't. The smoke in towards cave, nothing that you can do. It's a nice idea from Lackey to kind of get aggressive, and, you know, with that SMG, you don't really want to wait until they're popping onto a bomb site. You can still play close, but you would like to see maybe a couple of more bodies there with him.
Or a
but
flash.
Still, yeah. Still, NAVI Jr., they find that kill. This execute is going to come in, and they're just going to get up onto the bomb site. Xylo still has that M4. He's still trying to just spam somebody down through the smoke. He's trying to do a little bit of damage, but in return, takes a bullet to the head. Double HE, that's going to sign his fate. And NAVI Jr. right now just going to try and pick apart the rest of these rifles and pistols. Celta has to get the reload off, but he's getting ran down. And NAVI Jr. are letting Gun 5 know that Ancient is all theirs.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going into exactly what I said at the beginning. Why is Ancient a best of 1 against NAVI Jr.? But yeah, that last round, like, I don't want to dwell on the past, but why isn't Celta playing towards B? What's the, like, you know, why wouldn't he just come over and flash for them to peek lane? And on top of that, was it necessary that Xylo buys a hero A1S because he's down with the MP9? But heading into round 9, his first round that Fineshine has an AWP out. Let's see what he does with it.
Yeah, and you're seeing actually them play a little bit more for the extremities. They're giving up that mid control now. You're letting Makazi walk on out, which is still a big danger. Instead, want to play for this cheetah control. Want to get Xylo into a position. That HE is definitely not going to help proceedings though for Lackey. And Makazi still getting aggressive in towards Dona. Sadaim is actually going to be in big trouble here, but Makazi tries to walk him down instead. Gets gunned down himself, and Gun 5, they have a 5v4 here.
Yeah, I guess that's just confidence, and that's the NAVI Junior playstyle, and we've seen it work so far where they do just isolate those 1 versus 1s, but I think in this scenario, maybe overstepping a little bit too much. Even though Gun 5 do have the man advantage, they don't have much utility, and they have taken a lot of damage to HEs. YaLLa, he's just been destroyed. DeZoogs just walked into Cave, and now Lackey is a little bit on his own. He's just completely isolated. Fineshine's not in a position to support, and that AWP, the first run is out, is going to produce nothing. Sedame in a 1 versus 4, he's still hanging around, but it looks like he might just meet the same fate that the rest of his teammates have. DeZoogs has picked up 3 entry kills, and Gun 5 basically had everyone towards this B-bomb site. Does it matter? No.
No, same old result, isn't it? And I love that from Zoogs. Not just the kills, but a lot of people would have overheated in that situation. But you can see the composure there from the young man, that he doesn't want to overcommit into that gunfight after having, you know, a lot of damage done to him. He's done enough. He knows here after he finds this kill, he's won the round. And he was a little bit fortunate because he was completely blinded by that flashbang from Demon. But still, it's been all NAVI Junior, and there has been very little to say, unfortunately, about Gun 5. They are just being dominated in this one. A little bit of aggression in towards the lane where the flashes are going to be good. That smoke is going to make it difficult. Gravity just locking it down here on his own. Still manages to get away with that double kill. And it is just a situation where Gun 5 are throwing the kitchen sink at NAVI Junior, but nothing, absolutely nothing is working, Freddy.
I think the flashes also missed in middle, because the Dame threw double flashes towards Shelf. Pretty sure they bounced off the boxes. Like, they bounced down. So I don't think anyone was actually blind when those Cave players ran out. Yeah, far cry from their original matchup against Nemiga, where Lackey went 21-10. He's now 3-10. And as it's almost double digits for NAVI Junior, they just look uncontested. Krabeni, 14-2.
Yeah.
That is stupid. That is actually ridiculous. And we're going into another round where Gun 5 have taken their second tactical pause, and Fineshine has not picked up the AWP again. He's sitting on 2 kills. He has been completely ineffective this game. He's not had the AWP. When he did have it, he instantly fell. And I mean, like, is it too early just to say this game is over and we're just going to see maybe like 1 or 2 from Gun 5? But I like, again, what do you think in picking Ancient against NAVI Junior?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one. As I was saying in the pregame, you know, I think you do kind of want to play to your strengths in this situation. Like, you do want to, obviously, like, it is a comfortable map for you, but NAVI Junior just look on form, and sometimes, you know, your opponent is just having a better day. You know, you're looking at the IGL and NAVI Junior, and I said he could, you know, hold his own in the server. I didn't expect him to go 14-2. Yeah, at this stage of the game. And they're calling an A rush here. Now, this is an interesting one. Not really heavy mid presence from Gun 5, but there's absolutely no A presence whatsoever. You know, you're gonna try and go back and try and be here to maybe deny them, but you're relying on spam, and already Zugs has found an opener. Selter, he's gonna go down. The spam is good though. That gets Demon off the bomb. That buys a little bit of time for the rotations to get here, and the smokes are only gonna be up for so long. You're gonna pick one up and re-smoke in towards Donut. That's gonna block off 3 players, but another spam from Sedime. And this is beginning to fall apart right now for NAVI Junior. They're going to have to get aggressive.
And they're going to do that towards CT. Krabeni and Makaze both find kills. All of a sudden, the equilibrium thrown in favor of NAVI Junior. Bomb can now get planted safely behind those boxes. YaLLa and Lackey, they've also split up. In this 2 versus 3, they're not playing this together, but YaLLa will at least find one. Lackey, his position is going to be made known, so NAVI Junior know exactly what is happening. The jig is up, and the kills come flowing in. NAVI Junior definitely more difficult, definitely more tested. Utility missed towards Donut, but ultimately it does not matter.
Exactly, it does not matter, and you can see there NAVI Junior just the amount of knowledge that they have, knowing that situation was not safe. Yes, you get a little bit unfortunate with the second player. First player was low HP, gets spammed down through that smoke. Second player gets killed actually trying to cross into a safe position. But NAVI Junior knowing that, alright, we're going to have to try and take some fights here. We need to get this control back. we cannot stay safe on this bomb site unless we find a couple of kills, and NAVI Junior do what NAVI Junior do best. They outfrag their opponents in that round. They're able to 10, possibly 11 in this first half, but Lucky, aggressive down the ramp. Krabany this time is going to fall. But everybody else from NAVI Junior, they're over towards this A bomb site. If they accelerate right now, there's only one defender. It is all on Sudaim.
Yeah, I mean, look, McCarthy's already got all of Donuts. Utility is out, though. This is perfect. Hold on a second. This might still be a hold because the rotations have come in. Fineshine just staying alive and now approaches the rest of his team. The cavalry's arrived towards the A bomb site. Dzoogs and Cementry in a disadvantageous position. Now HP dwindling as a dink through the smoke comes through. Dzoogs not expecting Celta that close. And finally, success has brewed for Gun 5. 17 HP and AWP. He has actually slipped the net somehow and it's got through the smoke, but it doesn't matter. Gun 5 double their score going into the second half.
It ain't much, Freddy, but it's going to have to be enough if you want to actually have a chance in this best of one. NAVI Junior have just had one of the most incredible T-sides that I've seen in a very long time on this map. They have simply ran the show in that first half. And Gun 5, this is now down to a scenario that you never want to be in if you're playing Counter-Strike. If you lose this pistol, it is pretty much game over.
I mean, I almost want to argue that it's game over regardless.
That still could be the case, but I'm going to be a little bit hopeful.
You're going to be hopeful. Well, let's see what this pistol round can now produce. There's two players towards Donut and Makaze and Dzoo. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Krabany also activates from Cave. He peeks in towards Heaven, adding more kills to his ever-growing tally. And Fineshine sitting on 3 kills and a quadruple neg scoreline. He's going to have to 1 versus 3 to keep his team's head above the water. He's now been spotted. And, well, guess what? Krabany, who got that kill in middle, is in A main. He's flanking, and he will shoot him in the side of the head. 11 now on the board for NAVI Junior. This round robin is looking like theirs.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate for Gun 5. You know, they were definitely riding that high going into this game as well of beating Nemiga, who, you know, as you were saying, just qualified for the major. And they're kind of looking at that and saying, all right, you know, we've got a pretty good chance, you know, to be facing off against every team in our group. If we can beat Nemiga, surely that we can beat some of these other teams, especially one of the favorites like NAVI Junior. But it is looking like Gun 5 are going to come up short on their 5th time of asking this year in maps versus this academy project. NAVI Junior now just have to deal with this by Celta tries to go through the smoke. They are out A, but look at this. Makazi, Krabany, no CT smoke, so the CTs are just going to lock eyes with the Ts and just mow them down with the rifles. Fineshine can get away with nothing, and there is absolutely zero return on investment from that round from Gun 5. It's 12-2, and this one is looking done and dusted.
Outside of that, just looking flawless. The reason why NAVI Junior are doing so well is because the individuals make perfect micro little decisions. Like Dzoogs just running into Donut there, playing around the smoke that he's put down and executing the first player that comes through the smoke gives him so much space to work with and allows for the rotations. It looks very easy, it looks very clean, and it almost looks because they're just out-aiming Gun 5. But there's the micro decisions in here that are the reason why NAVI Junior are looking so good. 12-2, 10 opportunities to close out Ancient.
Yeah, not a bad place to be in. Looking to go 2-0 as well in this group. And Sudaim is going to be the first man to fall in this round. Lackey breathes a little bit of life into this one with that deagle shot, but you're going to need a whole lot more where that came from. Out towards middle, Gun 5 trying to take these engagements. They're getting crunched upon. It's Makazi with another multi-kill, and Lackey, he's so low, he can't really do much. All eyes and the heavy lifting gonna have to be done on Fineshine. Has the bomb on his back as well. Zug's now looking for him, and that is gonna be it. That is an absolute blowout in this game. NAVI Junior, they look untouchable.
It's just what they do, man. It's just what they do. Like, in all these games that we've been talking about that these two teams have played up against each other this year, Ancient's the map pick of NAVI Junior for a reason. They've got the record for the quickest game in CS2, or I guess Counter-Strike as a whole, on Ancient for a reason. They've 13-0 two teams, Parry Vision being one of them this year for a reason. I mentioned at the end of last year they came onto my radar as so good on Ancient because of how well they were doing in open qualifiers against teams like Sangal, whose core is now in Heroic, who have just qualified for the major. That's the kind of level that NAVI Junior play at, and they've just exhibited it on the server today against Gun 5. They go 2-0, whereas Guns now are produced with their first loss in this round robin.
Yeah, and it's a real tough loss as well. As I was saying, you know, you're looking at this game after beating Nemiga and you're expecting a lot out of Gun 5, and it's not like, you know, the last couple of times that you've played them this year on this map have been there's been that much of a discrepancy, I want to say, because, you know, we're talking about a 13-8 in the CCT. We're talking about a 13-9 in Challenger. You know, like, we're talking about like pretty close games, you know. A couple of rounds making the difference, but man, that was not even close. And Krabany and Mikazi, you know, just leading the charge there. These guys, man, are absolutely incredible. And, you know, Zux as well, he had some big moments in there, some big multi-kills, and it's just coming back to the point, like, NAVI Junior, on their day, anybody on this team can hit the highs.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one round that comes to mind for Dazuz was when he entried. He got 4 kills onto the entry, onto the B bomb site, in a round where they actually had the man disadvantage, and also the other person that got the kill, they were all first bullet headshots. He just runs out of cave, it's just boom, 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 boom. He just swings and he first bullets every single person in front of him, and that was the same theme for everybody else. NAVI Junior never played with respect from the word go. Like, as soon as the map went live, they were just playing how they normally play, and that's very fast, high-tempo Counter-Strike that Gun 5 never had a response to, and the only response Gun 5 had was YaLLa getting a triple kill, and that was it, basically.
That was it, and I believe we do have the IGL of NAVI Junior joining us for the second time today. We're going to have Krabany here. Krabany, welcome, mate. You know, you've already been here, but it's another victory for you guys. I just want to start off by saying, you know, you guys obviously love what you do. You love playing this game. You don't want to spend that much time in the server, because that's another very quick game out of you guys.
In Ancient, I think it's a lot of times games like this where we end faster. I think it's maybe our best map, I think. And yeah, we've been practicing a lot there. We are playing also, I think, every official we play, so yeah, I think it was obvious we're gonna win easy.
I respect the confidence. Is there anything you can share with us as to why you're just so good on this map?
I don't know, but from the beginning, when we start to play this map, we was watching a lot of tier 1 teams, like what they do, how they play, and we just copy some things, we created some things from ourselves, and yeah, I think we have good reaction and everything is good protocols.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I would say, and I said it during the cast as well, that, you know, you guys, you've a great understanding, you know what to do and what not to do in certain situations, and even when the kind of going gets tough on the bomb sites, you know, you don't commit to the original plan. You can make things up on the fly, you can change, and I think that, you know, is just a test to the understanding that you guys have on the map. And speaking about this map, you know, were you surprised that on a best of 1, Gun 5 left Ancient?
Yeah, we were a bit surprised. I think we were expecting, of course we expect Ancient or Mirage, one of those two. But I thought they will go for Mirage because Ancient is really strong for us, but I think they're trusted in their game style, and yeah.
Nice. And because we're going to probably talk to you quite a lot this tournament, because I can expect you're going to do quite a lot of winning, I just want to ask, and I assume you've already been asked this, but for us to hear and the audience, what are your expectations in a tournament like this?
Our expectations are high for sure. Like, we saw the teams and we saw that we have a lot of chances for this tournament, and it's like the maybe our, how to say, like the best tournament that we are going to play is this one. So we have high expectations. That I think for me, how it looks, we are like one of the favorites for me. I think we.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I was just going to say. So this is basically.
No. Say I don't have anything. Yeah. For us, it's really important, this tournament.
Yeah, well, we can see that you guys are taking it very seriously, and as Freddie was saying, I don't think this is going to be the last we are going to be talking to you. Yeah, best of luck with your game later on today, and you never know, we might be talking to you in the near future. Thank you for joining us, and we'll leave it there.
Thank you for having me. See ya. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Well, there you know, we kind of had that feeling, Freddie, to be honest, that this is kind of their major. You know, this is a massive event, a massive tournament for them, and yeah, look, I'm really excited if that's the level that these guys are gonna play at. Man, I am so excited to see what they can bring for the rest of Group A, and already topping it right now. We're gonna see if anybody can keep up with them in our next game, but until then, we are actually going to be sending it into a short little break. Make sure you join us though, because we will be right back with some more Group A action.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of...
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
So I'm going to give you 3 players, and you're going to tell me who of those 3 you'd want to duo with, who you would kick, and who you would troll. So the first 3 players are Kiyosuke, Flamus, and Khan.
That's so dirty, to be honest.
Okay, we got mouse mentality. We are playing for my teammates, so I'm gonna play duo with Khan.
Troll Flamos for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna troll Famos and kick Kyosuke.
I think the same essence, I guess.
Let's give you some new players, Hunter. I'll throw some in the mix. You got Shue, Xantares, and Magisk.
I'll do with Xantares, surely. Troll Syuhi maybe, and kick Magisk. Unfortunately, there is only 3 options, so...
I don't need Sui in my team because I'm an agile, so I'm gonna kick Sui. I'll pick in duo Xantares because I need this player to get a result. And throw... who's left? Magisk. I'll throw Magisk.
Right, gents, we have to do predictions now. What Nuno's going to do is he's going to share his screen with you, and you need to tell us who you think will come first, second, and third in Group A, first, second, and third in Group B, so we can work out the semi-finals. And you're doing it as a team, so you may have to discuss this together.
So Group A, we can start Group A.
Sure thing. Who wins Group A?
I think NAVI Junior.
Why NAVI Junior? I think Nemiga.
No, they play major qualification now. They will, not be in shape for this tournament, I think.
Boys, do you not think that maybe you will top your group? Can I just interject here, or we...
we will second. It's alright. we will get through, but, we need to stay on second is alright for us.
Okay, so who comes first?
We can do NAVI Junior, we see.
Okay, so NAVI Junior first, and we're putting
9 Pandas and Nemiga, bro. Third? Yes, 9 Pandas.
Yeah, I think...
Group B?
I think Spirit Academy will be second.
Betboom first. Yes, Spirit Academy second.
And I think ENCE will be third.
I'm alright with ENCE. And what is...
What now?
I think METIZPORT will get... I see. Yeah, I see. So, we will beat ENCE, yeah.
I think Spirit Academy will beat 9 Pandas.
And 2 Academies finals, easy.
I think we will beat Betboom.
I like the confidence.
Gonna be. And I want to play actually Spirit Academy, Kiyosuke.
Yeah, I want to play them as well.
Yeah, me also.
And then who wins?
We will lose.
No, don't do that.
Too much pressure finals,
Yeah, we will lose, It's fine.
Okay.
Second place is fine.
Second place is fine. I don't know how I feel about that, but boys, well done. You did your pick'ems.
My mic's muted, unfortunately. What I was saying was that's some very amusing content from the ECLOT boys. They think they're gonna not win their group, make it to the grand finals, but then equally not win in the grand finals. So let's see if their predictions formulate, because we actually have them on right now in this next game against Nemiga, who they thought weren't gonna do very well in the group. I don't think they put Nemiga to even go through this group stage. They just qualified for the major, Jack.
Yeah, Forrest, he had a pretty good prediction. I mean, he said that Nemiga will not be in shape for this event, and I mean, they played Gun 5. They got beat. They got beat 13-7, so it's a little bit early. I don't want to jump the gun, but Forrest, he might be onto something a little bit, but you cannot underestimate these guys. Of course, they're going to be riding the high of qualifying for the major. It's such a young, talented group of players. They've won big tournaments like this before. I was over in Belgrade when they actually managed to win a LAN as well, and these guys, they just continue to impress me. Now, it's a little bit upsetting that they did drop down into that 0-1 already, but you cannot underestimate a team like this. You've got Zwei, of course, everybody knows about Zwei. Donk is tipping him to be one of the best players this year. You've got Xanter alongside him. That dangerous duo, man. You cannot underestimate them whatsoever. They're really, really tough to face off against. And then You've got, you know, Khan as well, with his opping ability. You know, a lot of people have kind of called that into question sometimes as well, but he has been stepping it up recently. He has been very much improving. He's been that kind of consistent opper maybe that Nemiga needed, and he's also a hell of a rifler, Freddy.
Yeah, I think when you do look at this team and you look at Khan especially, it's like, are you expecting Khan to do as well as maybe people expect, when, especially if you look at the major qualifiers, Xanta and Zwei both have either a 1.30 HLTV rating or above. So it's like, how is someone gonna add any value to a team consistently when you've got your two riflers playing that well? And I think if we just hone in on Zwei for a second as well, like was he the highest rated player in the whole of the major qualifier? Like, that is ridiculous. And you know, bold prediction from who else but Donk? Like, if you're talking about who's going to give you a bold prediction, the best player in the world, that is the highest of accolades. But as you said, they had a very start today, whereas Dynamo ECLOT, they had a pretty good start to the day. They edged out PARTIZAN. They were kind of always a little bit close towards the end, but a Detour who had a 2 KD means they are currently 1-0 in the Group A.
Yeah, I mean, this ECLOT team, of course, you know, you're kind of looking at them and saying, but, well, where are they going to, you know, get these big results? They're looking for kind of that, like, deep run, and especially in an event like this. And to be honest, I think now they do have the players to do this. You know, you've got Mikey, who has been brought in, you know, I think Ted touched on it before. You know, this guy, he was trialing with OG for a little bit, didn't really work out, but he is this kind of aggressive element that has come into ECLOT and has really just kind of elevated the team. Forzy on that AWP as well. You've got the E-Live back calling, and you know, the roles just make sense in this team for me. And to be honest, I think ECLOT definitely might actually be a little bit of a dark horse. You know, I think they could really be one of those teams that you do not want to take lightly in this group. Of course, the competition obviously is fierce, and I think the competition on a map like Ancient as well, this could be a real exciting one. Back-to-back Ancients for us, Fred.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun, and Nemiga actually played Ancient in the I was gonna say RMR, but it's the regional qualifier now, and they beat Betboom in the best of ones 13-4 with a 10-2 T-half, so they're evidently quite good on it. And for me, when I look at Nemiga, last year you were kind of talking about them winning at the Relog LAN and them having just a lot of success in general internationally. For me, a lot of that success was born from Ancient. I think I touted them as being the best team on Ancient in the world, and then they just fell off a cliff on this map. Like, they kind of lost their footing, it felt, with their consistency. They're like, that, you know, their stats this year on this map are not very comfortable, and they've moved away to greener pastures. I think Dust 2 tends to be the map where they focus a lot of their expertise on now. But that being said, if they've looked very good on Ancient recently, and they've been very good on Ancient in the past, if it looks like a dog, if it barks like a dog, then it probably is a dog, so they probably are still quite good at this.
I've never heard that analogy like that, you know, the dog. Usually, I don't know if you've heard it in Ireland, it's a duck. Yeah, if it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Yeah, I like that one, definitely, to describe it. But Nemiga, look, they haven't been that great this year. I'm excited to see what they can do. If they can bounce back, as we're talking about, they've already made the major, they've already qualified, but ECLOT, they want to spoil the party here at Compass, man. They want to kick Nemiga while they are already down in that 0-1 just to get ahead. If they can go 2-0, if they can just stay neck and neck with NAVI Junior, ECLOT will be in a really good position to possibly going through to that playoff stage. I said they're after a deep run, and this would be a perfect result to maybe get them that bit closer.
Yeah, starting on the T side, this was actually where I saw them struggle a little bit against PARTIZAN. So there is just a little bit of worry for me. There's obviously not much time between these games. It's literally been like an hour less than that since they played against PARTIZAN. So they've kind of got an hour to talk over this T side because it did look pretty ropey against PARTIZAN. But coming into the pistol round, Nemiga kicking off proceedings. Zwei, Khan, everybody crunching towards middle. Now they can pivot their attention over towards this A bomb site where ECLOT are storming into Donuts, but unfortunately, even though they are getting the odd kill, it doesn't feel like the trades are good enough until Detour steps up with 3, but Lear, elation in the camera, ultimately wins it out for his squad.
Yeah, the IGL lurking through a smoke there and finding insane double. Needed to hit that insta headshot as well. I mean, if you know, Dior's able to actually get away there, back donut, he can just, you know, begin that kind of dance, right? You know the dance I'm talking about, towards the back of donut, jump spotting the bomb. It can just get nasty and very difficult for you to actually win that round then as a CT. So a very important shot, and Dior, he's going to be kind of kicking himself that ECLOT were not actually able to convert that round. That is a perfect reaction from Nemiga though, and the reaction on the other side is going to be buy. Bring out 3 Galils, bring out a Mac-10, bring out a Deagle. You got that bomb plant, only one player surviving on the other side. Let's see what they can do with it.
Ooh, this is a lot of aggression towards A, and Khan just about saves this. It almost was awful for Nemiga, but the fact that Khan's able to get 2 in the dying embers of his existence in round 2, it actually changes the narrative a little bit, because it allows Nemiga to reset, and they've reset perfectly, but Risky Bob with a risky push towards Donut does so much damage to MBQQ, but ultimately doesn't get the kill. Xanta, however, peeks out, sees the bomb, and dispatches one in the process. Now, making a lot of noise heading towards this A bomb site. This should be pretty obvious what's going on for Nemiga, and they're in the right position. There's a Molotov to hand for ECLOT, but no smoke for Donut. So getting this bomb down is going to be very difficult for them. But they've been given a lot of grace and a lot of space to work with, as the rotation for Nemiga is pivoting together towards CT. Flashbang in. Now they're both charging. There's a kit available for Xanta. There's also a smoke, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Xana's got that, so he's going to drop it onto the bomb. Remember, MBQQ, 4 HP. So this kind of lives and dies with 4Z, and he gets destroyed. All up to this main man, 4 HP and a dream. The bomb's being defused, and protection is perfection from the IGL.
And it's Lear again, man, with the impact. Another double kill, another defusal of that bomb, and another round for Nemiga. This is definitely not been the perfect start for Nemiga for certain. It hasn't been the most comfortable of 2 rounds, but if you can win those close engagements, if you can pull off those retakes, if you can just get them over the line, you know that you're just doing the right things. The good reactions, the damage was just a little bit too much for ECLOT really to handle towards the end of that one. But ECLOT still, I mean, look at the investment that they've gone for here. They've got 4 Galils, they've got a single AK on 4Z. Problem is, I'm not liking their util belts whatsoever. You're relying on a couple of flashbangs to get up onto a bomb site, and ECLOT, it looks like they're going to put all their eggs into a little bit of a B play after maybe Mikey explores something over towards middle.
Yeah, it's really cool to see Lear get so energetic in the cameras, and I feel like there's a little part of me that believes that Nemiga just weren't quite ready and energy-wise for that first game, so Lear's being maybe overly kind of hyping up and reactive now to make sure his team are ready for this map. And early contact, perfect position from Mikey. It's a very overpowered spot where you see their shadow before they see you, and he dispatches of 2 because of that. But re-aggression again towards Donut. The mid-crunch fails on one part, succeeds on another. It's going to come away with a 3 versus 3. Nope, never mind. Zway gets cut off. He can't escape. Khan just about does, but on 30 HP, they're going to try hunt him down. And Xanta, he's very cautious of window, because that's when Mikey got 2 kills. So he's taking a lot of time to get over here. But as soon as he does, ECLOT are actually pivoting. 25 seconds left, and this is quite a brazen cruel, especially because they don't have the information of where Xanta is. And he's going to mobilize back towards B-Jack.
You've got Khan as well, that's going to be quite quick. He's not going to be able to get the timing here to kind of catch them in the back, but Xanta, he went to go clear middle together, and this is going to just allow a lot of space for ECLOT. They're going to be able to get this bomb down and maybe get this plant off safely. Mikey needs to be very careful of that HE. Now we can walk in towards long a little bit safer. Khan is waiting now for the little bit of noise to be made from Xanta, but I believe they know about both. Still though, this retake is on right now. Mikey, low HP, lurking around the back door, trying to drop Xanter on the reload. He might just catch him, and all of a sudden, it's all down to Khan on 30 HP. He is tagging everybody so low here, but it's just so difficult. He doesn't have a kit right now, has to pick one up off his teammate's body. Steps being heard though, and this one surely is dead and buried. And finally, ECLOT are going to close out a post plant. Khan reluctantly is going to have to call that one a day, but still, it was such a close and competitive round. And if Xanter decides that he wants to go over towards B there, in that 2v3 situation, he's in a position to maybe deny it all.
And also, even if he just used his HE and it landed in the right location, because you got to remember that if he was there maybe and he knew the bomb was being planted and he was towards long, he could have easily killed 2 players with that grenade. Mikey was on like 2 HP, the Alive was also on 20 or something like that, so that HE could have been very brutal, but ultimately, it's Nemiga being shut down. They win 2 in a row by the skin of their teeth, and now they've got to try and utilize this hero AK. Khan boosted and jumped up onto the rafters, but with no elbow smoke, it seems a little bit confusing, that play. Regardless, Nemiga, they do actually have a 3 versus 3, but the A bomb site's capitulated.
Yeah, they've given it up completely. They wanted to fight for middle, no deep elbow smoke. They just wanted to take gunfights. That's all that was. Supported by a little bit of util, a little bit of flashes, and still, this one is not a signed and sealed round for ECLOT. The double peek in towards CT from both sides, and it's the CTs that come out the better. Lear has already got his 2 kills, and he needs to find a little bit more, but Xanter has his back covered. This is Nemiga now making things right after a close last round. This is a 3-1 lead for them. Once again, Lear having massive impact. The captain is stepping up to the forefront of this game, and you can see here it's supplemented by a little bit of flashes. You take the distraction away here, Risky Bob swinging wide like that, and you still come away with 1 kill from the AK. You just make it difficult. You deny a lot of that space early on for ECLOT, and still Nemiga in a really good position, and I've been very impressed, Freddy, by their retakes so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only round that's gone wrong in the retake was the round they lost. Apart from that, it's been pretty flawless, but honestly, I feel like that last round, they got given it. ECLOT try fight them CT. It's a 3 versus 3 and they've got util? Question marks? I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that they took the fight to Nemiga there. But regardless, bomb down. For ECLOT means they can actually not fully invest in. They're going to take a half buy. They're going to aim for the next round, but they're doing pretty well. They're trying to now come up ramp, and Lear, once again, the IGL, doing really well with the multi-kills. Is it enough? Yep, it's enough to deny the bomb. Zwei rotates in, a spam through the smoke connects. Another spam does connect, but not for a fatal blow. Risky Bob is on the flank regardless, so the round was always going to be won. It got a little bit precarious. Maybe some more damage could have been inflicted, but ultimately, it's very clean for Nemiga as they go 4-1 up. But remember, that was a low purchase and a bomb down, so ECLOT are now rolling in the money.
Yeah, low purchase, you know, you don't want to go for the full investment, and still coming away with a bomb plant after Lear stops 2 of them up the ramp is ridiculous. And yeah, you get a little bit unlucky, unfortunately, that, you know, your player gets spammed off the bomb after he's planted it. And Nemiga, just knowing those lineups, so important on this map, man. It doesn't matter what bomb site you're on. If you know your spam lineups, you can just begin to deny. And ECLOT, I don't hate that they're actually taking another tactical timeout. This is actually only their first. Need to just settle things a little bit here. You're getting up onto the bomb sites. You are getting the bomb plants. There is positives to take away from this T side so far. It's just in those kind of retake situations where they've been going wrong. I'm not being critical about that last round, but the couple of rounds that have come before, you know, you've been so close to actually closing them out. And correct me if I'm wrong, Freddy, Nemiga have actually not been able to deny ECLOT a bomb plant in 5 rounds.
It's been bomb plant retake, bomb plant retake. But hey, yeah, I think that last round, I don't think we can be critical of the post plants. They just got spammed, right? Like, unlucky.
Yeah.
I think the other rounds you can be, but this is looking like it's going to be another bomb plant. Zwei trying to run away, and oof, that is some nice utility damage. He does decide to relinquish control of the A bomb site, but that's the right call in this manner. Like, him staying around is the bad thing to do. Instead, he's going to go conjoin with his teammates, bomb planted yet again, but a spam kill has already come through for Nemiga, and they're going to be setting up a 5 versus 4 retake where they have 3 kits, they have 3 smokes, 3 flashbangs. They have the utility to work with, and Dynamo ECLOT are planted very close together towards Temple, but they're not taking the fights on their own terms. They're getting swung into. NBQQ has to be the hero. Time ticking down. There's a smoke on the bomb. It's being diffused. The spam's connecting, but not onto the diffuser. Lear, this time it's not him protecting. They're protecting him as the IGL who clutches around out of the jaws of defeat.
Man, what did Lear have for breakfast, bro? That is crazy. He's pretty much won them all 5 rounds?
Give or take. Yeah,
give or
like
take.
4-3 at least.
Yeah. No, I want to say he's won 4 of them, right? Because, you know, he's got 3 multi-kills, 3 double kills that were just incredibly important. He didn't even get a kill on that one. He just sticks that defuse, and ECLOT had no idea that he was still on the bomb. And if you're the T side, you're just kind of wondering, you're like, what are we doing wrong here? Like, we're getting up onto the bomb sites. We are getting the bomb plants. We just are getting spammed down at the wrong times. It's a nice jump peek there from Khan to see the explosion that is about to happen up the ramp here from ECLOT. And well, you're going to need to get your smokes down if you're on the T side. You need to somehow safely cross, but still you're getting spammed down. And it's just these rifles that are just putting bullets through smokes, connecting. And Nemiga have a grip on this bomb site, even though they give it up. All of a sudden, though, it flips completely on its head. 2 versus 2, bomb still not down, but look at this angle. It's nasty from Xanter, and the crunch still happens. It's another Nemiga round. They are not holding on to the bomb sites very well, but damn, Freddy, they can retake one in a hurry.
But they didn't get the bomb down. It's the first round so far that the bomb hasn't been planted for ECLOT. And the issue there wasn't necessarily even the smokes. For me, it's the lack of cave control. Because it was Zwei and Xanter who played a perfect bait and switch. Zwei takes the first contact. I think he gets one and falls. And then Xanter gets set up perfectly. They don't anticipate a second player to be there. And regardless of a flank being implemented from ECLOT, it was all in vain. And yeah, okay, I'm not saying it was good they didn't have a short and long smoke, but it was definitely bad that they didn't. What it did do, though, is bait in their lurk from Red Room. Unfortunately, he's only able to get 1 kill. And yeah, so because there's no smokes on short and long, the defenders were hyper-fixated on the ramp, and that allowed for the lurk. But the lurk had to do more than just get 1 before being traded out. But ultimately, yeah, to me, the crux of the matter there is just the lack of cave control. And Nemiga are currently sitting 6-1 up and have finally denied a bomb going down.
Yeah, I mean, you can do 2 things. You can either fight for that cave control or you can fight for that long control. But ECLOT were unfortunately not able to do either. And just turns into a round that, you know, you manage to find a couple of kills, but you can do nothing with it. Nemiga are just looking so strong on this map, and, you know, going into this, you were saying that Nemiga have not been actually playing to their best level on this map in particular, but they're proving me wrong. I don't know about you, they definitely are really surprising me with this one. And Risky Bob, probably the most surprised out of all of us that Mikey has swung through that Molotov. A great headshot from him. And that's really just kind of put pressure on this solo B defender. Zwei falling though. Can't take down Forzy. Good enough with just the 1. But still, this is a 2v4. This is the most comfortable that ECLOT have looked in this game so far. The E-Live with a nice lurk, and all down to Xanter to maybe clutch up. But a 1v4 is going to be so difficult to get yourself back into.
Hey, we said they're good at retakes. This is a retake. It's just, yeah, as you said, a little bit more difficult. And Mikey even anticipates him. A near flawless round from ECLOT. That was really clean, but truth be told, it feels like Nemiga had a lot of opportunity there to succeed. You've got Risky Bob putting down the good Molotov in Donut, maybe a little bit too deep, but what it does do, though, because it's deep, is it splits off the attackers. It allows him to isolate a 1v1 against Mikey, but sometimes that's not a good thing, because we've spoken about Mikey. We said how he had his little stint on OG. It didn't ultimately work out with longevity, but he still did qualify for a LAN over the likes of Virtus Pro while he was on OG. So it's not like he was bad, and I think that shone a light on him for the international stage, that individually he's really sharp. But yeah, that was a round when Nemiga, they had the opportunities. Zwei had a blinded player in front of him and unfortunately drops off as he tries to take the second fight, and then on top of that, it was really good lurking from ECLOT, which I was mentioning as well in the previous. So for Nemiga, they're actually broke. These rounds have been so close, they've completely run out of money.
Crazy to even think that we're seeing 4 pistols and an SMG in this round, but Nemiga, you're gonna have to make do with all that you can bring to the party in this one, which is not a lot. It would be definitely a guess that I would be turning away at the door if they showed up as empty-handed as they have been. Mikey is going to be spotted out here. Khan is going to be maybe trying to just run him down, and it's just the bonus of having that SMG. You can jump, you can fly, and you can drop him. This is still, though, going to be a difficult B-bomb site to hold. The pistols are here, you have the numbers, but the rifles are already past that smoke. You managed to pick up a double if you're Zwei, but still, you just get mowed over. And Khan, on 7 HP, has armor to work with, but you're relying on 2 taps, and they have to be to the head.
Forzy is on an AWP, though. This works in favor of Khan, but actually, he's just going to choose a save.
And you don't hate that, right?
Yeah, no, I like it. I prefer it.
You know, it's a risk in a 1 versus 2. Bring that AK into the next round. Bring that AK into the next round. You're going to have next to nothing, and still, you are actually able to do quite a significant amount of damage to the T-side too.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, we're talking about damage, which is obviously great, but they're going to be going on to an eco. So if we're talking about damage in a contained moment, sure, it's great. They get 3 kills, but most likely the next round is going to end up being quite clean because it's just going to be the saved AK. And when we're seeing the replay here, look at the placement of that smoke. Look how deep that smoke is. If that ramp smoke was a little bit more shallow, it would have been way harder for ECLOT to actually walk up the ramp and would have clouded a lot of their visions, and that would have ended up ultimately favoring the pistols. Unfortunately, though, because it's so deep, ECLOT are able to get ahead of it with ease, and ultimately that's the reason why they got those entries, and Nemiga only had Zwei finding success.
Yeah, you're 100% right. You know, you can get up that ramp and you can even tuck into that little cubby on the right as well without being gray screened. So it's just so powerful that, you know, you were actually able to push on past that. And yeah, it's a very small detail, but it makes a massive difference in that situation. USP is going to try and run down Mikey in this one. Got their hands on another AK. Aim punch going to be a factor on whoever picks that one up, though. Still Khan with that AK that he saved in the previous round. This is...
Wouldn't mind a save.
I wouldn't mind it, but this is going to get awkward, and well, this is definitely not going to be a save now. The pistol's going to swing wide. He's already got 2. Can they do it is the question that is beckoning in this one, but he gets shut down. The AKs begin to light everybody else up, and the 2 rifles are not enough to overturn that round.
You know what? Strong effort from Khan there. He certainly tried his best, so the AKs won't be saved over, but the damage we were talking about is at least inflicted if this round is won. Only 2 players staying alive in back-to-back rounds for ECLOT means as we've got 2 rounds left in this half, if Nemiga are able to win this gun round, it's going to be a little bit difficult for ECLOT. I think they'll still get a pretty decent purchase out, but it might not be all of the bells and whistles that they would necessarily like to have going into round 12. But regardless, this map looking a lot more competitive than our previous game. Lit, he gets a nice little cheeky kill on the MP9. He upgrades, and he's taking the fight towards middle. Lit, what did he have today for breakfast? Apparently, Weetabix, because he's nice and strong.
He definitely is, man. He's finding some impressive form. Khan's gonna go down. They know there's one more, at least over towards heaven. There he is. Do they know about Xanter, though? That's the big problem. Yes, they do. Forzy, he's just dropped 2 with ease. Risky Bob's gonna get caught here. There's no way he is gonna get past Mikey. And although Nemiga start this round off absolutely perfectly, everything just falls apart at the seams. And ECLOT, they've had to pull themselves up by the bootstraps to get back into this one. But they are back in. They are almost level. And there's still one more round to play in this first half.
That's a rough pill to swallow for Nemiga there, because they did everything right. They gets the double entry, and they just try and force the issue a little bit too much through heaven. But that actually is what ECLOT want. They were prepared for that exact scenario, and you've just got Forzy holding the line. You had Detour as well. They're ready, and then this is also the second time so far on this T side that Mikey's been in a very oppressive position in window, and is caught off a lurker. So unfortunate for Nemiga, because they did everything right, just up until they had overextended a little bit too much. And that's when Mikey can capitalize. No weapons being saved into the final round. And it feels like we're going to have a tied score of the half, which is a lot nicer to see than the 10-2 half we had previously.
Yeah, we do like a competitive one, but Forzy already starting off this one well for the T side. And make that a double. Forzy is just mowing them down with the AWP. I'm sorry, Freddy. We're saying that this one is more competitive. We are not talking about this round on its own, because this one has been an absolute no-show from Nemiga. That op just absolutely decimating Nemiga's chances to hold their lead going into this second half. But, I mean, we have to give credit where credit's due. ECLOT, what a comeback into this game.
What's weird is that this could have been maybe like a 9-3, 8-4 half for them. If they just, you know, held down a retake for one of those first 6 rounds. Surely not.
Okay.
Wait, sorry. Okay. I see Lear in a 1 vs 5 getting the first 2 kills, and I'm like, hold on. But, okay. End of the half, ECLOT 6-6. They probably could have extended that further if they played a little bit sharper in the first portion of this half. But it's really good to see Forzy activating now into the end part of this T side. As he goes onto their defense, that orb is going to be troublesome for Nemiga. And he's probably one of the highest hitters in this whole tournament when he plays at his level. 6-6. This pistol round could be really telling as to where this half now goes.
I'd love to play devil's advocate here. I do agree with you. If Forzy can afford an AWP, you never know. If Nemiga get the ball rolling early, yeah, he didn't have enough money to buy for the whole game, you know, and that could nerf Forzy massively. Yeah, look,
because he bought every round.
Okay, well, now we're splitting hairs. All right. Well, back into this Pistol's way. He's going to mow down D, or look at this though from MBQ. He's going to be able to hold on for just a double, but still Nemiga, they're going to get all the way past. They forgot about Mikey. He crept through the smoke and finds a double with ease. Make that 3. How has Mikey managed to creep and sneak through that smoke unnoticed and found all 3 of them? That is, you know, just a little bit of revenge, in all honesty, Freddy, for what Nemiga were doing in those opening couple of rounds. Lear had a similar pistol through CT, and now it's Mikey's turn.
That is a devious pistol round from Mikey. Is it fair to say it feels like he plays very annoying on this map? Like, I was mentioning his lurks in Red Room. The first round that ECLOT won was because he got 3 kills in Red Room. And then he had another round where he's hiding in corners. He had this round where he just walks through a smoke. He had a round where he just got an opening because he ran through a Molo. Like, he plays Counter-Strike, and you know what? It works, and I like it. Speaking of high risk, though, feels like Khan got given a pretty free kill as the Alive just stood out in the open. But not to worry, because Mikey's there.
Yeah, this is still a little bit of a weird one. Oh, that's not the sound that you want to be hearing if you're D. Oh, these are awkward. Engage, but you are getting away with them. Drop the bomb. Panic averted for a moment, but that was definitely...
I love best of ones.
Yeah.
I love best of ones, man.
Yeah, it's all to play for right now. Of course, Not in this round. I mean, this is completely impossible, surely. And yeah, MBQ is gonna just put that round to bed before it gets going anywhere else. Nemiga, investment coming back here. We'll see what ECLOT can bring to the party here. It's still a little bit of a bonus for them. You know, you've got the R and MBQ with the SMGs out. This is maybe looking towards the CTs playing an aggressive setup, either in towards the laneway. They can go aggressive in towards mid if they want to, but that smoke is going to go towards the doors, towards that B lane. So I'm thinking this lane aggression is going to come in quite early on. Nemiga have their eyes set on middle.
It's actually going to be a double cave setup on the B site, but yeah, as you mentioned, mid is where this opening duels and altercations are going to come through. Mikey, yep, doing Mikey things. He's walked through a smoke, but they've read him. Zway was holding. That is ridiculous awareness from the youngster. He's a bold prediction from the best player in the world for a reason. And from that opening kill, everything's just spiraling now in favor of Nemiga. The Alive, he tries to save the day, and Forzy will equally conjoin with him, but now it's actually no one alive as Nemiga stop ECLOT's 7-round win streak as they finally get on the board in this second half, winning the first gun round. And with ease, I will say.
That's just great awareness right there. Holding from Zway, making sure that Mikey cannot creep through that smoke. That was an incredible play that Mikey tried to go for, and yeah, I'm 100% with you. He is just annoying. Annoying to play against. Loves trying to catch those timings. Loves trying to just get in behind you, and he's just a nightmare when he's able to get in those spots. But if you're aware about it, you can just deal with him as easy as that. Well, that's why it makes it look easy, and it's probably definitely not. Now, M4 in the hands of MBQ. That's the only rifle that they've got here. He's boosted up over towards the ramp, but Mikey with that deagle making it sing and getting a little bit of revenge for the previous round.
If Forzy had anything other than a USP.
Well, there's still a chance.
Mag 7 even. He's going to get checks though. Yeah, okay. So unfortunately for Forzy, he actually gets checked. Risky Bob. Again, Spidey senses are tingling for the ECLOT boys. I guess we're just relying on this deagle for Mikey hitting another headshot and maybe MBQQ getting a multi-kill. I'm not putting too much weight onto this round. I'm actually going to go out and say that I don't appreciate the fact there's been a Hero A1S purchase because it just makes the next round a little bit more uncomfortable. And it's like, what, you're going to get a kill this round? To me, when you're looking at risk probabilities and win probabilities for future rounds, I don't necessarily see the point of buying the Hero S unless it works out. If it works out, then who cares? Or if he saves, then it doesn't matter. But it looks like Nemiga will be, so I assume NBQQ will be saving, and Mikey... My question was going to be, can he get another kill? No, they expect him. He misses his one opportunity, and it's just going to be now the scores actually evened out.
Yeah, I mean, I love that argument that you've just come away with there, in the fact that, you know, yeah, you can buy that hero rifle. I'm not a big fan of it unless it works out. So what you're basically saying is you need the Oracle on your team to know if it's actually going to work out. Like, oh yeah, it's great if it works. If it doesn't though, it's like, alright, so how do we know when to buy one or not? Like, MBQ obviously backs his ability.
Classic CS, man.
Yeah.
It's like, I hate it, but if they get a multi-kill, then hey, all of a sudden, I love it.
All is good.
All of a sudden. All of a sudden, this is the best play I've ever seen. I don't know. I'm actually such a stickler for hero purchase. I hate it so much, man.
He saved it though. Look, you know, so
that's fine. And then he can, yeah, that's actually fine. That's cool. He gets the kill. By the way, you know, I was talking about that scoreline that Nemiga had against Betboom when they won 13-4.
Yeah.
Well, it was a 10-2 T-half.
Okay.
I'm sure leave that there for a second, as they're on the T side and they've yet to lose a gun round. Let's just leave that there for a second.
Yeah, we'll marinate in that one a little bit. Miss window smoke.
Ooh, that's how they got 10 rounds.
That's a little bit of a problem, because you've got a lot of vision in towards middle if you want it, and well, you can just batten down the hatches on this B bomb site as Xanter is going to get a little bit closer, and oh, Flash actually blinds him, but still able to just lock in this bomb site. They try and retake quite quickly, get in their faces and stop them from taking all that space, but instead that space occupied quickly. Still a 3 versus 3, but the Elive, he cannot be the one to initiate any of these engagements. He's so low. Xanter actually getting tagged up with that spam is going to worry him a little bit. Still though, Nemiga, they are all over this bomb site right now, and ECLOT slowly making their way up the ramp here. They need to try and get into this retake. The reposition is great from the Elive. They maybe are not going to be expecting, but still he has to catch one with his back turned like Lear has just done to Mikey. Not eyes on him, and that will seal it. It is a Nemiga round. It is Nemiga back in the lead, and 9-8. Their T-side gun rounds, Freddy, they've been absolutely sublime.
Yeah, they've yet to lose a gun round. The only round they've lost this half was the pistol and then the subsequent eco. This round equally would have been a very clean one if it wasn't for Khan team killing Zway. Like, the only reason this round was contestable was because of that team kill. It was a perfect call. ECLOT had played double cave in the previous gun round, and they did it again. This time they did have a long player, but he instantly falls because Nemiga smoke off cave. They make a call that I guess they hope ECLOT do the same thing again, and that's exactly what happened. So it's a perfect round, and it feels like on that retake, ECLOT never even really went for it. Like, the Alive was still sitting really deep the whole time. And yeah, really good so far from the Nemiga as they reclaim the lead, and they're actually just going up to B again. The AWP is here, but the AWP's yet to get anything going, and is actually just going to get mollowed out. That's it. That's probably round over, as the Alive and Forzi are just going to go and have to save the weapons again.
Like, nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. You get forced back, the pistols can't discover anything, and you're not able to really peek behind that Molotov. You'll burn so much. And, well, Nemiga right now, I mean, you go hunting. It is definitely open season right now. If you can try and go and find these kills, you know where Forzi is. He's going to have to go for a little bit of a reposition, and you can maybe throw 1 or 2 more bodies here, Freddy, at, you know, this retake, this hunt, but you don't want to overcommit too many rifles, right? Because there's still a couple of players that don't really have the economy built up just yet, and it's not like you don't know what they're side, right? You know that the Forzi has an AWP. You know that the Elive is going to have an M4. If you can take it away, absolutely perfect, but if not, you're just going to have your wits about you in the next round. Still, a 10-8 lead. Nemiga 3 rounds away from righting their wrong in the first round of this event.
This is a very important round, more so for ECLOT, because they're actually going to use their final tactical timeout, and I assume they're in the same mind as I am, of if this round is lost, and if nobody saves, it's going to be 11 for Nemiga. Forzi is going to be the only player with economy, so I guess he could hero rifle. Grr. But that's basically map point guaranteed for Nemiga. And when you're playing in these best of ones, these games can fall away from you very quickly. Like, ECLOT lost, what, 2 gun rounds? And because they had a rough start to the game, well, Nemiga are basically within touching distance of winning out their first matchup, as they lost their inaugural game against Gun 5 on Anubis. Just recently making the Blast Austin Major. Kind of expect them to do pretty well in this group, and they're going to actually be coming out of mid very quickly. Lear does take a lot of damage, though, in the process. He also does get connected with some nades, so map control is good for the Nemiga, but where do they go from this now? And it looks like they're going to try go towards Red Room as a pack.
You've got Forzi posted up though with that AWP. He's waiting. He knows that smoke is faded in just a moment, and you can see Mikey's making his way over slowly to him as well. Forzi, great shot, but you can't stick around on that angle. You're just going to be pre-fired off it. He's going to reposition and maybe try and just take a little bit of an aggressive one. Well-timed Molotov still though on the edge of it. Khan's going to try and go on through, but he's been completely isolated. That's the bomb dropped. There was nothing he could do. He didn't want to go back. He had to try and go forward and take that engagement and take that fight, but surely that is going to be a lost round now. Risky Bob left with it all to do, but he is taken out of that situation very quickly. Finally, a gun round goes the way of ECLOT.
It almost seems easy as well. And I think the issue for Nemiga there is that they put a lot of resources into taking mid early. They don't get a single kill off it. No one shows any face from ECLOT. They all play very reserved. They see the smokes, they see the flashbangs. It's just an instant call. They put the nades down and they play towards Donut. They play deep towards CT. FaZe plays that to perfection, and Nemiga never used the utility to force him off the angle, and that was just perfect from the CT side. And this time it's going to be something similar out middle. Sway actually choosing not to go, but Risky Bob does. I'm not sure if there was miscommunication there, but ultimately it's going to be the CT side now coming away with a man advantage very early on.
Yeah, 100% is miscommunication there. Sway is, I would imagine, calling cancel on that one. But Risky Bob
he's calling cancel as he's out as well. I know, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's where the miscommunication kind of comes into it. There isn't really enough time for you to react to that kind of cancel call there. So Sway goes back. Risky Bob does come away with one, but now you've put yourself into that kind of awkward situation that, you know, you've lost a player over towards the laneway as well. Because you didn't go out and fight for that mid control, the cave player is able to just walk down on the player that was in the laneway. So instead of, you know, two players dying over towards middle and maybe the laneway player getting something and you still being in this round, now you just lose two for free. And this is a big problem for Nemiga. Sway's going to have to jump up here, and, well, you need to be on the ball here. MBQ locked in that one, and that is now just going to be down to two. Nemiga swing out onto the bomb site. Gan is going to beat this Molotov, but Lear's still stuck behind it, and it's another 1v1 duel being given away. Can being separated by Molotovs, the bane of his existence, but the existence in that round for Nemiga was not an existence worth living in. 10-10, we're all even.
The start of that round and the end of that round feel very similar, don't they? Like, you've got one player charging through the Molotov, you've got the other player sat behind. It actually just feels like the exact same thing happened in two different parts of the round, and naturally, both of them ended up favoring the Czech side. These last two rounds for Dynamo ECLOT, sure, they've been quite good, but correct me if I'm wrong, Jack, it doesn't feel like they're doing anything that crazy. It feels like Nemiga have been inefficient towards middle, their spacing has been pretty bad, their trade's been pretty bad, and their utility has been, well, almost non-existent, and it's all of a sudden now a tied game.
I think for me they're lacking a little bit of focus, to be honest. I don't think they're all on the same page right now for Nemiga. You know, it was a big day for these guys yesterday, and that has to be kind of factored in a little bit. But I think Forsey was right in his prediction. He said that, you know, they're not going to be in shape for this one, and maybe we're not seeing the best Nemiga that we possibly could have seen. But still, you cannot, you know, underestimate how well ECLOT have played in certain situations, even when the going has got tough for them, even when Nemiga were pulling off all these ridiculous retakes. They've had to pull themselves back into this game, and now they've got an opportunity to actually play for the lead. They can get themselves now back into a really good situation. The burning might have been heard there from Swai. The Elive is just locking eyes on that red rim, and oh, this is an awkward engagement for him. Tag down to just half. Nemiga might need to accelerate here.
I'm also looking at their lurk right now in middle. Sway could be a very big difference maker, especially considering these entry frags are not coming out in favor of the T side. MBQQ, he's completely by himself. Detour left him, went behind the long smoke, and Detour equally gets banged out. Advantage now for Nemiga. They're pretty ropey by coming into this round, but they punch a hole through that B bomb site. And look at Mikey. He's only just coming into Red Room now, and the bomb's already a quarter tick. The Alive starts the charge, doesn't anticipate the second towards Cave. He falls with a trade, and that's just going to constantly further Nemiga. Forsey doing his best. Mikey in tandem. There's a kit on both players. Xanta drops a Molotov though on the bomb, and there's no smoke to clear it. Is there going to be any time? With minimal HP, Mikey just gets spammed, and Xanta saves the day with a double entry and then a 1 versus 2 clutch.
This is insane, by the way, from Nemiga. Like, I want to know how they get that good at spamming smokes and absolutely everything. Look at this from Xanter. He got 4 kills there, right? 3 of them were spam through smoke and 2 through the wood. And it's not the first time that he's getting those spams as well. Think back to the CT side. These guys are just lighting up every single smoke that they see. They're spamming in the right places, and they've come away, I want to say, upwards of, 12, 13 kills between the lot of them that have just been through smokes, through walls. It doesn't matter if Nemiga can't see you. If they can somehow locate you on that bomb site, you are getting lit up. And Nemiga, they're calling a tactical timeout there because that round did not go to plan whatsoever. If it doesn't come from Xanter there, if Xanter does not actually find that double kill through the smoke with the spam, that round is completely different, let alone the 1 versus 2 that he manages to find that Molotov, lob that over onto the bomb to stop the defusal, and the spam again saving them. Nemiga, that's not a round that you can replicate, not whatsoever. You know you got lucky in that one. You need to book up your ideas if you want to close this one out.
Well, that's what CS is. Maybe you just do need that hero player, and it's come through for them. Mikey, first the fall. The flashbang is good for him to peek in, but it didn't seem like Zwei was blind, and the boost prevails. Nemiga, that tactical pause you mentioned as well is very interesting, because they called 2 tactical pauses in 2 rounds combined. So they definitely have a lot to speak about. 3 defenders currently, Jack, for ECLOT over towards B. They have no information anywhere on the map, so they're going to have to get aggressive down towards this lane, and this could pay dividends because they're not going to see anybody. However, once they do spot nothing, they need to instantly now pivot over towards the A bomb side, and I feel like this timing for ECLOT is honestly just perfect.
I mean, it does have that kind of feel to it, doesn't it? It feels like they've got that information they can get on over, but you can't just go sprinting loud over towards the other bomb site. You still need to be careful. Now maybe you do, because the E-Live is calling that the execute has hit that A bomb site right now, and Nemiga trying to get a lot of control here. They still have A main, they still have Donut. This is looking good right now for the T's, especially with that smoke still up. I don't see a way in here.
This is going to be very difficult. They do have kits, they do have a smoke, and they do have a Molotov. But they just, as you said, they need to find that way in. And no one's giving it to them. CT smoke now fading. And they're going to actually drop their 1 singular smoke towards a main. But it's going to be a cool. They're just going to save. Finally, they do get a kill, but it doesn't matter. It's all in vain. ECLOT in a 4 versus 5. They don't choose to even attempt the retake. And Nemiga will hit map points in this best of 1 on Ancient.
I mean, it's a good call. It's a good call from ECLOT to go and save there, because you've been smoked off for so long. You're talking 20, 25 seconds to get in and find 5 kills. And if you lose that round, you're not going to have a buy at all in the next. That is just, a situation. Throw that smoke, fake that you're kind of going for it there, but unfortunately just around, you're going to have to watch go by. Nemiga had a good read on the situation, a good call to go for the execute, and ECLOT unfortunately get it wrong with the stack. But still, right now, you save these rifles, you need to put them to good use. You need to stop Nemiga here and now, or else this best of 1 is going to slip through your fingers. And here we go, they lock in middle. Nemiga, they're going to be forced into go to a B play, but they don't have the bomb just yet, and still they're going to be smoked off. How are they going to get up onto this bomb site right here? Reload coming in, MBQ is going to take point, and this is what ECLOT were saving for. They wanted these rifles to put a stop to Nemiga, and they have in this round.
Oh my god, Force just got a wall bang with the orb? That's insane. Okay, fair. ECLOT say, well, you've wall banged us. I'll do it with an AWP. And that's a pretty impressive round, because if I'm not wrong, they also missed the elbow smoke. And that almost worked in their favor, because when they threw the new one down, it popped as Nemiga swung, so they had no vision and were just running into the 2 players they were holding. And then alongside that, the fact that MBQ just gets that 1 kill on the B-bomb site, it just shuts everything down. Like, if he falls there, Jack, you actually can start questioning and having a little bit of worry. But because he gets the kill, he survives, it's all good. It is a flawless round now for ECLOT, and it honestly looks like this is going to overtime. Look at Nemiga. You've got the saved AK on Xanta. He won't be able to drop anything because he's got $0. You head over to the rest of the team. Well, Risky Bob's also got $0, and I'm not entirely sure what their loss bonus is, but I can't imagine it's going to be anything higher than 2.4k. So this is going to be really difficult for Nemiga going into this final round and a half. They're going to be very down and out economically. And look, Xanta might actually fall. Time's about to run out. 2 seconds left. Now he has to survive. Everyone's here. All 5 players. Xanta will have 0 cash going into the final of the half. 0.
Oh, I don't know how it feels. Can's even laughing at him. Get your bread up, buddy. Nothing he can do. Nothing he can do about it, though. It's so unfortunate, and it's just a really good round, right, from ECLOT, all jokes aside. And that's just the cherry on top, that you know that you have absolutely shattered one of those players' money. Xanta can't buy anything. This is horrible. This is so horrible. Payday is not going to come until OT, but he's going to get a lot of money if they manage to make it there. But they're not playing for that right now. They want to get this one in regulation done and dusted. But man, how are you going to do it? Look at what they have to offer in this one. Khan's going to drop over a P250 to Xanta, so he is going to at least have not a Glock. Something. Yeah, something to kind of utilize in this round. But still, the rest of the players on the side of Nemiga, it's not like they have much either. We're talking an AK, 2 Khalils, and 2 P250s. Risky Bob is right there with him.
Also, man, Smoke and Flash, they don't even have any utility. They've chosen the AK and the Khalil over any weaponry, and MBQ just gets 2. That honestly could just be it. That could mark overtime. This is going to take some heroics for these 3 players on Nemiga to now convert this man disadvantage. They do use a smoke, and they actually had picked one off MBQ's body. So that's a big piece of utility for them to find. And the Alive, oh, needs to be careful. Misses a Molotov as well, so he's going to be able to give them quite a lot of breathing room. Luckily, he drops a smoke in Donut, so he's going to be able to survive. But that got a little bit scary for a second. If that was an AK, and if that dink had been fatal, it would have been a ridiculous turnaround of events. And I like this. I really like this from Nemiga. They put a lot of pressure over towards the A-bomb site, and now pivoting over towards B, where currently Mikey's actually just playing retake. They're more cautious of this red room push and of the A-bomb site, that Mikey is playing very reserved. And at 20 seconds left, Nemiga, if they can get the bomb down and somehow get into post plants with no utility, this could be something, but the bomb needs to cross. Xanta's not out of cave yet. Oh no, the bomb can't get to the site. Finally it does. 5 seconds remaining, but because it's only just 1 player able to defend him, Xanta's now completely by himself. 23 HP. A 1 versus 3 and a dream finds the first. Second low HP. 4 bullets left in the magazine. Upgrade to the A1S, and he hears Forzy. Forzy, he's just sticking. Spam coming through, gets him off the bomb, but it doesn't eliminate him. And because of that, Forzy denies the clutch and forces overtime.
Oh my goodness, man. My head was in my hands there for that one. That was nearly the most ridiculous round I have seen. And I was thinking to myself, when you were talking just during that round, I was thinking, why are they not putting Xanta in first? Not only, you know, he's got a Khalil, he's got the bomb, he couldn't buy armor. He had $0. He was, aim points was a massive factor into any gunfight that he went in. Yeah, he was not the one that was going in first, and I was thinking, this goes against everything. This goes against everything right now that is right with Counter-Strike. Like, that is just a wrong decision. And then all of a sudden, he gets 1, he gets 2, and if he continues to spam, by the way, Forzy was a dead man. That was so close there. But Forzy pulls his team into overtime. They saved themselves in this best of 1 so far. And Xanta, I think he's just delighted to see a little bit of money in that bank account.
Guys, I can buy armor. I got armor.
I can buy a flash.
Wait, what? How's Khan just been able to do that? Khan's just walked into cave and got the opening kill, but they're going to neglect MBQ. The Alive took first contact, so they all swung out, staring at short. And because of that, MBQ gets another multi-kill on this B-bomb site. A shutdown from ECLOT after losing that opening frag. And with the bomb in their grasp, Zwei on low HP. Why couldn't they just do that in regular... Yeah, I mean, they're on 13. Still flawless.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a dominant round from ECLOT, and I'm delighted to see that, to be honest, because, you know, I was wondering with Dior there, like, where is he looking? Why is he looking there? But man, that bait was absolutely perfect. I don't know if it was intentional. I don't think it was intentional, but, you know, it's about time you got a little bit of luck on your side. That's all I'm going to say about that one. Nemiga. Now, down a round, but could still level things up with this one. It's just going to be a lot of players waiting out over towards mid, and Xanter, he's just going to get caught off guard. The peek in towards cave. The contact's coming out here. Forcey's going to be posted with that AWP. Nearly gets them both. The swing from cave is absolutely perfect from MBQ. They crunch on middle. Nemiga down to just Khan. Once again, he was able to open up that B bomb site for Nemiga to swing on out of cave in the last round. This time, he's going to have to clutch up big time. But ECLOT, with 2 perfect calls now in overtime, grants them 2 very important rounds.
It's all falling apart. It's all falling apart for Nemiga. And you got to remember as well, they had 2 opportunities at a match point, and both of those rounds, well, the latter came down to 13 HP. If Xanter had just hit Forzy one more time, we wouldn't be in overtime, and Nemiga would have found their first victory here in the round robin. Instead, it's ECLOT on 4 rounds in a row, and if we remember on the T side, the only reason that ECLOT lost a lot of those rounds was because they lost retakes. They played the round better than Nemiga had played, and that makes me quite scared with the trajectory of how this is going right now. All towards lane. Nemiga, it looks like they're just going to try to go towards B, to be honest, and this might actually be the right call.
Yeah, I mean, ECLOT are just not going to be expecting this. They've got 2 players here, both alongside nobody in the site. Lear, he's going to be able to drop one. Look at this right now, though. Dior still unbeknownst, and eventually he will reveal himself with a double kill, and he's still alive here. Mikey is the man actually to take him down, but he at least gets one with him. Mikey trying to flash high, but caught with nades out. That's the wrong time to have your nades out. That's why he swings for that double kill, and all of a sudden, it's Forzy with that AWP. He's been near perfect with the op, but still the jiggles coming in with nades, and still Forzy advancing forward, looking to try and line them up. He finds the first, but that double swing was imminent, and just so many little moments in that round that could have went right went so wrong for ECLOT.
What a brazen call though for Lear. Final round of overtime on the T side, and he calls for a pop B. Honestly, I don't even know if this is a pop. They don't use any utility. They just run up, and it almost goes wrong for them because Mikey gets there at the perfect time, and it baits Detour in. Unfortunately, though, Mikey, after baiting his teammate, then kills him. And that's kind of where it all unravels a little bit. Regardless, though, ECLOT still maintain the lead, going now onto their T side, and they look to head towards middle. Forzy tries to get an opening kill with that AWP. He doesn't find anyone, but they're still going to be running out of middle alongside MBQ, who's come through from Shelf. This is a lot of map control early for ECLOT, but the response from Nemiga is to just go down ramp.
Yeah, they want to try and take the fights to them because they know that they've been losing the bomb sites, right? Let's not forget, think back to the first half. ECLOT were just making themselves acquainted with bomb plants in every single round. Mikey, a nice opening. Risky Bob on that AWP was maybe a little bit of a surprise. They knew that maybe there was another op somewhere, but Risky Bob deciding to bring out the double in OT. Forzy, though, going to be holding for him. Risky Bob looking like the main opper right now. That double is easy, spotting the shadow of the player over towards mid, but this time he will fall short, and everybody falling around Khan once again. AWP in hand though, the E-Live caught out in the open. This is getting scary. The boost up though, surely you just walk into main with him right now, and Khan, if he makes his way forward, you swing on the contact of the 3 player. Mikey does not have to move a muscle right now as Khan makes his way forward. He has to try and discover this setup, but it's such a difficult one to try and unravel right now as Khan taps a bomb. There's the swing, there's the peak, and the double will do it. It's Dynamo ECLOT on map point.
From 10-2 down to now having their own opportunity. Oh, that's an insane opening kill from Mikey. Feels like Zwei hasn't really been at that level today that we anticipate him to be. And yeah, there, like, he just solo swings. He's got so many teammates in close proximity. Instead, he just swings out Red Room. And yeah, I don't know. That feels like a bit of a weird play from him. And it's been a very weird day for him. He's 18 and 26. Risky Bob, he's had a rough time as well, but he's tried his best on the AWP. Unfortunately, it's all in vain. But now, 2 rounds to do it, and ECLOT, once again, they fight for mid, but they get pushed away. And they're happy just to give it up. They try to go for an opening kill again with Forzy, but the aggression comes in a little bit more tempered from Nemiga.
ECLOT speed this one up, Freddy. They're going to make their way in. Molly is going to be fantastic, though. And Zwei, now he can just get in front of this Molly and take a fight. First one is easy. The second one is free. And the third one as well, actually ripped away by Khan. That's a great hold. Nemiga, they had to get something right. And this round has gone swimmingly for them. Forzy, that AWP wayward, and Zwei will finally get his third as Nemiga get on to 14. One more. This time, they are the ones chasing. They were the ones that had the chance to close it out in regulation. Now it is them with a must-win round in front of them.
I literally had just said Zwei wasn't having a very good day, and it's not the Zwei that we know and love. And then he just holds down the A-bomb site. So, fair enough. Shut me up there, didn't he? And I think that play was perfect right from ECLOT. I think they did everything that they could have done right. They get the information that mid is being taken. They're already poised to accelerate towards that A-bomb site. They do, but they get stopped by a Molotov that they choose to just kind of sit behind. Like, it's not that they throw any flashes around it or smoke it and go through it. They kind of just sit there. And that's exactly the reason why Zwei and Khan were able to then get those 3 kills, was because they just peeked into those players who were just sitting, holding, and, well, evidently not holding well enough behind the Molotov. And, well, we've had some pretty one-sided games today so far. A double overtime certainly shakes it all up.
There's double beat down towards the ramp right now, and still though, this mid control is perfect right now for the CTs. It's so awkward for MBQ. He's already dealt with one, and how about another? Still needs to be careful about his back, and he gets out of harm's way. That is just so important right now for him to just back on out of there and wait for his team to group on up. ECLOT, they're waiting to maybe just fade this smoke, walk on through, but Khan is ready. The scope surely has been heard here on the ramp. Unless comms were going on, Khan should be known, and they're waiting for Forzy. Look at this, he's going to peek right in, and Khan never seen it coming, and still, even with that kill, they are not going to move. Look how silent they are. Look how patient they are. 45 seconds. Nemiga, they're waiting for them to play first. The util is going to rain on over. Risky Bomb trying to get in front of this play, but he's going to go down. They just need to trade out Zwei, but look at him coming through this smoke. D-Door is ready, and ECLOT stun Nemiga, dropping down into that 0-2. And ECLOT, a close encounter, but they come out on top.
From saving on 11-10 to give their opposition map point, to winning a clutch with 13 HP to force it into overtime, ECLOT defeats Nemiga, who have just qualified through to the major. And Ancient was a map that they used to qualify there, beating Betboom 13-4. However, today it's ECLOT, who even themselves said that they don't think they're going to top the group, are playing like they will.
Yeah, man, I mean, look, it's a close game against one of the toughest teams, and you can see that, you know, when we were looking at that little video before the game went live, you know, the conversation was between the eLive and Forzy of would Nemiga actually be number one? You know, would they be the number one in this group? And ECLOT have gone out there and they've beaten them. They've managed to take them down. Yes, it took longer than regulation. Yes, you had to fight tooth and nail into this one. But in all honesty, you know, we're looking at a lot of these rounds as a whole, right? We're looking at how they kind of played on out. Nemiga got so many kills through smokes, so many spams that really just changed the outcome of this game, and you know, a little bit fortunate in doing so as well. Looking forward to this interview. I believe we do have the opera of ECLOT. We've got Forzy joining us. Forzy, welcome along, mate. First off, congratulations. And I know you're smiling because you've got your prediction right. You said Nemiga would not be ready for this event, and they were not ready for you at all.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'm happy we won. It was a close game, but it was a good game. I think it was entertaining to play.
I mean, it was certainly entertaining to watch as well. And the first question I actually want to ask was, at the beginning, it felt like you guys were losing a lot of post plants very early on. Talk me through how the opening stages of that map went for you guys.
Yeah, the first rounds, I don't know. I remember we went out A, some A rush, and they just killed me through smoke. I couldn't do anything, and then yeah, I think we just were like maybe nervous a bit, or I don't know, we were doing like weird decisions a bit, and that's why we lost the rounds. Also, they hit some nice shots in the first rounds, but then when we like established the situation in the game, we kept calm and we won important rounds, and yeah, we just got back into the game, and yeah, from the like when we got back into the game, it was I think pretty even. Maybe we were even better because we lost some stupid rounds as well. And yeah, I think that's it. It was a good game.
It definitely was, mate. And you know, before the game actually went live, we seen a little video of you and the eLive talking to Sam, saying that, you know, you didn't think that you guys were gonna top the group. Well, you guys are up there now. You're 2-0. Has that kind of feeling changed a little bit?
No. We just go game by game, and tomorrow we will try our best to obviously win, you know. But yeah, if we advance to playoffs, we will be happy. And I think the teams are like a bit tired from the major qualifications. We were not playing, so we are, you know, like kind of ready. And yeah, I hope tomorrow we will. If we win 3-0, we are right into the semifinals. I think we go, so that would be insane. But yeah, I guess we will just see game by game, try our best.
Well, perfect. Yeah. I don't know if you have anything else, Jack, but I assume we're going to speak to Forzy again later down the line, so we don't want to keep you for too long now. Congratulations. That was an awesome game to watch, and hopefully we'll see you again for an interview when you win your next game.
Yeah, I hope so too. Okay. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, short and sweet there. As you know, that game going into overtime, we are a little bit behind schedule as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be sending it into a little bit of a break. We still have 2 more BO1s coming up today, so you definitely don't want to go anywhere. And these lovely faces will be right back.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
I'm here with Dragon and Collins from Partizan, and we're chatting about the YaLLa Campus big final that is happening. And gents, I want to start with the sad one first, because this would have been your first LAN as a team. Am I right, Dragon?
First tier 1 LAN since we're in Partizan, yeah. Before that I played at RMR with iNation, but like for Partizan, yeah, this would be our first tier 1 LAN, unfortunately.
Damn, man, and now it's gone online, which obviously we're all sad about, but it's still a competition. We're still going to have to compete, and I'm sure you're going to do well. You've impressed a lot of people. Collins, have you had a chance to have a look at your group? Have you seen the other teams you're going to be competing with?
I think so. I think I know all of them. Like last minute change was Passion UA to NAVI Junior. I think we have like decent chances against everybody in our group, and I think we can go like further in playoffs.
Which group do you think is harder or more stacked? Let's put it that way. Which group is more stacked, boys? Is it Group A or is it Group B?
I would say it's ours, but yeah.
Maybe a little bit more ours, but
Yeah.
that other group is tough as well. But
Okay.
if I have to say that ours is a little bit more.
Yeah.
Why do you think yours is tougher?
To be honest, like in anyone can beat anyone in our group, and if we were in that other group, I would say that we would be at least favorite. We would be the favorite team at least versus 3 teams.
Collins, you in agreement?
Kind of, yeah. I think like that's in our group, everybody's like samely matched up. You know, we have their group. They have like Nexus, GTZ, the teams that we already played and we already have beaten. You know, yeah. So we played, let's say, against ECLOT. We had like overtime match. We prevailed. Like, and I also think that we should have like won it like way more easily. So, yeah, I think we can like easily get 3 or 4 like wins out of our group.
I like the confidence. Now, if you take a look at both groups, you take a look at all the teams that are playing in the final, who is the one team that you think is the biggest competition for you?
I would say it's Nemiga from our group. Like we already played against them like in other tournament, and we had a like really close matchup we could have won. And from the other group, I would say ENCE or Betboom.
With ENCE. And how about you,
Yeah.
Dragon?
If I had to pick like a toughest opponent that we would have to face, probably would be Betboom. I mean, we already played versus them. It was in best of 1 in qualifier. We won, but it was like a very close match, and I think they would be the toughest opponent for us.
How important is it for you as a team, for Partizan, to have tournaments like YaLLa Campus? Because obviously we've spoken a lot about the VRS over the last few months, all the shake-ups with how the system has changed. How important are these competitions that are popping up, even whether they're on LAN or online?
Well, nowadays every tournament is like really important because you can gain those VRS points, and obviously we wanted to go to LAN, now it's not, you know, and even from LAN tournaments I think, but I'm not so sure, that you gain like more points, so that would be like much more like better thing for us, you know. But now we're just gonna go like either way, we're gonna go straight in, try to win every single game so we can like get more points for the next major.
We were very hyped to play on LAN, as it was first planned to play versus some bigger names, some bigger teams, and of course if we had won versus them, we would even gain even more VRS points. But even now, I mean, every match is important, every tournament is important. We're trying to do our best to gain as much as points, not for this major, but for the next one, so that would be it.
So we're going to show you a picture, and you have to try guess.
Karat. Vladislav
Wow,
Kravchenko.
boys,
Yeah.
that was impressive. Yes, good job. Let's try another one.
Oh, deleted! It's me in Turkey.
Ебать.
Nice,
nice photo.
Nice.
For us, we go from a 13-2 to an overtime. We've had some very exciting games already today, and now next up on the docket is 9 Pandas versus Partizan. Jack, what are you feeling about this game?
I I don't know really what to feel about this game. I'm still trying to process what happened in the last one, to be honest. But no, I am excited for 9 Pandas and PARTIZAN because both of these teams are actually in the 0-1. 9 Pandas, they got beaten by NAVI Junior. PARTIZAN got beaten by ECLOT, who we just seen pick up their second victory there over Nemiga. And there's a lot of different storylines that we can go with this one, and especially with the likes of 9 Pandas, because it's such a quick turnaround from now and from them missing out on actually qualifying for the major. They came so close. They were 2-1. They lost the best that got them there, and then lost the best of 3 that actually would have kept them in the event, still playing for that major qualification. And it's been such a quick turnaround now to kind of reset your mind and get back into, you know, the swing of things, because this is still a massively important event for 9 Pandas, because obviously you win all that prize money, you move up on the VRS rankings, and you stay in contention to continue to play at the highest level. But I just wonder how the mental fortitude is going to be on the side of this 9 Pandas. How resilient are they going to actually be for this one, and can they bounce back that quickly?
Yeah, because it's getting rolled this morning. It's missing out and having to play 2 best-of-3s yesterday. Like, it's a lot of Counter-Strike to having to play in very short succession, and especially for a player like Moon, who's joined this roster quite new and is maybe still coming to terms with the grind that this sort of level of Counter-Strike has to offer. Yeah, I think that's like a really interesting narrative to play along of. Like, ECLOT seemed pretty certain that these RMR qualifier teams are not going to be in shape, and so far, neither Nemiga nor 9 Pandas have been. However, PARTIZAN had a very interesting interview there with Tech Girl or Sam, and they said, yeah, we are very disappointed this isn't on LAN, because this would have been our first opportunity to play LAN with this team and with this organization. But nonetheless, they are still very excited for this tournament, because it's pretty much their biggest tournament to date, with the same things I was saying about, with the same core and with the organization. And for them, I think they're in a very different position to 9 Pandas when it comes to the VRS, for instance. For 9 Pandas, they're looking to play some LANs. PARTIZAN, they're looking to see if they can get into just stability. And for them, winning this event would be, woof, that would definitely do more than just stability.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I really like the story of this PARTIZAN team, to be honest, because they kind of came out of nowhere, right? This team was, you know, a team that weren't really up to much. All of a sudden, you know, 4 out of the 5 actually went over and played in the IESF as Team Serbia. Ended up coming 3rd, skyrocketed up the VRS rankings, started getting invites to tournaments. Then were able to bring in Vladen as well, under the banner of PARTIZAN, and have just been performing in a lot of the events that they've been playing in, and have really kind of held their own as well in a lot of these tournaments. But they want to be able to, you know, go for these kind of deep runs. They want to be up there with the best, and you know, they didn't really put their best foot forward. Losing out to ECLOT is definitely, there's no shame in that whatsoever, but they'll be hoping to bounce back, and they'll be hoping to take advantage of a 9 Pandas that could still be a little bit sluggish.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting you mentioned ISF, because the top 3 teams that all propelled themselves from that event are in this tournament. NEXUS, PARTIZAN, and then GTZ, who were previously representing Rhino. That's now the GZ team. So yeah, you can see how important those LAN events are, and how one tournament can change the whole infrastructure of your year. So that's what both these teams are looking for here in this $300,000 prize pool. Dust 2 is going to be our map, though. That's going to be the veto for the best of 1. And if I'm looking at this, I'm feeling this favors a 9 Panda, because you mentioned that best of 3 against Betboom yesterday. Sure, they didn't win it. Sure, they didn't make it through to the major. They did win Dust 2 13-5, so they can actively play this map at a very decent level against top tier opponents, whereas PARTIZAN are currently sitting on a loss streak to the likes of Ruby and Nemiga, and a demolition from ENCE.
Yeah, Moon's old team as well, Ruby. Yeah. So yeah,
actually,
look, this is going to be interesting that we've actually ended up on Dust 2. Hasn't really been the best of days for PARTIZAN. Can't really say the same either for 9 Pandas though. So you know, it is a pretty fair fight. I'm just happy that we don't get another Ancient. I believe it was 3 Ancients in a row. There was even 1 before we even got here. So we're gonna freshen it up here. You know, our second last best of 1 of the day, but I really don't know which way this one is going to go. I think both teams have a lot of strengths. You know, I think if we're looking at the side of 9 Pandas, you know, you've got the ladies that can pop off at any moment. You've got Result that is the aggressive rifler. I haven't really seen too much of Moon to really, you know, already formulate an opinion of him, but he seems to be a very capable operator that can perform, and they really need to hope that he is going to be that capable operator, because Dust 2, so important to have your operator really feeling it. On the other side, Partizan, I mean, they are absolutely filled with talent. As I said, you know, they kind of came out of nowhere, but they have really just kind of taken a lot of these online events by storm, and the Serbians are going to come to play today. They want to go 1-1. They don't want to drop down into that 0-2. You know, don't want to fall down the standings of Group A. But it looks like, Freddie, we are about to get underway. The teams are being shown to you now. The stage is set on Dust 2, and we are going to be getting going with our second last best of one of the day.
Even though we haven't seen much from Moon, I'm just happy to see that Partizan, well, have... No, sorry, 9 Pandas, you know, have an AWPer. Because I think there was the interesting narrative that we had was after ALV, it was the good old whoever feels the AWP picks up the AWP. Chiron was stepping in, if I'm not mistaken, for them. So yeah, they literally were just AWPless for a good month, and we're playing officials like that. So I'm just happy to see an actual AWPer, and I think Moon's a really interesting choice to go for, because he's a bit of an unknown entity when there definitely are more known entities on the market. However, we're full swing in this pistol round, and Xiaofi, oh, we had the opportunity there, but overextends, and ultimately Partizan draw the first blood, and they actually just have this bomb site. They haven't got the bomb down. They are taking their time. Collins, who had the bomb, is now dead, and bomb shall be dropped. It feels like Partizan really could have taken this opportunity, but instead, they've allowed 9 Pandas to all group up, and that's only going to favor the CT side. Here they come, stampeding up short. Jewel Beretta's getting close, but the Jewel Beretta's getting knocked down. Delades last alive, and on 19 HP. Bomb has still not been planted.
Still delayed as he's actually going to be able to get a kill out of this situation. 40 seconds, and I mean, Partizan, they have had every chance to get the bomb down early on in the round, but finally Dragon is going to put the numbers in, and we are going to see a post-plant situation. It's a 1v1, but Teledes, low HP, down to just 19, and this reposition from Dragon is going to be so good right now. Problem is, bomb not really planted for him whatsoever, so he's kind of gambling on Delades dropping down in towards CT. He's just playing a game of cat and mouse with him here, and Dragon, even if he jumps up here, he's not really going to be able to spot the bomb, so he has to get a whole lot closer, maybe trying to take him down on the jump in a moment. There it is, Defuse getting tapped once again. Delades looking for the headshot. He is going to be able to find it, but no kit means no luck for 9 Pandas in that pistol.
What a crazy pistol round there, Jack, because at the start, it felt like everything was going in favor of Partizan. They get this opening kill, and then Collins, instead of trying to get the bomb down, opts to go for aggression, opts to go for the fight, and from that moment onwards, it spiraled in favor of the CT side. And then, when it looked like they were about to shut out the round, Partizan hits some bangers, and it all of a sudden just goes back and forth. It's like a pendulum. It just never quite stayed in one spot. It's going to be the Serbian side taking the lead early on in this best of one.
Early on lead, need to hold it though, up against a pretty horrible boy, if I do say so myself. These SMGs can be difficult to deal with, as Emmy is going to find out, but it's a Collins double to just grant a little bit of safety out towards long. Collins not done just there, as he picks up a third. Moon forced all the way back, and the save bell might be ringing in the head of Moon, and Delades need to hope that the ringing isn't going to be caused by any of these bullets, or that's going to be a very big problem. Going to have next to nothing in this next round. Partizan, that was a whole lot smoother. Quickly they are going to get the bomb down over towards A, and this is only going one way.
Strong start on the T side. Vladin has been heard. Yeah. Oh, okay. MP9 at range, it takes a while. Trying to save now this Galil, but we won't even have the opportunity. It's interesting with Partizan, because there's obviously new on the scene, but Emi's been around since like 1.6, right? Emi's been IGLing mostly national teams in recent history. Obviously played for like FPX, which that was, I would assume, the highest point in his career. But it feels like from 2022, we've seen it's been difficult for him. He went to China for a little bit. He was on a different Partizan lineup that looked really promising. He's had a very turbulent career. Like, you know, he's a father, right? He's married. Like, he's got all these different things going on in real life, but he's still built up a new squad and is now back at this stage, starting from the bottom. And this would be an amazing result for Partizan in isolation, but also this tournament would really bring Emi back into the forefront of Counter-Strike for the first time in a while.
Yeah, I mean, he's been around the block, you could definitely say that. You know, it started out in the regional scene, played then for Valiance, crazy contact, then went to FunPlus Phoenix, as you were saying, then a stint on Coalesce, a very forgettable stint on Coalesce, might I add. Then played for Partizan, yeah, as you were saying, over to Tyloo, Pompa, iNation, and then back to Partizan. So, yeah, he's been absolutely everywhere.
Struggling to find success, though. I think that's the kind of key feature. Like the Coalesce project, failure. Tyloo, failure. Partizan did really well, ultimately failed. Pompa, he was only there for like 2 months, if memory serves. But it's like all these projects since 2022, since he played Tier 1 Counter-Strike during the COVID period, because that Valiance, Contact, FPX are all the same team, just different names. So since that project, he's just been failing. And like instability. So right now, I'm a big fan of Emi, and I'm really glad to see him back in this position.
Yeah, it's been a resurgence really of his career, and 9Pandas are going to be looking for a little bit of a resurgence of their own to kind of get going on this CT side of Dust 2. Not been a lot to boast about, but we haven't seen a gun round just yet. This is going to be the first, and Moon gets the ball rolling early. Nice shot onto Dragon through that smoke. And this means that Partizan are going to be on the back foot, really, for the first time in this game.
A rare opener. This is a very wide position for Result, but it pays dividends. They just peek into him dry and he lines them both up. That's the bomb dropped as well. So from this opening kill in Moon, it's just spiraled success for the CT side. And Partizan, you can't really say they've had much going. This round has just started and ended.
As simple as that. And that's exactly how you want your first gun round to go. Just open, closed instantly with you winning, you on top. You don't lose anybody. You build up a little bit of the bank accounts. Yeah, Partizan can go away. They can save their 2 rifles. You probably know there's an op there as well. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. You win this one. You win it comfortably. It is more important right now for you to get your foundations built up on this CT side. And for all you know, the gun rounds might continue to go exactly like this. But Partizan is just going to have to wait this one out. They will be able to buy up in the next as well. See if they can get back to winning ways.
Had a lot of saves so far. We had a save on the pistol round. But it will be the AWP being saved over for Kindo. That's the kind of key feature. And because it was only the first gun round, and Partizan have been pretty clean up to this point against the force fire and against the anti-eco, their economy, it's fine. It's going to be full utility across the board, par Emi. And he actually... No, he does a full util. I think they just rejigged who was dropping. So, all the bells and whistles for Partizan. You've got to forget and move on. Unfortunately, they're moving into another opening from Moon. Since bringing out the AWP, he's picked up the first kill in the round twice now. And Partizan, let's see if they can change the outcome, though.
2 for 2, 100%. Not a bad record to have so far. PARTIZAN, yeah, this is really where it's going to get a little bit tough. You're burning a lot if you're Collins here going through this molly. And 9 Pandas, they relinquish that short control. They know that they don't have to play for it. Instead, they're going to all group up over towards long, good smoke over towards the doors, flash out just to make sure everything is going to be clear and they're not going to be tested from that part of the map. You can leave that upper posted up in a safe position as well. Problem is, if PARTIZAN decide to split over towards B, you need another player to rotate into a position where he can try and help out. That's where you see Crad and CT. He needs to be a real difference maker should it happen, but it's all eyes on short right now for PARTIZAN. This execute should come in a moment with a little bit of fake mid presence with that smoke.
Let's see how Moon proves. He just needs to hit one shot realistically. Hit the shot full back. He pulls the trigger, but a little bit too early. No blood drawn now as PARTIZAN are going to be given the bomb site until Dragon on the alert cuts away the rotators. Crad, they try to flash him through and he ends up going way later. A very interesting play from Crad there. Feel like he'd lost the timing quite massively. And because the bomb site gets relinquished instantly from Moon, you just have to survive. Instead, 9 Pandas have done the opposite. They left the bomb site and all the rotations and the players coming in have fallen. A very poor round for 9 Pandas, and for PARTIZAN, they're probably coming away from this with a deep sigh of relief because they lose the opening kill. They just go up short, hoping that they can get onto the bomb site, and they do more than that. They get the bombs over free, and then people just run into their crosshairs.
Yeah, it's exactly how you want a round to go. You know, just people just coming in, walking into your crosshair. Perfect. You know, you'll take those kills every day of the week. You'll take that round as well. Stop 9 Pandas in their tracks from getting back into this game early on. Still, though, we are actually going to see a double op out here. We were talking about 9 Pandas and how there was that situation where they didn't have an opper and everybody was getting a go. And when I say everybody was getting a go, I mean everybody was getting a go. You did not know. Me and Freddie did a couple of the games and we were like, it was like they had a wheel and it was who was going to be holding it in this round. It was absolutely ridiculous. Double op brought out is a big risk, but it already pays dividends. Shalfie loves this little push in towards under with that AWP. He's done it time and time again, and this time it is going to pay off. Molly actually going to be a little bit awkward right now for Delays. They know he's back there, but it's a difficult situation trying to flush him out.
He plays it perfectly. He just doesn't die. He smokes the Mollo that I think missed anyways, to be honest. I actually don't know if that would have spread, but that's against the point. The main purpose is that he survives. Now Moon has to survive. He can get out scot-free. That's exactly what's going to happen. Does take a little bit of damage, but ultimately, this is really good for 9 Pandas. This time, they not only get the opening kill from the AWP, so that's 3 rounds in a row where not necessarily Moon, but an AWP from 9 Pandas has got an opening kill. And this time, they're looking way better to actually secure the round out. So 45 seconds, PARTIZAN are very spread across the map. And it's just going to be another save, I think. I really don't think they're going to go for this because I don't know what they can do with Emmy behind long doors and the other 2 players in tunnels. They just have to save. And for PARTIZAN, it's been 2 gun rounds with a very uninspired look.
Yeah, I mean, this is... It's pretty boring, in all honesty, right? But, you know, they just don't have a plan B in these situations, it seems, PARTIZAN. You know, they get shut down, the opening kill kind of doesn't go your way, now you're just going to have to save here. Brad can see Emmy, so that's a rifle that you're not going to bring into the next round. Yeah, no, not at all. So you're only saving 2. They're not, you know, getting any bonus money, so it's not like they can drop over anything really at all. Kindo can at least field an AK. He can, you know, drop that one over. Instead,
flash instead.
He's bought a flash. Yeah, he's been told to sell that. Yeah, that is definitely.
And he's like, no. Know your place.
No. I'll give you the flash. Just give me an AK, please.
Okay, it's another purchase. They save 2, and he gets dropped over an AK. All is good. However, PARTIZAN have been on the receiving end of an opening kill 3 rounds in a row. and Xiaofi is going for the underpass bush. Moon went for it last round, and they didn't actually see anyone. So this is a pretty cool play to go for, because I don't know how PARTIZAN are going to be expecting it, and they haven't been using the right utility, it seems from my perspective so far, to actually discourage an AWP to do so. Xiaofi won't find an opening kill, but what will happen is that 9 Pandas just come away and reset, because PARTIZAN, they played this a very slow early game. They don't want to give the AWP anything. Moon almost had the opportunity to find 2, but at a minute left, PARTIZAN are now going to start moving. But because Xiaofi moved away from underpass so long ago, he's been able to reposition. That boost was nice, but he actually gets off it quite early. And PARTIZAN now get through mid doors.
Yeah, flashed off the angle as well. You know, you can't really stick around there because somebody could be creeping their way up short as soon as you see that flash. You know, they didn't really have the information, nor did Moon know about Dragon already up close. Surprise! And he's dead. Now delayed is. It's all the pressure on him if PARTIZAN decide to commit over towards B here. And this actually might go against PARTIZAN completely, because they're not going to be expecting the double push towards long. Nobody's going to be looking at this here. This is just going to be an absolute shooting gallery for result. The double is fine, and Crad, he wants a little bit more here. He's fighting everybody that is left on the side of PARTIZAN, and it's just a desperation dash in towards the tunnels. And now delayed is, he doesn't have to take the fights. He does not have to face. He can just sit here and wait for the steps and wait for the fights to come to him. Surprise, he will peek out and pick off one. No time left to plant the bomb even, and it does not matter because Kindo will fall. And PARTIZAN, they didn't know it, but they overcomplicated that one completely.
I understand the call, though. The thing is, I really do understand it. You get the kill on the AWP, and you realize the A bomb site might be a little bit weaker, because they were all in tunnels, but that one kill changed everything, and that ended up being their downfall. They're going to take a tactical pause on the back of that. But that round, I don't think it was lost because of PARTIZAN overcomplicating it. It was won by 9 Pandas because of their proactivity. It was won because Result and Crad take the opportunity to push through long. They haven't done that before, and because they're in a man disadvantageous position, they decide they need to do something proactive, something to even out the score lines, swing the tempo in their favor, and that's exactly what they do. It gets a little bit awkward because Result kills Collins first, and he doesn't know it, but I think it was Emmy was literally like on him, right? It was a really weird moment where Result gets the first kill and there's someone like right next to Collins, so he didn't see the third. But look, it still works out perfectly. And if you're an org hater, well, you're currently in dismay, because not gonna lie, Deladis is doing really well with the org so far.
Yeah, he has. And PARTIZAN gonna slow things down a little bit with this pistol. Jiggling with the bomb is an interesting approach. Okay, right, yeah, I was a little bit confused.
Did take damage. Is that gonna matter?
Is that gonna matter? Is the question.
Because you have. So I assume you've experienced this before, Jack, but obviously that is the rules if someone takes damage, but if both teams will just agree, then teams tend to just go, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what the decision is here, but
it's
it looks
not
like
an agreement.
The round is live for one way or another. Either, don't know. There's no point speculating. Regardless, it's a 5 versus 4. PARTIZAN, though, it is just blocks. And they're running into the B bomb site. Delaydays, he only gets one kill, but he just softens them up for a Moon Kobe. And he's just got the USP out. He's just swinging. We're playing a pistol round. So 9 Pandas, they technically lose 2. But sure, look. 4-4. Now it's going to be a tech pause.
Sure, listen, that's that. You know, rules are rules. And, you know, Collins did actually take a little bit of damage. So, you know, yeah. PARTIZAN didn't do anything wrong there, you know, and to be honest, I would do the exact same thing. You know, rules are rules. They're there. You know, you're not doing anything wrong. Damage was already done. Round is still live, but we're not live right now. We're going to take a little bit of a pause and a little bit of a breather. And PARTIZAN, that's probably, you know, the perfect time for you to actually get around like that, where you've already taken damage and somebody is actually disconnected, because you end up getting another kill because of it. It's going to weaken the money maybe a little bit on the side of 9Pandas, but still, the bank accounts are not going to be struggling anytime soon, not for the next couple of rounds anyway, so that reset potential probably won't even come into effect for the rest of the half. Maybe a little bit towards the end we might see somebody strapped for a little bit of cash, but 9Pandas are going to be pretty confident in their investment that they're going to be able to go with, as soon as, of course, Shafi gets reacquainted with the server. But so far, Freddy, has this been kind of what you've been expecting? Have you been expecting maybe a little bit more from either side?
I'll be honest, I haven't actually seen much of PARTIZAN this year, to be honest. I think this actually might be the first time I'm watching them on a broadcast, and I came into this today expecting 9Pandas to win out. I mean, today's already gone against what I anticipate, because I did not think Nemiga would lose to ECLOT, so already that surprised me today. But for me, 9Pandas should be most likely coming, like, this group should be NAVI Junior, 9Pandas, and Nemiga. Right now, it doesn't look like that's going to be exactly the case because of ECLOT. But I think 9Pandas should be, what it's going to be is the third place is going to, it should be that final game of the day of tomorrow. 9Pandas, Nemiga, that should decide who's third place. It should be NAVI Junior first, ECLOT second, and then whoever wins that game, from my perspective. And 9Pandas are currently playing like that's going to happen, like they're going to get to that stage.
Down to the wire. Exactly what we want, but we're back at the action here, and Dragon already finding that opening kill. PARTIZAN going to take that long control, super aggressive, and Delede is falling over towards the B bomb site. Means big problems right now for 9Pandas, because there is holes in their defense right now. And PARTIZAN, I like the way that they're freezing right now. They're not fully committing. They're waiting for the re-aggression here. Shalfi toying with the idea, but he's happy enough on the angle that he's got AWP in his hand, and PARTIZAN still might not be aware that he's repurchased that second op. I don't believe he's shot.
This round looks like it could just come down to Shalfi. And he's making it work, because he's getting a lot of information towards B currently. As soon as they leave tunnels and stop holding for him, he walks straight in. They're throwing util out of middle, but because they've got a player out long, it signals to me that PARTIZAN are just using it as a fake, and they want to go up short. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Big nade from Krad. Lot of chunky damage. A flashbang as well to prevent their movement anymore. And Krad, oh, he's in a perfect position. Moon as well drops a Molotov and then can focus on long. It's all falling apart for PARTIZAN. There were two defenders on the A bomb site, but Moon misses. The most pivotal shot, he fails. But then on the second time of asking, he strikes. And Shalfi, because he was so aggressed in tunnels, is so quick on the scene. 9Pandas, it was a 3 versus 5.
And PARTIZAN leave it too late. They leave it too late to get in towards a bomb site. They slow things down. They wait for the re-aggression. But the problem is, when you slow things down and around like that and the re-aggression doesn't come, you're kind of left scratching your head of, you know, okay, right, we need to get everybody into a position now, because we're so split, to actually go for a play. If there's still util on the other side, you get delayed. You've seen that smoke go over towards shore. They couldn't risk it. They couldn't go through it. But 9Pandas, really good read on the situation. The aggression from Shalfi, the IGL knowing that he has to kind of take that space. Get that information. See what is going on over towards that part of the map. And 9Pandas, another good read. Grandstem, another solid round. And PARTIZAN reduced to just these Tech 9s. This is going to have to be a pop. And I believe it's going to be a little bit of a pop out through the mid doors. They are grouping up there for a moment. But this time, the setup is quite nice from the likes of 9Pandas. You've got 2 over towards B. You've got 1 in CT. And Krad in an elevated position as well.
This scares me though, because his previous position was really good to counteract the pop. Now, he needs to be careful, because if a flashbang comes in, could hit him for quite a healthy amount. And yeah, Kraz, he's starting to mobilize a little bit. And that information he gets is maybe deceiving, because he sees no one in middle. So he chooses to create some distance. And now the utility comes in. Smoked off. Krad doesn't have a nade for this. Moon blinded off. Now this gets scary because look how close they are. Krad forced to come through that smoke to try and delay. Moon's Molotov for window has missed. So he is just here with the AWP up close and personal. I don't know what he's doing. He's spamming the scope and it's Delaydays. Delaydays with a hat trick. Make it a quad kill. Saves the day for 9 Pandas. The individuals are stepping up.
The individuals are stepping up, definitely. Delaydays smiling and laughing a joke. If you were looking at what Moon was doing, my goodness, you would not be laughing whatsoever. Your op are absolutely terrified there in that situation. Why is he not just fully scoping on the window? I'm not so sure. I completely agree with you. Yeah, he's scared of tunnels, but still, you know, he's just spamming the scope. He's giving away his position. You know, he's just not even holding the angle as well, and he just gets the timing completely wrong. That is very lucky. It's a horrible situation for your opera to be in that situation. With the Tech 9s, they can come through spilling, but you need to just hold an angle and hope that tunnels is not going to be an option.
Delayday seriously saved the day there.
Oh, absolutely.
And to be honest, like, Moon's having a great game, but that was a horrific round from him. And those are just some of those situations where I would believe that it's the bit of inexperience coming out and playing. Like, you're in a very awkward position. It doesn't get any awkwarder, to be honest. And he does what he does. And I think that's just the fact and a virtue that, look, he's still very fresh. But speaking about Delaydays, he needs to step up because they're all about to come through tunnels. Jack, this is going to be a big hold from him if he's able to hold his ground. He's dodging all the flashbangs. He's got no support. The final flashbang does affect him, and Shalfie can't do anything from window with the AWP. From 0 to 0 for Delaydays, and Partizan have now got the B bomb site locked down.
Yeah, this is a retake. Unfortunately, I don't really think you can go for unless Partizan overstep the mark. But already you can see everybody backing up out of there. They do not want to take part in this one. And unfortunately, that is 9 Pandas just not reading that round correctly. They made a little bit of a gamble play over towards A, expecting Partizan to maybe go out mid or go out long or something, maybe up towards short, not expecting that fast B pop from the Partizan side. And Delayed is...
It's a bold call. It's a very bold call.
It is, definitely.
Because the last round, the reason why I find it a little bit like, oh, I'm surprised they went for that, is because, look, the very last round, 9 Pandas played a setup, and they have been doing so a lot to counteract mid and B, right? They haven't really been playing many towards A. And in this one specific instance, they have Crowd playing quite passive in mid, or I guess Shalfie actually, and they have the 3 taking a lot of a big stance on A. And yeah, Delayed is just left in a pretty awful position. Like, it's just nothing he can do there. And I think there was a final flashbang that came over as well that complete blinded him. So good from Partizan. Good call. Great call from Emmy, actually.
Yeah, you gave him the Castle's Curse, unfortunately, saying he was dodging every single flashbang, and then the last one just caught him right between the eyes. And Partizan going for a pretty similar round here. They're going to just try and explode, this time without the flashes though, and this time Delayed Ace. He's got perfect vision to collect 2, still alive. The support has gone down. Moon and Delayed Ace both will now fall in this B bomb site, not under lock and key right now for Partizan. They're still in here, they still are not contested just yet, but they are still losing players through the smokes. And Collins, he thinks he has to get aggressive. He's past him here, this is the perfect timing, but in the smoke, Krad tags him down and Result will finish him. Dragon, it's all on him. 9 Pandas are looking for a 7th, and even though they lose the sight, they might not lose the round just yet, trying to dodge the flashes perfectly, and they don't even obscure his vision that much. He still has that little bit of information. But this 1 versus 2 is going to be so difficult for him to get himself back into. The crossfire has been mounted right now. 40 seconds. And Dragon, how are you gonna flush out these two angles? You're hoping that you see a leg, you see a sliver of a body, something to give somebody away. He knows about one, absolutely no idea about the other, and no idea that Krad had gone for the reposition. It's 9 Pandas collecting 7 CT rounds, but Dust 2 is not home and dry just yet for either side.
What a perfect 2 versus 1 play, by the way. Just want to say that was amazing. Very unfortunate from Collins there. I actually don't hate it. I think it's a fair enough call to make. But Deledes, hero to 0 to back to being the hero. A big multi-kill. He was the king of that B-bomb side. And Xiaofi was doing so well on that CT side, getting aggressive early round, and then being in the right position then with the AWP instantly. You can see he batches off the player that was rotating in late because he started underpass with the AWP. That's the big difference maker, that he just thins the herd. And now, pistol round, Krad. Okay. Krad just runs out long with 1 flashbang and he kills 2. Right. The IGL has just taken things into his own hands, I suppose.
A situation right now that 9 Pandas would love to be in, especially because Krad continues to just pick up the pace here over towards long. It's another kill found. Bomb is heading over towards B, and 9 Pandas just quite simply, Freddy, winning their gunfights, winning their duels. That's all that came down to there. 1 flashbang from Krad out towards long, but they were just hitting shots. They were just collecting heads and souls as well. And collecting that T-pistol could be absolutely massive. It denies Partizan from getting back on level terms pretty early on in this second half. And, oh, this investment is a little bit risky. They're going to go for the buy. They lose this. Partizan, you could be looking at a 10-5 deficit. Then you need the first gun round to work. This is a fast play over towards Beto. 9 Pandas, they're already out, and there's a couple of whiffed shots there from Kindo, and he's just going to be ran down by that Mach 10. The pop, the explosion. Partizan need to hope that 9 Pandas don't come hunting.
Well, this is looking pretty good for 9 Pandas. You said Dust 2 wasn't home and dry, and yeah, I do agree, but when I see the pistol round and the conversion against the 4 spy go out in a manner like this, it makes me feel pretty good about the old 9 Pandas side, as this T side's looking strong. Krad's just having such a good game. 2 KD, Delay Days isn't far off, and Moon, he had a terrific beginning of the game. I will say, truth be told, he did struggle a little bit at the end. I think he didn't really get the same consistency, and we could see a little bit of panic, but, oh, you were talking about saving. Ooh, very, very lucky there. Very lucky that Dragon saves, but Krad does at least pick 1 off. So Partizan's going to be a full eco with not 3 upgraded pistols and armor, only 2, which plays quite nicely into the hands of 9 Pandas.
Yeah, and that's the kind of risk that you go for, but you know, you are going to be able to bring out an AWP. 9 Pandas, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Just try and send it onto this bomb site. Problem is, there's a lot of pistols here, and they've already picked up the first kill. There's the second. You need to call a cancel on this one before it is too late and you've lost the bomb. Oh no, 9 Pandas. Oh, they just tried to run them down on the B bomb site again. Partizan, though, they've made it work. They've made do with all that they had, and it wasn't much at all. There was a couple of pistols in the mix, but just the sheer numbers, the too many angles, and not enough util raining over to blind those pistols. 9 Pandas though, you still got a chance. You've got results, you've got the ladies, you still have a couple of dogs left in this fight, so let's hope if you can get it done. Molly forcing that peek away from Collins. Now, 9 Pandas, they're terrified. They don't know where the other pistols are. This is a horrible situation for you to be in.
So many things about this round I'm not a fan of, but they could still win it out. I doubt it, because Partizan are also playing this really nicely now. They're just not giving anything up. They are waiting for 9 Pandas to encroach upon them, and then they'll strike. Unfortunately, 9 Pandas never do. And the save, it's a hard call to make, but it's a call they must. And when you're up against what you know is another low purchase, I feel like it's very counter... Oh, they don't even save. Result dies. Oh, no. And Delayed Ace just makes noise. Oh, they're going to try to run him down. And literally only what... I mean, like, they can just do this. It doesn't matter. They can try and fight through. Drag him 3 seconds. Doesn't get the kill, so at least Delayed Ace can survive. But it's silver linings amidst the rain cloud. Right there, 9 Pandas. Why are we charging in against pistols? You probably, you know, I'm pretty sure there's an SMG somewhere in there. I'm pretty sure there's a Mac 10. Why don't you just send them out to search? See if they find a stack and then pivot or continue off that. Instead, they got guns blazing and look at the result.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment to make about that one, definitely. Not something that 9 Pandas had planned for, and PARTIZAN, well, everything went to plan here. Oh, information for Kindo there. Needs to make sure that he scoped in at the right time as PARTIZAN begin to turn the screw a little bit with a double opener. 9 Pandas not going to be able to right their wrongs. They were hoping that they could maybe wash away their sins from the last round, but it doesn't look likely. 3v5 already, and PARTIZAN in complete control.
It's crazy that one round, the most unlikely of rounds, can change the tides this much. Oh, there's an extra smoke on the floor. How nice. Vladen gets airdropped the smoke. Oh, Moon's just having a little cheeky break. It needs a few stretch.
I mean, it is now a stressful game. You know, you can understand why, because that could have been smooth sailing, right? You know, you get over that round, you get into a gun round this round, but everything would have been different. And instead, now, you're fighting to try and get into a B bomb site that you just continuously smoked off. There's just so many smokes, and you'll chuck one, but you're going to call it a day as well. This is going to be the save.
Oh my god. God, guys, please. So, like, 4th T round save.
Yeah. But there's nothing that... There's nothing they can do, Freddy. Like, I understand your frustration, and it is very boring, but, you know, it's not competitive in the opening duels of the round. And again, there's no plan B if plan A doesn't work. PARTIZAN got caught out in the first half with it. 9 Pandas are getting caught out here with it. And, you know, it is just one of those things that they are better using these rifles in this next round where you've got, you know, a couple of pistols behind it that maybe you can do something with. Problem is, PARTIZAN, they haven't been tested with these weapons, right? You know, they've brought out the guns, they're feeling confident. 9 Pandas have not put them under any real pressure on this CT side just yet. You do not want PARTIZAN getting confident against you, I can tell you that much for free.
And well, 9 Pandas, they've somehow still got some confidence, because Crad just cascades out of long. It's a very early posture for 9 Pandas over towards long. Shalfi's even going to go join them as well, so it's going to be all 5 players here. They're currently sitting in a smoke, and they're just going to shift right through it. And this is going to probably catch PARTIZAN quite off guard. They're doing very well, PARTIZAN, at taking control elsewhere on the map, but they are losing the A-bomb site. And Result at range with the Tech 9 trades out Delayed Ace. He's going to be able to upgrade to a Deagle, but the bomb should go down, and there are 2 AKs and an AWP to accompany that Deagle I was mentioning. And PARTIZAN, look, they do have the whole of the map control, so they're able to quite easily go for this retake up short, knowing that everyone's on the site or is on long. But it doesn't matter if you know where they are, because they're still shooting back, they're still firing on all cylinders, and PARTIZAN have been stopped in their place. Still trying to come up, but that's when Moon activates with the AWP. I don't even know if they knew that was an AWP. And he does it at range with a Tech 9, and he does it at range with a Deagle. 9 Pandas, you said you hope they don't get down and out. How about that?
Yeah, they weren't down and out. You know, they didn't kind of, you know, go inside themselves and lose that confidence whatsoever. They just said, you know what? Let's go. I said Partizan weren't tested on their CT side. That shouldn't have been as big a problem as it was. The retake just didn't go anywhere at all. And 9 Pandas shooting back, hitting heads, result with an incredible double. I mean, the Tech-9 ringing your bell at that range is insane. Even can do it with a Deagle too. And now Partizan, their money has been completely floored by that round. Like, they're going to have an investment here. If they lose, man, this is 9 Pandas surely closing out the map. That's what Partizan are taking that time out. They know that this is such an important round. It has a massive weight to it. You need to make sure that if you can win it, get it done. If not, you should be calling a save, because if things don't go to plan early on, you need to make sure at least you've got something to play around with in the next.
It's again quite a fast setting from 9 Pandas. This time not towards long, but towards middle. We saw Partizan having to take their time, and it was because of the main man, because of Moon. He's getting the openers in middle on both the CT side and the T side. And look at this, because of 9 Pandas are already in position to get aggressive in middle, as soon as that opening kill comes through, Delays is already starting to activate, and he's actually just sitting in the CT smoke. Now making his way through. Vladim in a really good position, but very isolated. He's by himself. There is no support. This is all Vladim, and as the smoke fades, decapitated. And because he's completely by himself, Partizan, they did just leave him out to dry. They said, if you get a multi-kill, hey, maybe we can win the round. But if they go A, then we can win the round. They come towards you and you don't get a multi-kill, we're going to save. And that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Absolutely, man. He's been fed to the wolves there. And, you know, he knows it as well, that nobody is coming to save him. Nobody.
They actually went further away.
Yeah.
They literally left him actively.
Yeah, that is just a situation that, you know, that's exactly what I said, though. I mean, Partizan knew that if the opening instances of this round do not go to plan, you need to make sure that you save, because you're going to have next to nothing, 1900 going into the bank accounts of everybody on that CT side. And 9 Pandas are still knocking on the door here. They're still looking to try and take some of these weapons away. Emmy only has a USP, so he's going to have to go back to maybe try and grab something. Maybe doesn't want to bring that SMG forward. I'm not quite sure what happened. He did have an SMG, if I am correct. I don't think he was playing USP only with armor and a kit. He had an MP9 for certain.
Because he got a kill with it, didn't he?
Yeah, but I don't know where it went. That's the problem. Like, it disappeared. Is it, you know, one of those?
Okay. Well, now he's got P250 full util and a kit.
Oh, they're going for... It's a little bit of a
no, not
saver.
again, boys. Have we not learned from our lessons?
There's no investment here.
Pause. Wait, look at Collins. There's no investment. They're playing for overtime, but Collins, maybe they don't need the investment. Oh, maybe they do. Okay, Dragon, the other rifle unfortunately falls, and I think this actually should just be a save, especially with Vladim falling. There's a rifle to be collected in middle, which they have done so. But Risalt could do really well at taking away, and this is a very bold call to be making. Playing for overtime. You know what? It worked out for ECLOT though, didn't it? But it was a lot easier for them. It was 2 rounds,
Yeah,
not 5.
Not five at all. And yeah, look, yeah, save is great. Once you kind of know that they're not going for this, though, you should be trying to hunt them. Problem is, they're going to be so far away. Yeah, 9 Pandas, this is not one that you can really hope to take the weapons away. It's okay, though. You pretty much gathered that 12th round for nothing, right? I mean, it didn't really cost you that much. Yeah, you lose a couple of players. You're definitely stressed in a 3v3 situation, but all that stress gone. All those worries eased. And now you know, you are just 1 round away from closing out a BO1, from bouncing back after that loss to NAVI Junior. As for Partizan, the threat now is that they might drop down into the 0-2 and nearly have to play perfect if they want to keep those playoff dreams alive.
It's rough for Partizan because, you know, the interview with Sam beforehand, they were very excited to go to LAN for the first time. but they still can do something quite big with this result online, because it's still a massive tournament with big cash rewards. And instead, it might go down and out. However, big opening kills. Out long in mid. Partizan not going out without a fight. They're playing for overtime by saving in the previous, and they're standing up to that plate right now. Moon and Crab, in a minute and 35, we're already down to a 2 versus 5.
Yeah, this is just a horrible situation for 9Pandas. You'd want to actually make it competitive from the get-go, but Partizan knew that they had to come away with something in this. They knew they had to take an aggressive stance in this round, so they do, and they take absolutely no prisoners. They are just fighting for survival right now, but it is more than that, because they know it's going to be very difficult to come back into this group if they lose 2 BO1s on day 1.
I mean, you go flawless. Go flawless on day 2. Which also includes NAVI Junior, right? So, yeah, not the greatest.
Yeah, they still have to play NAVI Junior. They still have to play Nemiga.
Yeah,
Tough
this
games.
is. Yeah, like kind of. I don't know. There's nothing. There's nothing easy to say for Partizan. And if I'm not mistaken, they also came out and said Group A was significantly the harder group, and I agree. To be honest, I think bar for bar, Group A is much more difficult. And unfortunately, they're seeing the outcome of that. However, they do get around. They also kill Moon as well, so that's not going to be the pullover. It's going to have to be a reinvestment, which isn't that big of an issue because Moon does have 7k. 4 rounds in a row, I needed for Partizan. And they did very well at counteracting the aggression from 9Pandas for the first time since that eco win. 9Pandas have been very aggressive early doors, and it feels like they've just been able to take all the space that they want for free. Finally, they get stopped in their place. Can it happen again?
If they do get stopped in their place, we actually might be on for another save, because 9Pandas are only getting 1900 into their bank accounts if this one
yikes.
goes alright. Yeah, that's definitely not where you want to be. Look at that little boost though. Moon with another opening. That's so clever. Kindo just taken down. He never would have seen that one coming at all. That is such a clever boost to find an opening kill in such a vital moment, in such a pivotal round. You do something like that and you silence one of the Partizan players, and you might silence them for good.
So also the pivot now from 9Pandas. They get that opening kill, lower tunnels. They show that there's 2 players there. And now they maneuver themselves over towards long. They re-smoke doors, just continuously taking away information from Partizan and applying pressure. And Emmy, now, he's got it all to do. He's got no support. He's going to have 4 players hounding him down. Shalfi's doing superb work in middle to draw a lot of attention away from not only the B players, but on the A bomb side self. And Emmy, I said he had to stand tall, and that's exactly what he does. The IGL, the tenured leader, finds 2 with 1 spray. Vladen succeeds as well, cutting off Shalfi. And now 9Pandas, they don't know what to do. They had the opening kill, but Emmy is not done right yet. 1 more kill onto his tally, and this long hold is supreme. It's just what the doctor ordered, and you said they would have to save if it all goes awry, and they can't even do that.
Yeah, they find that opening kill. Very clever, very tricky, catching Kindo off guard. Even with the flashes though, Emmy, he's fortunate. He is fortunate to come away with 2 there, holding down mouse 1. But sometimes it is just that simple. You have to spray and pray and hope that the shots connect. And this time for Emmy, they do. Partizan connect on another round, and they stay alive in this best of 1. You can see what that's done to the bank accounts in 9Pandas. There's nothing here. Absolutely nothing at all. But still, these rounds cannot be overestimated, even just with Glocks. If a pop happens onto a bomb site and you're not ready for it, if you don't put those pistols to bed early, that is where things get difficult, especially when we look at Kindo, when we look at Dragon. Both of them are half HP.
It's a very reserved game style from Partizan. They're playing really deep. Molo, it's like gonna push him. Oh, it actually does nothing. Long live CT Molos. I would assume they're gonna try and wrap B and Moon. Oh, he could have given them the opener. Speaking about low HP players, add Vlad into the list now because he's down to 30. And 9 Pandas, after having 4 players at the mouth of mid doors, change the direction over towards tunnels. Vladin, no utility left, neither with Dragon. So as soon as this smoke fades, the pistols are going to be able to stampede forward, and Moon's scout could be devious if it connects instantly onto Vladin. They're actually using the scout to open up this round. Blocks come out. Dragon, only good for 1, but that's when Vladin pops up and rears his head. A big round against the eco, which legitimately could have got dangerous if Vladin hadn't got a triple.
That is the correct way to play that situation right there. With Vladin and Dragon both low HP, 30 and 50. Get Vladin to hide. If Vladin faces there, and I thought he was going to, actually. I thought he was going to just peek his head up. If he gets Glock dinked, if he gets scouted, then Dragon just gets ran down by pistols. And that's an awkward round for you to recover, regardless of the weaponry that the T's were going to have at their dispense.
That'd then be a scout and 2 rifles, right?
Yeah.
So that's when it gets scary.
Still though, job not done just yet for Partizan. 9 Pandas going to get that long control. Shalfie very quick into the pit, but very quickly dealt with as well. Partizan again get that man advantage early on. Still though, it's a decent piece of the puzzle that 9 Pandas are able to pick up.
That's Emmy again though. It was back against the wall. Emmy has leveled up. 5 rounds in a row were needed for Partizan after they saved to give 9 Pandas map points. And they found 3 of them, and it looks like they're going to find 4 because Dragon adds fuel to the fire. However, on the other side of things though, Moon opens up the A-bomb site, and a bad CT Molo enables Crad to entry with 2. But Emmy yet again, standing tall, the king of the A-bomb site, the king of Partizan, finds 3. Delays now up for a 1 versus 2 clutch. He has the bomb, and a jump peek on short shows that he can get the bomb planted, holding for the swing. But Emmy is so fast. 4 kills, rising above the rest in a heroic manner. When his team needs, he answers.
Man, oh man, Emmy, Captain Fantastic. Talk about him, Freddy. He's unbelievable right there. The way that he was able to hold it down. 31 years young as well. Doesn't look it. And he's putting it up to some of the young guns on the other side. This is where things are going to get a little bit difficult for 9 Pandas, and it is a Hail Mary play to try and get a player out towards B, but Crad will find another opening, another entry. Result is out too, and they don't know it just yet. This is Vlad in an awkward situation right now. Result, he has that AWP that he's picked up too. They've lost complete control of this B bomb, so even with a missed smoke, they have to put another one down, but that grants Vlad a kill. As 9 Pandas, now, this is not a comfortable situation for you to be in at all. You'll get the bomb plant down, and the smoke, it messed everything up, Freddy.
That missed smoke is everything, Jack, because it's that 1 kill for Vladin that enables his advantage now for Partizan. But look at the Partizan roster. They're not really ready. They're still coming out of top middle. But here they come. Emmy's got a lot of utility. So does Collins. So these flashbangs, these Molotovs, these nades, these could be very dangerous. And here they come, flashing out, blocking, Result, playing under, unblinded. He has to be the hero. He finds the first. Xiaofi as well in contention, and Xiaofi lines 2 up. A 2 versus 3 that 9 Pandas end up winning out. They deny overtime, and the B retake is unsuccessful 4 rounds in a row. They needed the 5th Partizan, but they can't quite do it despite the man advantage.
Man, that is such a sour one to lose as well, even with 9 Pandas missing a smoke in the final moment there as well. You know, like for that execute, it was just a fast play from Krad, and oh my goodness, man, Krad just sending it out B there, finding that opener. And Partizan, they did everything right in the build up to it. They even got an opening opportunity, but man, Xiaofi, he had a quiet game by his standards as well, but just manages to find the kills in the moment to deny OT, because Partizan were coming back. They were coming back with a lot of fury, but 9 Pandas, they saved themselves a little bit of embarrassment, in all honesty. It definitely wouldn't be the perfect day for them going down into that 0-2 bracket. But that is exactly where Partizan now reside. 0-2 at the bottom of Group A. 9 Pandas 1-1 and a big bounce back after their loss to NAVI Junior.
Man, that's so depressing from Partizan, because it just, in a blink of an eye, it just all falls away. They had the utility, they had the smoke tunnels, they had the Molotov on Car, they had everything. And they even get that opening kill towards Car. So 4 versus 2, they just sprint out of door and of window, and it feels like they all just fall instantly. But for 9 Pandas, the resilience to not back down despite losing 4 in a row.
Well, I believe we do have an interview, Freddie. I believe we do have Krad joining us from the side of 9 Pandas. Of course, their first victory today, so it's the first chance we get to talk to you. Krad, welcome along. Congratulations on that victory. Not close at all, was it?
Hello. Yeah, we just, in the end, struggled a bit, but I think no one was thinking about losing. We felt like confident. Like felt like it's our game. That's what happened.
Talk me through when you guys lost against the Eco in the 3rd round, when you went out B quite fast and there was a lot of people there with pistols. What was it like in the team after you lose a round like that?
I don't know, it's just casual. Like they just gamble, and it was successful gamble, and I don't know, it happens sometimes. So it was like nothing in TeamSpeak, so we just playing like other things what we are prepared for, Partizan especially.
Yeah, you know, those things happen, and it's not about, you know, what happens in that round. It's about how you kind of bounce back, and that kind of leads into my next question. Obviously, the disappointment at the MRQ, such a quick turnaround to play this event, but it's still an event that has a massive importance to you guys. How have you guys been able to kind of recover from that situation and, you know, just get ready and prepared for this one?
Oh, I don't know, it's just hard, because like yesterday was worst day in this year for sure, I think for all of us. And I don't know, like we are just like playing with our last I don't know, I don't know how to say, like last energy, I don't know. I think we have to have some days off to like become like normal, and like last days and today especially we playing like not really good. I don't know what just happened, but like those clutches, those situations when we are in good situation, like I mean 4v5, 5v3, it's just hard for us right now. I don't know, it's just, I don't know,
condition, shape. I don't know what is this, but it's happening right now. So
yeah. Well, with all of that in mind, before we let you go, what are your expectations for this tournament?
We're gonna see, like, and we're gonna set our goals, like, I don't know. Our goal is like to win every map. So if we go to the playoffs, like, I mean, after the group stage, so it was like game by game, like we should win. So, and let's see how we deep can go, you know.
Well, absolutely perfect. Thank you very much for joining us. A commendable bounce back from your best of one, and yeah, we'll leave it at that. Thanks very much, and we hope to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ciao. Bye bye.
Well, you heard it from the man himself, and you know, it is a credit to them, Freddie, to be honest, that they're able to, you know, come back, because as you can hear it in his voice, you know, it's a tough loss. It's a tough pill to swallow after being that close to qualifying for a major, and you know, now to go into this event, which still has massive importance, it takes a lot of mental strength, and you know, even to bounce back after the opening game and opening best of one did not go their way. I'm delighted to see 9 Pandas get a win under their belts and still in contention to going through to the playoffs. But that's where we are going to have to leave it about that one. We've got Nemiga versus NAVI Junior coming up last, but definitely not least. This one is going to be an absolute banger, so make sure you stick around. We'll be live with the pre-show in just a bit.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel still through the YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
We're going to play a game now. It's called Counter-Strike Scrabble. So how this works is we put up a word and it's related to Counter-Strike. So it can be something you can do in the game, something you can use in the game. Maybe it's a team and you have to try and guess what the word is. Are you ready?
NAVI Junior.
Good job. Let's see what the second one is. This is a bit tougher.
I don't know the correct word, but it's Molotov for City.
Incendiary grenade.
Yes.
There we go. Good job. I'll give you a clue. It's a skin.
Dragon lore.
Good job. My clue helped. Let's try another one.
Full buy.
Correct.
Ninja defuse.
That's correct. Well done. I think we have one more, yeah.
Flick.
That's correct. Good job, guys. You got all of them. That's really impressive. Okay, so now we're going to do some pick'ems for YaLLa Compass, and you're going to pick the teams and how you think this is going to play out. So what I need you to do is tell me who you think is going to come first, second, and third in Group A.
Okay, Group A first
And
is
you'll
gonna
do
be
it-
us.
You'll do it together, so it's going to be the Nemiga picks together.
First is us, yeah. Yeah, first is us. Secondary gonna be
Pandas maybe, no?
Yeah, we're gonna pick 9 Pandas. And third place, oh, it's so difficult because I don't know.
I guess it's going to be like NAVI Junior, and after it it's going to be gunfight or Partizan, one of two. It is going to be NAVI Junior third one.
Third one, NAVI Junior.
There we go.
Okay,
Cool,
let's see.
now we need 3 from Group B.
3 from Group B. First place, I'm gonna admit maybe... let's pick Betboom. First place.
Betboom.
Second one is gonna be...
METIZPORT?
METIZPORT, they are a good one, yep. And last one, I wanna
ENCE?
pick... no, I wanna pick Spirit Academy.
Сань, там развал, там все.
Yeah, we're gonna pick Spirit Academy.
Okay.
They will not take any pressure this tournament.
20-man mentality.
They have a lot of motivation to show what they can do against some good teams.
The winners of quarterfinal 1 and 2.
Okay, it's gonna be METIZPORT and 9 Pandas. Yep.
And who makes the grand final?
Nemiga and I don't know, maybe Betboom. We're gonna pick. They beat 9 Pandas today. Maybe it's gonna be range from 9 Pandas.
Probably.
What do you think, Kira? What we're gonna pick? Who we're gonna pick? Okay, we're gonna pick 9 Pandas.
And who wins the whole thing?
I don't know, but it's easy to say. We're gonna win this tournament.
Nicely done, boys.
Welcome back for our final best of 1 of the day in Group A. I still think we have actually quite a few games in Group B, but who cares about that? 'Cause we're in Group A. We have Nemiga versus NAVI Junior. To me, this is the barn buster of Group A. However, if you were listening to that interview with Lear and Xanta, Jack, I'm not gonna lie, didn't sound like they rated NAVI Junior that much. I don't know about you, but that's what I got from it.
Yeah, I mean, look, they also said that, you know, they were going to top the group, and it has not gone to plan because they've lost both of their games so far, and they have to play another one. Maybe today is not their day. And I mean, they're talking about a NAVI Junior team and not rating a NAVI Junior team that the only time that they faced off against each other, NAVI Junior have actually beaten them on both maps. So you never know. You never know what might happen. Nemiga might be right. They might have the confidence in themselves, but I just wonder how those opening 2 results are going to affect them, right? You know, a 13-7 loss versus Gun 5 on Dust 2, up against ECLOT, such a close game. You had an opportunity, you had 2 opportunities to close it out in regulation. You were unable to do it, and ECLOT beat you in overtime. And some of the performers on the side of Nemiga have been kind of struggling a little bit. You know, we haven't really seen Zwei hit the heights that we kind of expect from him and almost kind of demand from him. You had Xanta that was kind of performing to a pretty big level and a pretty high level on Ancient. You had Lear coming in with a couple of clutch moments, but you know, there was a lot of rounds that arguably Nemiga should have lost in that ECLOT game that we just witnessed, and it just doesn't look like Nemiga are playing their best Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, well, we were speaking to Crad just there, and he was talking about how it's like the worst day of the year yesterday for 9 Pandas. They didn't qualify for the major. Nemiga are kind of the opposite. It was probably the best day of the year, and maybe the best day of a lot of these guys' careers qualifying for Austin. But it also maybe just means this isn't their focus potentially, and they've put a lot of effort into qualifying for the major, and now have to have this quick turnaround. Whereas for NAVI Junior, when we were talking to Krabeni, he was sitting there being like, yeah, you know, I guess this is our major, right? This is the map, this is the tournament we put a lot of focus on, and it's definitely showed, because we were talking about the difficulties of Nemiga, we're talking about Zwei, we're talking about Khan. I think he had a pretty big stinker compared to Forzi, for instance, in that Ancient game. None of that conversation is the same for NAVI Junior. They have been lights out.
They have, man, and you know, it's been incredible kind of to watch them. You know, we got to cover their second game, didn't get to catch their first game, unfortunately, but they beat 9 Pandas 13-8 on Mirage. Then they absolutely dominated Gun 5, And what is not to like about this NAVI Junior team? They seem to be playing their best Counter-Strike. We heard from the man himself, Gravity, saying that, you know, yeah, this is our biggest event of the year. And, you know, rightly so. It's a massive event, $300,000 prize pool, and they're taking it very serious. And to be honest, if they win this game versus Nemiga, you know, with 2 more games to play, NAVI Junior just are going to be in that pole position to probably qualify top of the group. I don't really see anybody catching them if they've already taken down those kind of heavy hitters that are in there. A little bit of a surprise maybe when we look towards this veto, as Nemiga have decided, or rather to ban out that Anubis. They don't want to test NAVI Junior on that. Instead, we are going to play it out on a Mirage. So a change of scenery, and we are back to the map that NAVI Junior managed to beat 9 Pandas on early on today.
Yeah, this is looking like a rough veto, because you can see Nemiga instantly getting Ancient out of the way, and it's probably because of 2 reasons. Because NAVI Junior are looking amazing on it, and then because also they didn't look very good on it. I mean, in all honesty, a little bit surprised at the instant ban of just 2 for the NAVI Junior side. I feel like this could have been a map that they could have ended up playing onto quite well. So to see that go out straight away is a bit of a surprise to me, especially considering they picked into it against Nemiga last time and beat them in that interaction we were talking about. But Mirage playing as our matchup, I am quite confident when I look at NAVI Junior for this, because they played stupendously well against 9 Pandas this morning. And even though Symmetry was at the top of the scoreboard, understandably so, he had a great game, everyone else played well. No one played badly, and that was kind of the same theme for them, apart from Demon, I suppose, on Ancient. Everyone played well, and I'm looking at Nemiga, and I'll be honest, I'm gonna say it, I feel like they're gonna really struggle here, and if they lose 3, that could be them out of contention for playoffs just here, straight away.
Yeah. It really could, man. It's looking like that is a big possibility. NAVI Junior, as we're talking about it, you know, Nemiga might not rate them, but it seems like everybody else does. Everybody else thinks that NAVI Junior are the favourites here in Group A, and we have been given evidence that that is indeed correct. 13-8, 13-2, dominating in their opening 2 games, but is Nemiga that bridge too far? Are Nemiga going to be able to bounce back to keep themselves in contention to maybe getting out of this group, which in all honesty is a little bit of a group of death?
It is, man. It is. And, well, NAVI Junior, the 2 halves opponents have to be 9 Pandas and Nemiga. Well, they've already got past one of them this morning on this very map, looking to do it again. And Symmetry, the man of the hour, I said he was tormenting his opponents on Mirage earlier today, continues with the P250 at range for the opening kill. Graveni overextends potentially. 20-5 on Ancient. However, today gives Nemiga a way in. Unfortunately for Xanta, unable to continue that success, and Dazoogs, a hat-trick claim so far. Lear with a kit and smoke. He was on fire at the beginning of the game against ECLOT, but today he's going to be set on fire as Dazoogs comes out the gate swinging, and you can see he's cheesing in the mic.
Yeah, he is definitely just delighted that he was able to pick up that round. And Nemiga, we were talking about their retakes actually on Ancient and how good they were, and how, you know, they were composed in those kind of situations to get them over the line early. That retake doesn't go to plan whatsoever, and Nemiga have actually decided to go for an investment here. They're going to bring SMGs into the mix, and this is a push up middle. This can get a little bit difficult. Makazi needs to hope that Symmetry can assist him. He's already tagged down low, and the pressure is on. That is the bomb dropped right now. Nemiga causing a little bit of chaos up towards top middle. Bomb under lock and key for the CT side. The Demon trying to take a step back to just push his way out of the situation. That HE doesn't land in the position that he needed it to. That
No
one
way.
neither. How has he gotten away? 2 HEs and none of them tag him down.
Big misplay to have to bomb out middle anyways. Dazoogs actually does make it a 3 versus 3. That's a big kill, and look at what it's done to the defense. It's kind of sent them sprawling. They've been forced to split up a lot, and Xanta's actually the only one left in middle. The bomb's been smoked, so it can be retrieved for the T side. And they've still got a lot of time left. This MP9 hardly spams through the smoke. Krebeni down, but Dzoogs is still making some very good work over on that A-bomb site. And he's actually looking for Liv. Dzoogs is doing everything. He's just fighting his way through, and he's going to have to do more. His teammates have fallen, but at long range, a 1 versus 2. Xanta with the MP9 brings it across the line for Nemiga.
Man, everybody is saying about Zwei on this team. You know, he's talking about Nemiga, talking about Zwei as the next big thing. Man, Xanta is right up there with him for me. This guy is incredible. Every time I see him play, I'm impressed. And again, that even the shot towards the end there with that SMG over towards window, that's such a difficult headshot to hit. But he makes it work, and he makes it do, and it's a wonderful call for Nemiga to get into this game early on, to not give NAVI Junior a foothold in this first half. Instead, it is NAVI Junior, where myself and yourself haven't seen them just yet today, and that is on the back foot, on a weaker bye. They're not going to have things their way on Mirage, it would seem.
Could be a bit of a wake-up call as well to say you aren't just going to stampede through everybody. Maybe they need this sort of round to come through to rejig how they're feeling. Oh, this is very awkward. This is very weird. Trying to come up connector, but no real utility to actually allow them to do so. And really nice play from the short players to aggress as that fight in connector comes in. So it just means that NAVI Junior cannot progress upwards. Dzoogs, he's had a terrific game so far. This guy has done everything. But in a 1 versus 3 where they're all swinging and spamming you, there's only so much to be done. This is the first eco we've seen NAVI Junior being all day. For us anyways.
Yeah, of course, that first game versus Gun 5 was definitely a lot closer. Or, excuse me, against 9 Pandas was a lot closer. Nemiga, so far, so good. Lose the pistol, bounce back immediately, win that second round, and now you put NAVI Junior on that eco, and Nemiga, you know, we're talking about NAVI Junior being the favourites. Nemiga, they're right up there with them. They're probably, you know, second favourite kind of going into this. If not, you know, if not one of the favourites for the Group A in general. But they haven't really shown it, and now you have to. Now you have to be the one to deliver. You know you're going to be in big trouble if you don't. You could be already out of contention on day 1, which is definitely not a position that you want to be in. Bomb explodes with a couple of teammates out of the apartment. Suggs, that is an unbelievable headshot, but you're not going to be able to get the bomb plant out of that one. It is Nemiga with 3 in a row. Now NAVI Junior, they're going to have their AKs back out. Let's see what they can do with
the 16-year-old Lithuanian is doing numbers right now. Is that Esperanto hiding? 2017 Esperanto has been rebirthed.
No, that is a name I have not heard in a very long time.
There's not many Lithuanians to go off. You've got JL, Esperanto, and Dzoogs apparently.
Extinct.
That's a name no one will have heard for a long time. But okay, Krebeni in middle. Only God knows how he's gotten away and he's gone alive. And guess what? Entering onto that B bomb site is the main man himself. On round 5 has already hit double digits and the bomb has been planted. We were focused on middle, but heading over to the B bomb site, it's now this retake that needs to be claimed. Zwei, okay, fair enough. Just walking through a smoke. It works out, but only for one. The Zoob's on low HP, but Cementry is providing perfect overwatch. Xanta, they knew he was a middle, and I'm pretty sure he's just been spotted. He's just been heard anyways, and he can't even go for it. He has to fall back into the distance, slink off into that darkness, and NAVI Junior pick up their first gun round, and of course, the Zoogs finds a multi-kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just an intriguing battle right now between Xanta and Zoogs, right? I mean, 11-3, 9-2, and it is just a sheer masterclass of multi-kills from these riflers that we're really being treated with. And I'm just excited to see where this one is going to continue to go. because Xanter 197 ADR, Zugs 195 ADR, both are fragging out of their minds. And Nemiga and NAVI Junior still very close in contention. Now, this is something that you do not see every day, and that's Risky Bob on an XM going towards the
I love it. I love it. But inject it into my veins. How has Sway got that kill? That is ridiculous. Fully blind, just holds mouse 1, and Krabeni is certainly going to be upset. Oh, Risky Bob, please, with the XM. Oh, I love this so much. First kill comes in. Close range. Snap, snap goes the alligator gun, but unfortunately, with some nice movement from the Zoogs, is able to skirt around that very dangerous weapon. It's going to be another post-plant situation over towards this B-bomb site. They're very scared of a late play coming through underpass, and that's why Makaze is only just coming in now. He's very late to the party, and a 1-for-1. That favors Nemiga as they are pushing their way forward, still with the man advantage, but two players of a combination of just over 40 HP. This could be the difference maker, and it looks like it will be. The Zoogs, a man possessed, another multi-kill in a round that he needed to come alive. He does. 14-4. What? What?
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that he's able to find it. Alright, I mean, that kill is crazy. That's why he's able to get that. Very fortunate. And it's this pop over towards B. Oh, lovely control on the spray there from Zugs. And man, he is just playing out of his skin, playing out of his mind right now. And it's really nice to see, because this guy has been stepping up his game massively. You know, a lot of people talk about this NAVI Junior lineup. They talk about Makazi and his opening picks. They talk about Symmetry on the AWP. And even Kraveny, the fragging IGL. But Zugs, in the last couple of months, has just been stepping up massively. Into an A-stack they go. They mow everybody down. Barlier, who has actually collected a double with a USP. How has he got that and gotten away as well?
I don't know if it really matters if he gets away. It's like, oh, no, nice. Save the USP. Save USP, no armor. He's actually saving. Wait, what? Am I missing something here? Oh, he's trying to get the weapon in Palace, I assume.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, I don't know.
Has him?
Yeah. Krabeni, who walked into connector at 140 of a Mac 10, by the way. This is the NAVI Junior we know and love.
NAVI Junior bounce back. 3 in a row now for them. Nemiga, money, not a problem. Not on an AWP though. That's the only kind of fallback and drawback of this buy for the likes of Nemiga. So it will be interesting to see what way they want to go about it. Can flashed off. It's a fast play up short here. This is interesting. NAVI Junior really picking up the pace here and already in towards ladder. Surely it's been heard. Surely it's known. But what can you really do about it in this situation? Makazi, looking for that pick, and he does a little bit of damage to Lear, who needs to be very, very careful.
It must be so annoying to play against NAVI Junior. 140 and they've already got 2 players in ladder room. What can you even do about it? I don't even know if they know there's 2 players in here. They definitely know about Makaze. And this actually does get a little bit scary for NAVI Junior, because they're kind of being encapsulated. But all this attention has drawn everyone out of the bomb site, and this plays right into their hands as they want to go over towards A. And yeah, they don't know there's 2 there. Symmetry's been given a kill for free, and he's just staying alive. Now we head over towards the A bomb site, where they're looking to entry out, and no one's even looking at them. They are focused onto Symmetry and ladder room, and that's when the Zoogs, not 1, not 2, but another 3K.
This kid is a monster right now.
I'm in disbelief, man.
How? And yeah, call a pause. You know, literally call absolutely everybody. Somebody needs to try and save you from this guy. Man, 18-5. And he's putting on a masterclass. He's putting on an absolute masterclass for NAVI Junior right now. And that's why a lot of people have been putting, you know, NAVI Junior on such a pedestal, right? It's just, it can be anybody on this team. It can be absolutely anybody that can step up and just provide multi-kills, provide a monster of a performance. And Nemiga, they look stunned. They look shocked after, you know, responding after losing the pistol, after getting themselves back into contention by picking up 3 rounds in a row. Zugs has just decided, nah, not on my watch.
Ooh, there are 4 players on A. And NAVI Junior look like they just want to go A. No if, buts, and maybes. They're just looking to go. And that smoke... Are they going to go through it? I really hope they don't. Okay, they're going. They're heading out. The Zoogs are so blind. Oh, this is so awkward. Sway! Sway! He's picked up the 8 gear and he's found 4, but not quite the 5th. And Demon on 17 HP, backing away. Xanta, the only player not originally starting on A, now has to try and figure out where his opposition has slinked off to. It looks like Demon's wanting to go towards B. He's going to have a lot of free space to do so, Jack, because Xanta's still on A.
This is a ridiculous situation that NAVI Junior were not expecting, and Demon, he's going to have to step up. He's already got 3. Nice little jump in towards the apartments, and a nice bit of information for him as well is that he'll know, because it was such a low buy and a low investment, there's no kit in play here for Xanter. That's where it gets a little bit awkward. Steps are going to be heard. Xanter, where's the read going to be? Is he just going to smoke and tap the bomb instantly? He doesn't. Instead, now he's going to get on it. HE going to expose maybe something in the smoke, but Demon doesn't peek. He's playing this one to perfection right now. There's the swing. Xanter, he has to try and get on the bomb, but there just is not enough time. A big clutch from Demon there. Gets it over the line. But ladies and gentlemen, you are watching right now, on both sides, the future of Counter-Strike. Ridiculous potential in absolutely everybody in this server right now, and we are just being treated, Freddy.
That was ridiculous. He gets the first kill, fair enough. Dazoogs is fully blind. Picks up the AK, 3 instant headshots, and funnily enough, it's the easiest kill he misses. Demon was 19 HP. Didn't need a headshot, just needed 1 singular bullet, and unfortunately can't connect it. And even though Zway gets 4 kills, it doesn't matter. It's not good enough. NAVI Jr. still maintain the lead. Zway, though, he's back. He's been dormant this whole day. Not the Zway that we know and love, but here we go. Flashed in, swinging. 2 quick kills. He's ready to put Nemiga on his back and ferry them to victory.
He's trying his damnedest. He needs a little bit of support, though. Surely he can't do it on his own. Risky Bob needs to be so careful here. Feet are going to be spotted, and Risky Bob drops Crabini at least. Demon and Symmetry. Now, it's 2 versus 4 to try and get back into this round. A minute left on the clock. But the problem is, Symmetry with this AWP has to be aware that Zway is close. You have to clear out this angle, and he overlooks it. The half clear costs him his life and any chance at this round for NAVI Junior.
I love it, man. We've got 16-year-old Dazoogs on one side. We've got the bold prediction of Donk. I think he was 17. He was 16 years old, if I'm not mistaken, when he joined Nemiga. Now 17. 2 youngsters in the making. They're just battling head to head. You gotta love to see this. Both above 120 ADR. This is magical. This is the game that we were promised. NAVI Junior and Nemiga, by far the best game in Group A on paper. And now, in actuality, it is flourishing into cinema, and it's all on the back of Nemiga saying that they don't rate NAVI Jr.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of bad blood in it, right? I mean, it just has that little bit of venom that just makes a perfect watch for the viewer, for the neutral, like myself and yourself, Freddie. We're just here for the ride and we are enjoying it right now. And I don't know which way that this one is going to go. B-pop here. Makazi is the first casualty out towards middle. Nemiga looking to hold on right now, and NAVI Jr. forced away. Zug still able to find one. A late lurk up short here from Gravity. He's already collected a kill out towards the apartment, so it's simply going to be no good as Risky Bob locks in two, but Gravity trying to turn up the heat a little bit, but a round that has been cooked and flushed out by Nemiga. They are coming back into this game and they want it level before halftime.
What's really important for Nemiga here is seeing a round one where Zwei has no impact whatsoever. It's Risky Bob. It's the other players picking up the pace, and that's going to be the difference maker for both of these teams. You've got the Zeus, you've got Zwei, you've got Xanta as well on Nemiga, and you then need to look at the other components because it's the game is not going to be won by a single individual. So you need to have others stepping up, and there it's Risky Bob with a big brace. And now it looks like to be calm. We have not seen much from today. He's had a pretty slow performance, but up against the pistols with this AWP getting aggressive, it's perfect. Krabeni down, but a swift trade from Demon. That's an AWP that can be collected for the T side, and the AK ferried back into the hands of Demon. Symmetry making things uncomfortable and dragging attention away from A to Zeus. He's out onto the bomb site and they've forgotten about Demon. What's going on? They don't even know about the Zoogs yet on A. And the bomb, it just needs to get out of middle. Demon scared, but that's when the Zoogs activates and it shall not be even at the half.
20 and 8. Zoogs only gets one there, but it's Demon with some massive rounds, and he's kind of the unsung player here for NAVI Junior, right? You know, the focus is on absolutely everybody else in this roster, but he had a big 1v1 clutch to save them, comes away with a massive triple kill there, and it's just driving home the point that NAVI Junior, they have so much talent in every single role available. 7-5, a solid half for the likes of NAVI Junior and Nemiga. Let's see if their T-side pistol can bear any fruit. It is going to be a B play, a B rush in fact, and you've got a HE really with their name on it.
Here they come, and this time it's Mikaze. He's had a very slow game, but finally coming into his own, and they are just barely even able to get out of apartments. NAVI Junior, they've come knocking. Rent is due. And they're kicking Nemiga out. Xanta, this is a terrifying experience to be in. And somehow he's still hitting headshots, but eventually the IGL puts him down. And can we just take a recognition that Demon's doubled his kills in the last 2 rounds?
And all of them impactful. All of them have incredible impact as well. And unfortunately for Nemiga, nothing comes of that pistol. NAVI Junior have won both, and now this CT side can be kick-started because we can see there's not much in this buy here what is a singular deagle and the rest on pistols, so it might just be a situation where Nemiga try and look after the planet and recycle the deagle over and over and over again. A little underpass stack. But NAVI Junior, they look just so confident and so in control. And again, yeah,
it's just so fun watching NAVI Junior, man. Like, it's just so much fun. They just don't stop moving, I swear. Like that T side, it was like, oh, a minute and 40 they're in connector. Oh, there's someone out A at a minute 10 when everyone's fighting in mid. Oh, this, like, it's 2 players are in ladder at minute 40 in con, in window. NAVI Junior, if you want to enjoy Counter-Strike, watching them play well is just so much fun.
And Nemiga fall back into what is going to be a B play to try and get a bomb plant. That's going to be a luxury, a bonus. 2 players here. Demon only with a FAMAS. He's got Makazi to back him up. up in this position towards short, and a player already spotted for Xanter. They were trying to jump across, hoping that nobody was going to be holding them, and it is just plain and simple to hold this one down here for the likes of NAVI Junior. Risky Bob, the only man left, and he is quickly swept under the rug with that one. 9-5 Nemiga. Slow it down on that one, but now we've got the buy. They can choose to speed it up, keep playing at that slow methodical pace if they want. Whatever they do, it needs to guarantee them around, because NAVI Junior are slowly but surely getting on to what could be their third victory of the day.
So seemingly Demon's the one that's stepping up around to Zeus, but he's the Bianca, right? So we need someone that kind of plays more of a pivotal position to be that player. And Cementry doesn't have an AWP out yet. He was amazing against 9 Pandas this morning. He needs to step up now. Speaking of Demon, I was talking about Bianca. Well, they're going towards B, and Sway's just jumped over him. Down goes the Superboy. Unfortunately, Demon unable to get more than one. It's a fantastic double, triple opener from Risky Bob. He's come alive again, and Sway's not even needed.
Yeah, Sway misreading that completely, but Demon had an opportunity, honestly, to get 2 there. That really could have actually gone another way if they weren't careful. Nice shot from Khan. That rifling ability that he does possess is also something that you need to be a little bit concerned about. It is not just the AWP. He can do it with both, although it has been a quiet day all round from him. Gravity sitting in window, mirrored in his own window as he saves. And hopefully he can get his hands on an AK, but I believe it was juggled away from him, which is no fun at all.
I'm a bit confused at why Dazooks is up short like that, though. I feel like the save should have come in quite actively for NAVI Junior, if that makes sense. Like, it should have been more of a, we're running for the hills, not walking up short.
He had an SMG,
and you can see
right?
the issue. Huh?
Did he have an SMG?
He had an A1S. Yeah, and you can see the issue here of, like, money's very dry. He didn't have any utility. He's had to have that util dropped over to him, which is taken away from others. That's the big issue. It's small, but it could turn out to be something a little bit bigger if players on important parts of the map now run dry. Nemiga, they've been very pop heavy. They've been playing quite fast so far on this T side. That first gun round, they just ran out. They just ran out big. No two questions about it. This time they're doing a little bit more defaulting, with Lear putting some contact in middle, but ultimately you can already see the directive for Nemiga is that they want to end towards A, and they want to just bring this commotion in middle.
Yeah, exposed though over towards ramp as you rear your head and you throw a little bit of util. This is a lovely position right now from Symmetry, but read by Xanter. A lovely headshot from him. Make that 2. He is gonna double up very quickly, and Nemiga spill out onto this A bomb site, but it is not complete control just yet. Gravity comes out from his hidey hole. Makazi picking up one as well, and it's all falling apart now for Nemiga. They get the bomb down, but everybody getting taken down. That is the real issue here, and Risky Bob on 13 HP with a risky play as he advances to try and find out the hard entry on that CT side. Makazi's gonna fall, and Risky Bob still needs to find this headshot, but Krabany just runs him down. Captain Fantastic at it again, and Nemiga, everything went their way until it didn't.
And I know it sounds really harsh, but Xanter, the guy who made that round 1, is actually a big reason as to why the round loses. Because if we get a POV, so his first 2 kills, impeccable. And then he just pulls out utility and doesn't actually clear jungle properly. And that allows Krabany to activate. It then takes attention away from CT, which then allows the Zooks to activate. And it's just this back and forth where NAVI Junior, they play that round way too passively. They don't do what the normal NAVI Junior style is. And that actually comes to bite them because they have no early information. They lose the A-bomb site. They lose their early players. And it felt like it was all done because they're just standing and sitting on their laurels. And then as soon as that first kill comes in for Krabany, it's like they are back. Dazook just runs through CT, like no care in the world. And that's the type of gameplay that is the reason why NAVI Junior on double digits and why this 16-year-old Lithuanian is currently 22-11 with a 2 KD and 131 goddamn ADR.
seeing an absolute monster be born in this game right now. This is such an insane performance from absolutely everybody. We've seen just highlight after highlight after highlight. Nemiga slow creeping up through short. Xanter leading the way and spotting out Makazi. It's a big opener, but still 2 more players on B to be taken care of. Demon trying to lock this one down. The anchor with the backup of the Opper on a rifle, and Nemiga falling short once again, it would seem. Lear has had so much impact today for this Nemiga side. He's been one of the driving factors as well to why they have been getting a couple of rounds and a couple of games very close, but this one surely is going to be way too much. 16 HP and the double up from the CTs is enough. Captain on captain violence. Crabney takes him down, and NAVI Junior looking like they might go all the way.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate there for Nemiga because I feel like everything goes their way. It's Santa getting that very sharp opening kill onto Makaze, who yet again, I will reiterate, has not been on form today. It's been other members. A Demon first kill is really important because sure, Symmetry gets the triple, but Demon takes that first contact, takes a lot of the attention, and that then enables Symmetry. He's dancing around the pillar, and no one was looking at him for a very long time because they were all fixated on Demon towards bench. Really nice play. And I said, look, we need someone else to step up that's not Demon because he's the B anchor, and we need someone in more of a pivotal position. Apparently he is. So, prove me wrong. And look at this. This is the NAVI Junior we know. Running up top mid, but they've got utility out. What?
Didn't expect him to be there. I'm not sure what actually happened. Didn't see much. A little bit of a fumble with the nades and just a misplay from NAVI Junior completely. But still, I can't count them out of a round like this. Now I can. That one turned very quickly. And Nemiga, I've been given a lifeline. That's all that is right there. But still, you've got 2 players still left in this round that maybe you can explore some opportunities and try and catch somebody off guard. But a 2v5 is next to near impossible, even with the low HP on Zwei and Xanter. They can just be sent in to find something on a bomb site.
I mean, these 2 did theoretically save their ground in the last, but it's just a very different... Yeah, it's very different. And it looks like they're going towards A. They're not going to actually send one of the low HP players in. They're just all going to go. They're going to play the numbers game. And Symmetry... Oh, okay. Just peeks and dies. And a very different situation. The 2 heroes from round 17 will not flourish in round 18 as Nemiga. They're still very far away though, Jack. Let's keep that honest. They're still 7-11 down, but 11's the magic number, because that means Nemiga can still complete it in regulation, but that would mean over doubling their scoreline from where they currently sit.
Yeah, it's still not out of the realms of possibilities as well when you think and factor in the fact that NAVI Junior are going to have no money really in the next couple of rounds, especially when you don't save the weapon on Demon. So this next one theoretically should be easy. This should be the simple round that you pick up. But it actually is going to be the investment, a double eco for a lot of the players, so you can understand why NAVI Junior feel it's necessary. And this actually might play into their wheelhouse, which is terrifying. Aggression with a couple of pistols, you still have an M4, you still have a FAMAS. NAVI Junior could make do in this round and really could catch Nemiga by surprise. Again, it's that mid play from the T's. And very quickly, actually, running to gather that control.
A lot of early connector, as you were mentioning. I would assume they just kind of leave. It's risky Bob in connector. But no, they're going to stay with him and they're going to try and target this A bomb site. NAVI Junior have made the read. They are putting a lot of players here. 4 to be exact. and they've got a player coming up short that could catch off someone who's lackadaisical, trying to push through the Molotov. First, he's unsuccessful, but the Zoogs under balcony, he's now left by himself. And they seem to forget about him, but ultimately, it doesn't matter. And Makaze from short, I said he could catch someone off guard. Oh my god, he has. But he doesn't anticipate Zwei and Ladder. It's great damage, but it's all in vain on the force buy.
Oh, I thought he could do it there for a second. I really thought he was going to do it when he lines up two of them. There's a big chance, but NAVI Junior unfortunately fall a little bit short. And yeah, it was a really good read. Like, they knew exactly what was going on. Maybe just the overcommitment into the fights from the CT players, just trying to take a little bit too much away from those engagements, where as you probably could have let the underbalk player play a little bit later if he didn't already reveal himself. Unfortunately, he had to. And now, it is just the pistols on this side. You're going to have everybody in towards connector. And there actually isn't going to be no smokes over towards jungle and con just yet. Now, eventually there will be, but you know what's coming right now. Everybody guns out. You know the pistols are going to come flying at you. Still, though, they're managing to find kills. It's Demon with a double. And all of a sudden, we've got a 2-on-2. HE, perfect to dispatch of him. So no stranger to a multi-kill, lands the dink on the first. This is getting a little bit too hairy for my liking, but Nemiga, they get that one over the line just.
But if you're NAVI Junior, you got to sit here and be very happy with the damage you've had in the last 2 rounds, because it just meant that, but money's actually still pretty good for Nemiga, isn't it?
That's the problem, right?
Yeah. I was going to say, like, oh, look, it's really good because 2 players staying alive 2 rounds in a row, money's probably not going to be very good. It somehow is actually perfect. It's just fine.
Well, it is and it isn't, right? You don't get a bomb plant, you're only getting 1,400 into the bank accounts. So, Zwei, you know, we're talking about 4.1, we're talking Lear, 3,400, we're talking Can on 4.6, you know.
Yeah.
Risky Bob is only going to be on 3.2. It isn't really, when you think about it. AKs are going to be few and far between, and there's going to have to be some sacrifices made for util in places. So,
yeah.
Look,
so this
it is
damage
great.
could end up being big then.
It is very important.
Right. Not necessarily now or never for NAVI Junior, but this could potentially be their best opportunity, but it's not because of what they obtain. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think Symmetri's had an AWP out at all on this CT side. He's just been on the rifle, and utility is scarce as an understatement. Look at this from Zwei. He's just creeping out. He's walking into the off angle from the Zoogs, who tries to swing out for a second. He fails, but that's when Demon, the B anchor, is here. They stacked heavily over towards the A bomb site. There were 4 different players here, and the read is correct. Xanta, however, Xanta's opened up with 2. Demon is the only player opposing him, and what's the issue with Nemiga is that Khan, he'd actually run away. He was going to go over towards B, or I don't know where he was going, and he's left Xanta now joining back with him on 8 HP through the fire and the flames, leaves it down to Makaze. A nade landing on his head for 51 HP. He's made himself aware. Both players on the other side with a combination of 44 HP. 1 bullet for Xanta, 2 for Khan. But Makaze has no kit and he has no utility. He's repositioned very nicely towards CT. However, Xanta seems to anticipate this. Khan as well, they line up for him, and Makaze, normally the star player of NAVI Junior, it's taken him a while to activate, but finally he does, and in the most important round possible.
Let them know as well. Absolutely, let them know. Look at that. A little bit of swagger about him as well. We absolutely love it. Makaze, a beautiful clutch, and he played it to perfection to reposition over towards CT. And Nemiga, they go into a stack. Again, NAVI Junior have just such a good read. And Xanta, ridiculous from him to find 3 kills, to even have it in that situation. They should have been dead and buried in that round. But Xanta gave them an opportunity that they ended up wasting because of Makaze. And look at that, missed window smoke. Things are falling apart for Nemiga. This could be them going 0-3, and this could be their event over and done with on day one.
It's the first round, so Medri has an AWP out. And well, better late than never. He is in the wrong position, but what he does do is he allows for his riflers to focus elsewhere, and this means a double setup towards short, which Lyric expects. Well, no wonder he's the IGL, because he's got some brains about him. Grabeni's been naded though, so that's a lot of damage over to the IGL and over to the player who's just put NAVI Jr on map points. The issue with Nemiga is, where do you go from this mid control now? You're all currently in mid, and this sometimes is the hard part. When you get this initial control and you don't have loads and loads of utility left, where do you go? And it seems like they want to go up connector, but they have to go back for the bomb, so it's going to have to slow down, and Zwei catches off to Zoogs. A big kill to be finding to thin the herd and to take down the talisman of NAVI Jr. And as 30 seconds clocks around, the repositioning for Nemiga, they're still coming out from A, but this time it's more heavy towards ramp. Grabeni, not cleared. Takes down the first, takes down the second. They're all falling beneath him. And it's Khan. Left alone with 15 seconds. There's nothing he can do. Nemiga, who didn't even want to put NAVI Jr in the top 3 of Group A, have potentially just been knocked out of the tournament by that very team. NAVI Jr end day 1 3-0, and on the sharp duality, Nemiga, who have just made the Austin Major, sit 0-3.
Man, oh man, what a game to finish off. We said it was last but definitely not least, and it was arguably the game of the day. It was the game of the day. It had it all. Highlight after highlight after highlight, and regardless of the result, the Counter-Strike that we've seen on display, the ability of every single player in that server was on show. And man, NAVI Jr, they just about pipped it in the end. Some really good reads, some really good calls from the side, and a great understanding all around from NAVI Jr, and they sit atop the pile of Group A at the end of day 1, 3-0. It is not guaranteed that they are already in playoffs, but I can pretty safely say that they are probably going to be one of the teams that you are going to see advance.
Crazy, man. It's crazy. We came into this, to be fair, from our perspective, we were like, NAVI Jr are legit, and they proved it today already against 9 Pandas. They demolished Gun 5, and in the biggest game, they do it against a regional rival, and they do it against a team that has just made the major. They've made the major. They've made the biggest event of the year. And yet, they sit back at the end of the day, and their final loss is against an academy team. And NAVI Jr, the question is do they ever outgrow this so-called academy team title? Because they're playing better than most main teams.
They are indeed, Freddie. And speaking about questions, well, we've got maybe a couple more for a man that has faced a lot of questions today. We've got Craveny joining us once again. Yeah, look, we said we might see you again today, and here you are. Congratulations, you know, 3-0. You are up there at the top of Group A. How do you think you guys played today as a whole?
I think first 2 games we played, I will say, pretty good. In the last game, I think it was close. We did some, I think, bad stuff, but in the end, we managed to win.
And speaking about that last game, I want to talk about the Zoogs, because that guy went crazy in the first half. Like, what happened from your perspective? Because it was ridiculous.
From my perspective, like, I didn't usually, like, I am not with Zooks close, like for example in T side, because he's alone, and I was in the middle, for example, and I just see Zooks killing everyone. It was good. It helped us a lot.
it probably helps you a lot as the IGL too, right? Because, you know, if
Yeah.
one of your players can just go into a bomb site and kill 3 players at a time, I mean, that makes your job a whole lot easier as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I just want to talk about how it feels to finish the day beating a team that's made the major, beating 9 Pandas who almost made the major. How does it feel to sit here as an academy team and be beating teams who have just made the major?
I mean, it feels good that we are beating the teams that are in major and like had a really close run in the major. But it also feel a bit bad that we can't compete there, because, for example, we had the Valve ranking, but it's because we are academy we couldn't play. Because I think with this performance that we have lately, I think we could easily make it. I think also.
I don't think there's anybody doubting that. Definitely, if you're kind of coming in with the way you guys are playing, you definitely be up there. But focusing on this event, you know, you guys are 3-0. Playoffs, it's kind of pretty much guaranteed. We're probably going to see you there. It's just about, you know, whereabouts you guys finish up with first, second, or third. You still have 2 more games to play. So, are you looking forward to that, or are you guys kind of happy now with what you've done so far in the group stage, or do you want to just win all 5 and absolutely win it all?
Of course, we want to win all the games so we can secure the semi. Like, that's our main focus for that. Like, we want to win all the games. We don't want to lose any.
Of course.
Perfect. I think that's all from me, Jack. And thank you again for chatting with us for, I think, the 3rd time today in total on the broadcast.
Yeah,
so, hey,
my team don't like this.
It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Next time you can get them to come. Next time you win, you'll get someone else to
I
come.
hope so.
But hey, we'll get production to make sure it's someone else, so we can give you a break. But hey, at least it means that you're doing something right. And congratulations, and thank you so much for joining us again. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. See ya. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
He is not hoping that he sees us tomorrow. I can tell you that much for free.
He wants someone else to come on it, but
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like anyone will.
He's sick of seeing us, but look at that, man. That's how it's shaping up in Group A at the end of the day. Yeah, look, 3-0. I mean, there's not much more that we can say about it. NAVI Junior have really just dominated so far in this Group A, and I don't really see anybody kind of catching up with them. ECLOT are in a pretty solid position, and that matchup is actually one that is definitely going to intrigue me. But probably the shocks, I would say, is definitely down there. Nemiga. Of course, you were talking about the qualification to the major. Maybe they're just kind of feeling the effects of, you know, you're on such a high. It's definitely such a buzz. The adrenaline is definitely, you know, in there. And maybe they just kind of haven't really calmed down from that situation and come down from Cloud9. Because why would they? Why would they? You know, they just qualified for you know, the biggest event of the year. But still... you know, this is still a big tournament, and 0-3, they're definitely not going to be happy about that one whatsoever. We've got a couple of standings over from Group B as well. Betboom leading the way there. GTZ in second place, still have only played 1 game. ENCE yet to play. I believe those games are going to be taking place later on, a little bit later in the day. I'm not quite sure about the times
I think
of
they're
exactly
going
when.
live, kind of. Yeah, so they're going from now. So all the ENCE games are going from now onwards. So it's ENCE, NEXUS, ENCE, GTZ, ENCE, Spirit Academy, and then the Spirit Academy is tomorrow. So yeah, it's ENCE, NEXUS, ENCE, GTZ.
So there you have it, folks. That is all that we do have time for, unfortunately, on this A stream. But the B stream is still going on, so if you want to look at ENCE's journey as well, you can head on over there to the B stream and still continue with the Compass action. As for myself and Freddy, you will see our faces again tomorrow. We'll be kicking things off here once again with more action from Group A, and we're going to see if anybody can catch NAVI Junior, or are they too far out in front already. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look,
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of...
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial still through the YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!